Chapter 601. Was it because they were fragments of something greater? The theory held weight. Yet there were holes in the theory too. If humanity were fragments, what of the other races? Were they fragments as well? This theory seemed to suggest that before all races, there had been some form of progenitor, the true origins from which all others descended. Maybe I'm just thinking too much. Maybe creation is just the aftermath, a byproduct of reaching that stage. The more he dwelled on it, the more the uncertainty twisted in his chest. Perhaps becoming a true person meant aligning closely with the universe's essence. A journey, an ascension, that made sense too. Still, the idea nagged at him. If anyone could give him an answer, it would be that vast, unknowable presence. Tell me, he said quietly, is humanity incomplete? For a moment silence stretched. Then, before his eyes, a single panel shimmered into being. When you reach that level, you will understand. Michael's face remained expressionless. The origin will was as vague as ever. In the end, he chose not to dwell too deeply on the matter. When the time came to face those truths, he would reach them naturally. For now, these matters were far from the current him, far too distant for a newcomer like him to know everything. Michael turned his attention back to the panel, his gaze locking once more on Genesis' body. The earlier implications still rattled in his head, but curiosity was something he couldn't ignore. What would a clone of him even look like? Would it be a perfect mirror of his current self or something distorted? A small spark of anticipation stirred inside him. Yet doubt quickly followed. Though he had the title, he actually wasn't a god. He bore the title Mortal God, which itself was proof that his form was incomplete. Trying to force out something reserved for existences beyond him could be reckless. Still, the temptation lingered. He rubbed the back of his hand, his eyes narrowing. If it fails, I'll stop it immediately. If it causes even the smallest disturbance. His lips tightened. I'll stop it before it spreads. The decision was made. Michael exhaled slowly and willed the skill to activate. Brother, are you really not going to reveal your secrets? Michael blinked and turned his head. Lily stood there, arms folded, her expression pinched in quiet disapproval. What secrets? He asked, his tone flat. Lily pursed her lips, clearly unconvinced. Don't play dumb. It had been 3 days since she had last seen him. 3 days of his strange absence. And when she finally did lay eyes on him this morning, she couldn't believe what she was seeing, because somehow her cousin had gotten more beautiful. Michael's face remained flat, and he didn't respond to Lily's prodding. Instead, he turned toward his aunt, who sat quietly at the dining table, her gaze fixed on him. Are you okay? She asked softly, her tone filled with concern. Yes, Ma, Michael replied with a nod. After a pause, he added, something came up on the other side that demanded my attention. Aunt Mia gave a slow nod. He didn't need to say much for her to understand. She had already grown used to these vague explanations, and she knew better than to press for details. But then her expression shifted, turning faintly sorrowful. It's today you're leaving, isn't it? Michael's own expression turned a little strange at her words. After finally managing to stabilize and control the strength of his new body, he had returned to Aurora without delay. It had been late at night, and rather than wake anyone, he had pulled out his phone to catch up on what he had missed. That was when he discovered the truth. He had been gone for 3 whole days. The realization had left him unsettled. For him, it hadn't felt that long, but the world outside had moved on without him. It was uncomfortable to accept at first, but there was nothing to do except it. Fortunately, nothing major had happened in his absence. As for Aunt Mia's words about him leaving, she was right. Today was the day. Michael had already prepared to depart for the academy campus. A week had passed since the conclusion of the 3rd round of exams, and now it was time to move on to the next stage. He would travel to the academy site in Aurora to officially register as a new student and to meet the principal, who had specifically requested a private meeting with him. His bags were already packed. Even the human undead stationed around the house had been recalled into his coffin. Of course, Michael had other arrangements in mind for them. "Don't worry, Aunt Mia. I'll try my best to visit when I can," Michael said with a serious expression, though he made no promises. The truth was, though he had only been a supernatural for months, he was no longer naive. He didn't believe for a second that he could spend as much time with his family as the original owner of his body had before his transmigration. That kind of life was already getting far away from him as his powers got stronger. What he could do, however, was one day he would find a way to extend their lifespan and grant them power of their own. But now was not the time. Aunt Mia nodded, though her expression did not improve. She lowered her eyes back to her food, assuming the conversation had ended. But before she could resume eating, Michael spoke again. "Also, I have something I need to leave in your care." Both Aunt Mia and Lily looked up at him in confusion. Michael didn't keep them waiting. "You both know about beginning and Lily, right?" At the mention of the last name, Lily rolled her eyes at her cousin, but didn't interrupt. Of course they knew about his undead, how could they not? A few minutes ago, over a dozen had been stationed around the house like silent guardians. As for beginning and the undead titan also named Lily, the impression they left on both Aunt Mia and her daughter was even deeper. The female titan had even shared makeup sessions with Lily, much to Michael's continued bewilderment. Seeing their puzzled looks, Michael exhaled lightly and reached into his soul. A palm-sized coffin materialized in his hand, its surface gleaming faintly with an ominous glow. The two women barely had time to register the strange artifact before a figure stepped out from within. Lily blinked in surprise. The figure that had blinked out of the coffin was a boy. He looked to be about her own age, 15 at most, and stood tall, with a natural presence that felt familiar. His long hair, dark and flowing, carried the same texture as Michael's, and when his gaze lifted, twin green eyes glowed faintly. Lily's breath caught for half a second. The resemblance was undeniable. The sharp lines of his face, the height, even the slight stoicism in his expression. He looked like a younger Michael, almost a sibling carved from the same mold. "Guys, let me introduce you," Michael said, his voice steady. He paused for a brief moment, then finished. "This is Jester." Chapter 602 Clone. To understand why Jester now stood in Aurora and why he even had a body to inhabit, one had to trace events back a few hours earlier. Asterisk. Michael exhaled and willed the skill to activate. His body trembled as blood essence seeped from his skin, followed by torrents of mana and, finally, a shard of his very soul. Pain stabbed through him, nearly buckling his knees, but he held firm as flesh, bone, and veins wove themselves into form from the crimson mist. He quickly realized he could strengthen the vessel further by pouring in more essence, but the backlash was immediate. His own attributes dimmed. Immediately, Michael stopped the reckless drain. Michael exhaled sharply as the last threads of essence settled into the forming figure. The crimson mist solidified into pale flesh, long dark hair cascaded down its back, and faint green light flickered in its eyes, an eerie, younger reflection of his own. But as the body stood there, Michael felt something stir deep within him. His instincts whispered that this process wasn't fixed. He could design it. A shiver ran through him. He could sense countless branching paths, veins to reroute, bones to reinforce, meridians to sculpt differently than his own. If he wanted, he could mold this figure into something sharper, faster, harder. He could rebuild the very foundation of a human body. Yet it was his first attempt. Recklessness now would mean destroying the vessel entirely, or worse, harming himself. Michael forced restraint. He let the crimson mist morph naturally, copying his own structure. Still, he made one deliberate change. He opened every meridian. Not just the pathways that would let the body absorb mana for physical strength, but also the vital channels that marked a natural-born mage. He carved that much into the framework with careful precision, sweat beading his brow as he worked. By the end, though, he realized there were limits. His blood, mana, and soul he let out could only provide so much. The result was a body that stood solid but incomplete, strong, yes, yet capped. Its physical power felt comparable to how he himself had been when he approached level 10. And while the physique was far stronger than ordinary humans, even bearing resemblance to the durability of a high human, it wasn't quite the same. More like a half-finished version, a shadow of the true form. And then there was its age. Michael frowned. The vessel peaked at 15. No matter how he tried to nudge the shaping process, it refused to age further. A teenager's frame, locked in place. Still, when he stepped back, he couldn't help but acknowledge it. Even with its limits, this was no failure. Far from it. This body was a genius. The meridians were open, its foundation stable, its potential far beyond what its appearance suggested. Given time, it could grow into something terrifying. Michael wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled, his lips curling faintly. Not bad for a first attempt. The figure before him said nothing, but its silent presence felt oddly alive, as if it were waiting for the next command. Michael reached out with his will, testing the bond. At once, the new body stirred. His awareness slipped into it like water into a jar and immediately clashed. It wasn't the body that resisted. The problem was him. His soul didn't align with the one in the body perfectly. Each movement felt jagged, like gears grinding against each other. What should have been a smooth reflection of himself was instead messy, raw, barely holding together. In the end, unlike what he thought, his inexperience did end up biting him. "This isn't right," Michael muttered under his breath. Pulling his awareness back, Michael narrowed his eyes. "So, does that mean you're a failure?" The body blinked, then spoke for the first time, its voice eerily similar to his own, though softer, younger. "Yes," the body answered, its tone strangely calm. "I can feel it. In an hour at most, this soul will disappear, and the body will be empty. So in that sense, I am almost a failure." Michael was taken aback. His lips parted, but for a moment nothing came out. The boy speaking so clearly shook him. He hadn't expected words at all. His chest tightened in a brief surge of panic, but he forced it down, suppressing the reaction as best he could. "What can we do then?" he asked after steadying his breath. His mind moved quickly, already weighing options. "Though I didn't sacrifice much and will recover what I've lost, it feels like a waste to leave such a good vessel to collapse." The boy tilted his head, faint amusement flashing in his faint green eyes. "Then why not let Jester inhabit it? Hasn't he been begging for a body all these days? Let this one's fading soul be cleared, and using its last fragments as an anchor, allow Jester to take hold." Michael's expression froze, and that was basically what happened. When Jester was summoned out of the netherworld, and heard his master's idea before scanning Michael's body, he nearly died from excitement. Among Michael's undead, Jester was not only the most intelligent but also the most expressive when he wished to be. Yet his greatest trait, the one that defined him above all else, was his innate evil. Jester's presence slithered across their bond, and his voice followed. "Magnificent! This body," Jester hissed with awe, the sound oddly mechanical. Its physique could almost rival certain innate constitutions in the cultivation world. Michael stiffened, still unused to hearing praise from the creature that usually only dripped with malice. But the words didn't stop there. When Jester's awareness brushed against the vessel's core, it faltered. For the first time since their bond, Michael felt something that almost resembled genuine emotion slip through their connection, a sharp, raw current of shock. "Spirit roots," Jester whispered. His tone was soft, yet it rang in Michael's head with an intensity that made his temples throb. "Multi-rooted, dark and water." "Ha! The dark root is heaven grade and the water root earth grade. This is absurd. To cultivate, one required a spirit root, those hidden channels of affinity that determined whether a body could absorb and wield the world's energy. And spirit roots were ranked low, mid, high, earth, heaven, and, above them all, supreme grade, said to belong only to chosen prodigies fated for greatness. Hearing Jester's words, Michael realized what it meant for the vessel. Before him, Chapter 603 Jester. Staring at Jester's smiling face on a body that looked like a younger version of himself, Michael couldn't help but recall some of their earlier conversations from a few hours ago. After hearing Jester describe the state of the clone in cultivation terms, Michael finally pieced together why it had turned out the way it did. The dark element made sense. It had been his dominant affinity since the very beginning, one that had only grown stronger the further he advanced. But the second element, that was likely tied to his recent comprehension of water. That insight had deepened his connection to the element, raising his affinity to an impressive level so much so that it stood just below his dark affinity. From the way things were shaping up, Michael suspected that if he studied the water element further, its spirit root might evolve into a heaven-grade root. And if he pursued it to the extreme, even his dark element could reach the fabled supreme grade. The same logic applied to his other elements. If he nurtured and refined them properly, his next clone creation could surpass this one entirely. Michael voiced the thought aloud, suggesting to Jester that it might be better to wait for the next attempt. But because his tone was casual, more a discussion than a command, Jester was free to offer his own opinion in return. Master, to think not only could you create copies of your marvelous self, but you can casually grant them such treasures. His tone dripped with something between admiration and hunger. Tell me truly, are you sure you are not a god already? Michael didn't answer, his expression flat. Jester didn't seem to mind the silence. He pressed on smoothly. Still, more spirit roots is not always better. Do not be deceived by the shine of quantity. In the cultivation world, there were many with multiroots who ended as wastes, forced to abandon them because one was too low in grade, or because their cultivation speed was slowed, or simply because they lacked an art to harmonize them. Even among Li Yang's vast recollections, there were not many arts that used many elements at once. But there was one art, dark and water together, and it could go all the way to the nascent soul stage. It was an opportunity he got from a ruin when he was still alive. And for this vessel to bear those exact roots. From their earlier conversations, Michael already understood that this so-called nascent soul stage Jester referred to corresponded loosely to his own Awakener rank 3 stage. If Master also wishes to give me a better body in the future, then that is not a bad thought, he said, his tone almost thoughtful. But to me this vessel feels correct. A body with too many elemental roots is not exactly perfect at times. This one, with only 2 elements, carries harmony. It is not excessive, it is balanced. That is why I believe it is the perfect body for me. Michael arched his brow slightly. Such a bold undead. Perhaps it is because I'm following the path of cultivation, Jester continued, his words smooth and deliberate. For those of us on this system, the grade of the spirit root matters more than the number. It was then that understanding came to Michael. It wasn't that having many elemental spirit roots was bad for Jester, but rather that the cultivation power system simply didn't require it. If it had been a magic-based system, however, possessing more elements would have been better than relying on just one. This wasn't a matter of which path was superior. It was a matter of what suited the person walking it. To Jester, having just this 2 spirit roots was perfect for it. Asterisk. Jester. The 2 women of Michael's family muttered in unison as they looked at the miniature version of Michael standing before them. What a weird name. Lily, after recovering from her initial surprise, was blunt as always. Michael, who's... What? Aunt Mia asked uncertainly. She didn't quite know how to phrase the question. Should she say, who is this? But Michael had already given a name, so perhaps what was the more accurate question? Fortunately, Michael spared her the struggle. Remember, I just spoke to you about my undead, right? In the end, Michael gave them a roundabout explanation. He told them that due to a particular skill, one of his undead had evolved in an unexpected way. For some reasons he couldn't quite say, he wanted it to remain here with them before he needed it. It wasn't the complete truth, but it was enough to ease their doubts. Michael's voice softened a fraction as he added, treat Jester like you would any other human. He may be one of my undead, but now he has a body of his own. For the sake of appearances, he has to blend in. If I wasn't pressed for time, I'd have already registered him in school. But since I can't, I'll leave this matter to you, Aunt. Aunt Mia's brows lifted slightly, surprise flickering in her expression. Then she nodded slowly, accepting the responsibility with the calm steadiness she always showed when it came to family. Still, she asked, then what name should we give him? Michael hesitated for a brief moment. His gaze lingered on the boy's face so similar to his own. Then he gave the answer. Jester Norman. At the name, Jester's lips curved faintly. Don't worry, Master. I'll make sure to protect your family, Jester said to Michael through their mind link. This was the main reason Michael had brought Jester into the main world. Though the body it inhabited was still weak, Jester itself wasn't weak. Compared to the previous security, Jester was many times stronger. But security wasn't the only reason. Michael also figured Jester could help fill the void in the family after his departure, while at the same time overseeing Lily's training as it trained itself. After Lily successfully lit up her life seed, Michael already planned to evolve her. If she didn't slack off, he was certain that by the new year she would reach her breaking point, and that was less than 4 months away. Before then, however, he needed to test evolving some life specimens first, before attempting it on his cousin. Chapter 604 Spies. Soon, Michael departed. He ordered a ride to the capital of Visara. The country had 18 states in total, and its capital lay 3 states away from where he currently was. Normally, that would have meant a long journey if it had been on Earth. But thanks to the network of special roads, Michael estimated the trip would take no more than 5 hours if they maintained speed. Inside the Al-driven car, with little else to occupy his time, Michael reached into his storage space. A familiar law seed appeared in his palm. Without hesitation, he activated his Eye of Truth. Asterisk. A few hours later. In Thornvale, the sun had risen and the residents were already stirring for a new day. Since the new Viscount had taken power, not much had changed on the surface, but the people could feel a subtle improvement in their daily lives. At the very least, the guards had started acting like proper guards, no longer bullying them. There were even times when the manor shared food with the homeless. These days, the people of Thornvale carried a bit more hope, their faces showing more smiles than before. But while life outside the manor was beginning to look brighter, the Lord's estate itself was as silent as a ghost house. The reason was simple. Their Lord had been missing for 3 days. Panic had spread quickly, especially with the Everlong Forest showing strange signs again. Even those staff members who had never cared for their Lord found themselves worried, if not out of loyalty, then out of fear that his disappearance might implicate them. The twist came when, that very morning, they saw their Lord seated in his office as though nothing had happened. And though many wanted to ask questions, a single word from Michael silenced them all. They had no choice but to swallow their doubts. Captain Rohan, Michael muttered softly as he watched the man leave his study, closing the door behind him. Though Rohan hadn't asked a thing aside from giving him a very deep subtle look, Michael was certain the man had his suspicions. After the uproar in the forest and his own disappearance, it would have been strange if Rohan hadn't. In the past, Michael might have worried about such things. He disliked anything that could draw unwanted attention. But now, with 8 rank 3 undead under his command and the ability to fight a genuine rank 3 himself, he found he cared far less. His thoughts shifted quickly. Since you're here already, why are you still hiding? Michael said aloud without turning toward any particular corner of the room. A second passed. 2. Then, from the shadows, a figure emerged. It was Lyra. Good morning. The dark elf greeted with respect. Michael ignored the subtle tone in her voice and only gave a casual nod. Seeing as you're here this early, I doubt it's because you were worried about me. Lyra remained silent, powerless to respond. Not only had her most prized concealment skill failed against this youth yet again, but he also controlled her life and death through the contract that bound them. Michael knew well there was no way she was worried for him. If anything, the only thing that might have concerned her was whether he'd return alive. And even that was not for his sake, but for her own. The contract binding her soul could only be undone in 3 ways. 1. If a being stronger than Michael forcibly broke it, though that risked a backlash. 2. If Michael himself chose to release her. 3. if Michael died, causing the bond to dissolve naturally. Unfortunately for her, none of those paths seemed remotely within reach. Worst part was, she could sense he had gotten stronger. Lyra finally broke the silence. I've sensed several figures lurking in the dark around the territory, she said quietly, her eyes narrowing. Their attention is fixed on the manor. Michael's brow lifted, though his expression hardly changed. He wasn't surprised. I see. And do you know where they're from? Even as he asked, his mind was already moving through possibilities. Princess Priscilla was the first. The powerful woman had her suspicions about him being an awakener. Even after his denial, she hadn't seemed the type to let go so easily. If she truly wanted proof, she might have sent people to observe him. The second possibility was Duke Evermoon. After all, this was still the Duke's territory. It made sense the old man would want first-hand reports of whatever occurred in Thornvale. And then, of course, there were the local troublemakers, the barons, and knights who resented losing their freedom, or perhaps even the count above him could have sent spies. Michael's suspicions were confirmed when Lyra finally answered. I believe they're from the count. Unfortunately, her lips thinned, her voice lowering. I couldn't investigate too closely without risking exposure. At least one of the figures was no weaker than me. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. That piece of information carried weight. Lyra wasn't weak, her concealment and blade work were leagues above most ordinary agents. For her to admit parity meant this was no simple spy. But instead of showing concern, Michael leaned back in his chair, his expression calm, almost indifferent. Michael tapped a finger lightly against the armrest. Why do you say it's the count? I don't have concrete evidence, Lyra admitted. But I don't believe the barons or knights could cultivate experts of this level. Their reach and resources are far too limited. To field someone on my level, it would take a patron with far deeper influence. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly, but he gave no outward sign of surprise. So you're certain it isn't them? Yes, she said firmly. Even if it's not the count, it should be someone above the baron and knights. Michael rose from his seat, his cloak brushing lightly against the polished floor. His gaze lingered on Lyra for a moment, then shifted to the window where morning light spilled faintly through the curtains. He turned away from the window and began walking toward the door, his steps steady, unhurried. Come, follow me. Chapter 605, Don't You Know Me? The morning in Thornvale was already alive with the hum of voices and the shuffle of boots against the ground. Sunlight spilled across the crooked roofs and damp alleys of the town. Near the market square, a modest inn stood tucked between two old trade buildings, its wooden sign creaking faintly with every breeze. A man stepped through the inn's doorway, his frame wrapped in a traveler's coat dusted with road grit. His expression was mild, unremarkable, the kind that could blend into any crowd. To anyone watching, he looked no different from a merchant making his routine stop before heading to the next town. Ah, back already? The innkeeper said, glancing up from polishing a mug behind the counter. His tone carried the warmth of recognition. Off early today? The man smiled faintly, dipping his head in greeting. Business doesn't wait, friend. Had to see a few buyers before breakfast. The innkeeper chuckled, setting the mug down. You merchants and your business, at least trade's been better lately. Ever since the new lord took over, Thornvale's looking livelier by the day. Is that so? The man replied smoothly, his tone polite. People feel safer now. The guards stopped their nonsense, and there's been less trouble from the outer roads. The innkeeper grinned, pride slipping into his voice. You can tell good leadership when you see it. This new Viscount's the real deal. The man's smile didn't reach his eyes. Seems so. The innkeeper mistook the mild tone for agreement and kept going, warmth in his words. You can't imagine what a relief it's been for folks like us. Fewer fights, more travelers, better coin flow. If you ask me, Thornvale might finally have its golden stretch. Let's hope it lasts, the man said softly. With that short reply and a small nod, he took the keys the innkeeper slid across the counter and headed up the narrow staircase. The boards creaked underfoot, though he moved light enough to barely disturb the dust. Once he reached the second floor, his faint smile vanished. His steps grew measured, silent. By the time he reached his room, his expression was flat. He closed the door behind him with care, waited a second, then turned the lock. Satisfied, he moved toward the window and let the curtain fall. Halfway open. From here, he could see a sliver of Thornvale's outer walls and, in the distance, the faint silhouette of the Viscount's manor. His eyes narrowed slightly. He had been here for nearly a week. The Count's orders had been simple. Observe, report, and, if opportunity allowed, confirm the new Viscount's strength. The man didn't need to ask why. Everyone under Count Helen knew that Thornvale was too rich to be left alone without oversight. Still, this particular order had come with unspoken caution. The Count had not called the young lord an enemy, but when power shifted hands, even a neutral figure could become a threat, especially one rumored to be powerful beyond his years. The man exhaled quietly and sank onto the edge of the bed. The faint ache in his knees reminded him how far he'd come from starving on the streets of Helen's capital to sitting here, living on the Count's coin. He remembered being 7 when they found him, scrounging behind a butcher's stall for scraps. He hadn't cared who they were then, he just wanted to eat. But that day had marked the start of a different hunger, the kind that replaced innocence with obedience. He and others like him had been trained for the Count's darker errands. Theft, silence, and death. Those who couldn't adapt died quickly. He had survived. Barely. A small, humorless smile tugged at his lips. Among his set, only 4 remained alive. And now here he was again. Another mission, another name, another face. His gaze returned to the manor's direction. He hadn't yet seen the Viscount, not even from afar. The young lord stayed mostly within his estate, surrounded by people who were anything but ordinary. He'd seen glimpses of 2 of them, a cloaked figure who moved like a shadow, and a knight captain whose presence he couldn't quite read. The aura they carried made even his trained instincts bristle. It wasn't fear that held him back, though. Fear had been beaten out of him years ago. It was calculation. If he made a move too early and failed, the consequences would echo far beyond Thornvale. So he waited. For now, he would stay the quiet merchant who smiled at innkeepers and bought bread from local vendors. He would keep his reports coded and his steps light. When the time came and the Viscount lowered his guard, then he would act. Until then, Thornvale would know him only as another face passing through, or so he thought. Knock, knock. He froze before the second knock. His weight shifted off the bed without a sound. One hand slipped beneath the mattress, fingers closing around the thin blade hidden. There. Who's there? He asked, voice mild, almost bored. A beat of silence. Then a young, amused voice through the wood. Mike, nor haven't you been paying attention to me lately? His grip tightened. Mike Nor? Why did that name sound familiar? Wait, wasn't that the name of the young lord he was tasked to watch? He knew instantly he'd been found. No cover. No escape. He lunged for the window, but his body froze mid-motion. Crushing. Weight pinned him where he stood, as though gravity itself had turned against him. Sweat trickled down his face as panic clawed at his chest. Move. Nothing. The air thickened, cold and absolute, squeezing his lungs until his thoughts blurred. The Count. He picked the wrong one to provoke, flashed through his mind right before darkness claimed him. Before he lost full consciousness, he thought he heard a voice. Your tracking skills are good. I had my doubts, but the way he ran, when he heard my name, says a lot. Tie him up. Yes. Chapter 606 Ace. That day, the Thornvale prison received several new inmates, keeping Knight Captain Rohan busy for most of the morning. He couldn't help the flicker of resentment that rose each time he remembered how their young lord had left the manor without an escort, as if guards were mere decoration. As for the young lord and his elf, after personally delivering the captured spies, they vanished once again, leaving behind no trace of where they'd gone. Their disappearance only deepened Rohan's irritation, though by now He was beginning to accept that his lord's movements would forever be a mystery to those meant to protect him. Asterisk. Inside the dim confines of a massive coffin, a youth trembled uncontrollably. His eyes darted about before settling on the calm figure standing before him, a young human, whose mere presence filled him with both terror and awe. That human, of course, was Michael. The youth on the other end was none other than Ace. After rounding up the spies that had been lurking around Thornvale, Michael had originally planned to return to his study. Multitasking between his main body and the one in Aurora had proven inefficient when it came to comprehending the mysteries within a law seed, but it wasn't impossible either. Even so, while one body continued studying, the other could still handle daily affairs. Just as he was about to shift his focus, however, Ace had requested an audience. Curious about what the boy wanted, and assuming it would be brief, Michael agreed. The reason for the meeting turned out to be far more intriguing than expected. Ace had become a cultivator. Michael's eyes had gleamed with interest. Thanks to Jester's knowledge, he had long been fascinated by the cultivation path. Unfortunately, thanks to his well-advanced path, there was no use branching out again. There were no benefits to him as an awakener. Compared to the Knight and Mage systems of Aurora and the Lionheart Kingdom, the cultivation system was superior in nearly every way. He had even considered having Lily take that path one day. But she was so close to officially becoming a knight that he didn't want her to give up halfway. Besides, Michael wasn't entirely certain if becoming a cultivator would interfere with her knight's path. Jester had reassured him it wouldn't, perhaps even claiming it might help, but Michael preferred to see for himself. His plan was simple. Once Lily became a knight, they'd then try cultivation. Unfortunately, earlier this morning, Jester had confirmed that neither Aunt Mia nor Lily possessed spirit roots. It was a disappointment, though not a fatal one. If the high human bloodlines could awaken them naturally, then Lily still had a chance. When she truly managed to acquire a spirit root later, even Michael couldn't predict how far her potential might reach. But for now, Ace was the one who'd succeeded. After confirming the truth, Michael had Ace close his eyes. When the youth reopened them, he found himself inside the eerie void of the damaged coffin of the Forgotten, with Michael standing a short distance away. That was when the fear began. All around him loomed monstrous figures, more than 100 undead beings, each exuding a pressure that made the air heavy and the blood in his veins run cold. Their gazes glimmered faintly in the coffin, silent yet suffocating. It was little wonder Ace trembled. In the heart of the coffin, surrounded by creatures born from death itself, even the bravest soul would find fear hard to resist. Michael regarded Ace with quiet interest. He recalled what Jester had mentioned earlier. Ace possessed a mid-grade spirit root. In the cultivation world, that was a respectable talent, good enough for a stable foundation, and more than enough to reach considerable heights if guided properly. Considering it had taken Ace barely 3 weeks to form his foundation and step into true cultivation, the boy's progress was remarkable. Michael folded his hands behind his back. "Tell me, Ace," he said, evenly, "what stage are you in now?" Ace hesitated, lowering his gaze slightly before answering. "Lord, I just entered Chi cultivation stage 1 a few days ago." Michael nodded, intrigued. His curiosity deepened. He'd always wondered what kind of abilities cultivation granted in this world, and now he had a living example before him. "What can you do now?" he asked. "Show me." Ace's face lit up at the command. "Yes, Lord." He straightened a little, still uneasy under the stares of the undead around him. "In the cultivation method you gave me, there are 3 basic spells. They can only be used during Chi cultivation, but for now I can perform just one." "Oh." Michael tilted his head slightly. "Which one?" Ace took a slow breath, his trembling subsiding as faint threads of wind began to stir around his palms. "It's called Wind Blade," he said. Michael's eyes gleamed faintly. "Then perform it," he said. Ace didn't hesitate. He took a step back, inhaling deeply as his hands began to move. His fingers twisted, pressed, and flowed in a series of hand seals. The space inside the coffin shifted. Tiny ripples of wind swirled around Ace, gathering with each seal until a faint whistle began to echo in the air. Then, shhhk. A blade of wind erupted from his palm, cutting forward with startling speed. Michael's brow rose slightly. The strike hadn't damaged the coffin's ground, few things could, but the strength behind it was undeniable. He quietly folded his arms, studying the faint aftershock. Impressive, he murmured. He remembered the chaos back in Woodstone City. He had been able to see the strength of an official knight. Comparing the two now, he realized with some surprise that this single wind blade was already enough to threaten an official knight if hit. Of course, an official knight who was also at rank 1 of the knight power system. Ace, if I said I could make you even stronger, what would you do? Thanks for reading and sorry for the messy update rate. We're back to normal now. Chapter 607, New Change. A subtle change had begun to happen to Michael the more his powers grew. It wasn't too evident in Aurora, but in the land of origin, where power was divided by regions, it became clear. One such change was his confidence. Before, although it couldn't be said that Michael was overly cautious of everything, he wasn't far from it. But as his power grew, the same things he once obsessed over, he now found himself caring less about. For example, the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. If this had been in Michael's possession a few months ago, allowing anyone else to even catch a glimpse of it would have driven him into paranoia. But now, he didn't even hesitate before bringing an outsider into the coffin space for the sake of convenience. Of course, that didn't mean Michael had thrown all caution aside. No, he was still a cautious person at heart, but as his power scaled, so did the threshold of things that could bother him. Right now, the Lionheart Kingdom wasn't even on that list. Michael hadn't brought Ace into the coffin space just to test his new powers as a cultivator. Hearing that the boy had become one sparked certain ideas in his mind. What would his first non-undead high human aside from him look like? This was the same reason Michael had once been intrigued by how beast tamers bonded with their beasts. Unfortunately, thanks to a previous mistake, it had become clear that the taming skill had some flaws, and those flaws touched on Michael's greatest insecurities. That was also the reason he hadn't evolved Lyra yet. At first, he had believed that because of the master-servant contract between them, he had nothing to worry about. Loyalty seemed guaranteed. But over time, even though that was still largely the case, Michael no longer saw it as simple as he once did. There were quite a few problems with Lyra. For one, her background. Putting aside her race, everything about her hinted at a background and the lack of information surrounding that made Michael wary. What if someone could take Lyra away from him? Any force capable of contending with him now would have to be a massive one, and such a power would also have the means to pose a serious threat. If someone could sever her contract or influence her, then Lyra became a risky investment. Yes, Michael could silence her through the contract if needed, but that wasn't a line he was sure he was okay crossing. He didn't feel like it was impossible for him to do, but if he didn't have to do, Michael didn't want to do it. At least that was how he currently felt. But Michael no longer believed the contract was entirely unbreakable. Lyra herself might not dare have thoughts of betraying him thanks to the contract, but others could still find ways to interfere. After learning more about the mysteries of law, Michael had grown increasingly insecure about relying on the master-servant bond alone. There was also the practical issue: if he evolved Lyra without the taming skill, she wouldn't be as useful to him as she wouldn't be able to level up. And beyond that, Lyra wasn't someone who could be easily deceived. Elves were long-lived beings. Michael doubted that Lyra was as young as she appeared. For all he knew, she could be as old as his aunt or even older. Ace, however, was different. That wasn't to say Ace was easy to handle, but he was more controllable in Michael's eyes. He and Leah both felt like ideal specimens to work with compared to Lyra. If Michael viewed this like a business venture, this was simply risk management. Ace froze at the question. For a moment, his mind went blank, and then like a ripple through calm water memory struck. This scene, it felt familiar. He realized suddenly that Michael had asked him this same kind of question weeks ago, back when he and Leah were still ordinary humans struggling to grasp what power even meant. Back then, those words had marked the start of everything. And now, hearing that same tone, that same unshakable confidence from Michael again, Ace instinctively understood. This was another opportunity. His heart began to race. Ace remembered how it had felt when he first succeeded in drawing breath as a cultivator. When the wind had obeyed him for the first time, he found a sense of clarity and purpose. Now, standing before Michael, surrounded by the oppressive might of countless undead, that same feeling returned stronger than ever. If there was even a chance he could rise higher. Ace clenched his fists, his voice trembling with excitement but steady, with resolve. "I'll do anything, Lord," he said. Michael's lips curved faintly, almost imperceptibly. His gaze lingered on the boy. "Good," he said softly. "Then let's begin. Stay put." It didn't take long for a master-servant contract to be formed. Between the two, Michael used one of the contract scrolls he still had in his possession. Part of the reward given to him by the auction manager back in the capital for saving everyone during the incident. Yes, though he trusted his ability to control Ace, Michael wasn't taking any chances. There was also a specific reason he chose to use this contract instead of the taming skill. Michael already had something particular in mind for after Ace's evolution. Without wasting time, after seeing Ace's name appear on the list of evolvable entities, Michael got ready for business, but not without trying something new. Since extraordinary materials could be used during evolution to influence the final outcome, he remembered his Genesis body skill and mortal god title. That made him wonder, would his own blood count as one? And what would happen if he used it during evolution? Willing a tiny bit of his blood essence to emerge through his skill, Michael placed a droplet on Ace's forehead before initiating the process. However, what he hadn't expected was that instead of the familiar notification asking if he wanted to use extraordinary materials in the evolution, a completely new panel appeared. "Do you wish to merge cultivator with pseudo-divine blood?" Merge? It was just one word different, but who knew what kind of consequence that single change could bring? While wondering what it might mean, Michael checked the cost and his eyebrow shot up in surprise. This action would consume 1,000 evolution points. That wasn't normal. Even when using extraordinary materials, the evolution cost had never changed before. Ace, being an ordinary human, shouldn't have cost more than 100 points to evolve. Michael looked at the boy with a slightly apologetic expression. It seemed devouring things wasn't the only aspect that had changed after his own evolution, and Ace had just become the first test subject. "Evolve," he commanded softly. Hopefully, this option didn't bring much pain. The moment Michael gave the command, Ace's body began to glow. At first, it was the usual white radiance that accompanied most evolutions, but this time, it was different. The light wasn't blinding. It was translucent, almost ethereal, allowing Michael to see the faint silhouette of Ace's body through it. Veins of shimmering energy pulsed beneath his skin, like rivers of molten silver weaving through fragile flesh. But while the light was gentler to the eyes, the pain was anything but gentle. Ace's scream tore through the coffin's silent air, raw and unrestrained. His back arched violently as the energy coursed through every fiber of his being, veins bulging as if trying to burst through his skin. His body convulsed. Michael watched quietly, his eyes reflecting the faint white glow. "Interesting," Michael murmured under his breath, his voice calm, analytical as he activated Eye of Truth and started to see what was actually happening in Ace's body. What he saw made even him pause for a brief moment. Ace's body was indeed changing, his bones strengthening, his muscles tightening, his organs pulsing with newfound vitality, but that wasn't what caught Michael's full attention. It was his blood. Through the lens of the Eye of Truth, he could see every droplet coursing through the boy's veins, each one flickering with an unusual light. Michael could see his blood essence was reacting within him, but something odd was going on. Michael narrowed his eyes. "It's assimilating," he muttered. "No, transforming." At first, he thought his blood was simply strengthening Ace's body. But this was something else. The boy's blood wasn't just being empowered. It was changing its nature. Each beat of Ace's heart grew louder in Michael's perception, echoing like distant thunder. His mortal blood was slowly abandoning its human state, Its color deepened from red to a faint, luminous scarlet edged with gold. "This isn't normal," Michael whispered, his eyes sharpening. "It's imitating mine." Indeed, when he looked closer, the blood's composition had begun to mirror his own. It was still incomplete, but the resemblance was undeniable. Michael felt a ripple of astonishment followed by a faint thrill. Did I just create a fake Genesis body? Chapter 608 Blood Servant. To be honest, Michael had only wanted to test a theory, to see if his blood was valuable enough to significantly alter the course of an evolution. Just as he suspected, with his title, race transformation, and unique physique, his blood essence was far from ordinary. In fact, he realized now that it was perhaps even more potent than the blood essence he had used when evolving Lucky. While several thoughts flashed through his mind, Michael's gaze stayed locked on Ace, watching the process unfold with meticulous focus. The glow surrounding the boy began to dim, the swirling light threads slowly retreating into his body until only a faint crimson aura remained, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. Then, the system's familiar chime rang out in Michael's mind. Cultivator has merged with pseudo-divine blood and successfully evolved into Blood Servant. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression unreadable. Blood Servant. Before he could dwell on it, another series of notifications appeared. New traits unlocked, Divine Resonance and Servant's Mark. New skills acquired. Blood Sense. Master allows the master to sense and locate their servant through blood connection. Regenerative Veins. Servant greatly accelerates natural healing and allows recovery even after severe organ or limb loss. Bloodborne Amplification. Servant temporarily enhances physical strength, agility, and perception by burning blood essence. Strength increase depends on synchronization with the master's bloodline. Servant's Awakening. Master establishes a direct channel between master and servant, allowing the master's consciousness to temporarily inhabit the servant's body. During this period, the servant gains access to a fraction of the master's power, vastly amplifying strength, perception, and control. Prolonged possession, however, risks severe strain on the servant's body and mind, potentially leading to collapse or loss of identity. Michael blinked once, eyes reflecting the faint glow of the system panel still hovering before him. What he had assumed would be a simple experiment had become something else entirely. This was no minor enhancement. Michael's fingers tapped slowly against his arm as he processed what the system had just described. This isn't a fake Genesis body. Can't really call it an imitation either. Rather than call it a copy of him, Michael seemed to have created something akin to an offspring. The realization struck him with quiet weight. He tilted his head slightly, voice laced with faint curiosity. Have I just created a lesser version of myself? Or something entirely new? The difference mattered. A Genesis body was an extension of him, a part of his existence. But this blood servant was its own being, bonded not only by loyalty but by shared essence. There was a reason why loyalty was mentioned. This was because Michael quickly realized something. Even without the master-servant contract, he could feel it. With just a single thought, he could end Ace's life. That was the extreme side of their connection. The gentler side, however, was far more intriguing and dangerous in its own way. Through a few tests and careful observation of the link between them, Michael discovered that he could subtly influence Ace's thoughts. If he truly wished, he could make the boy revere him not merely as a master, but as a god. All it would take was a single command, a deliberate set of instructions woven into the shared bloodline flowing through them both. The realization carried weight. This revelation meant a great deal to Michael for many reasons, opening many possibilities to him. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on them. He still had matters to attend to, and right now that meant focusing on Ace. Ace groaned softly. His body trembled, then stilled. The echoes of pain still etched into every breath he took. Slowly, almost cautiously, he pushed himself up from the gray sand of the coffin space, his movements weak but deliberate. Michael's gaze sharpened as he watched. The transformation wasn't just internal. Ace's once short, blonde hair had grown longer, brushing past his shoulders, and interwoven among the yellow strands were streaks of black thin at first, but unmistakably spreading through the color like creeping ink. His skin had grown fairer. It wasn't the soft beauty of a woman's complexion, yet it was far removed from the rough, weathered texture of someone who had known hardship. Michael's eyes flicked down, noting the slight change in Ace's height as well. He had grown barely an inch, but enough to notice. His body now carried a faint balance, something almost regal in how it stood. But it wasn't these changes that made Michael pause. It was Ace's eyes. When the boy finally lifted his gaze, the moment their eyes met, Michael froze for a fraction of a second. Ace's irises had turned green, brilliant and deep, the exact same hue that burned within Michael, himself and his rank 3 undead. "Green," Michael murmured under his breath, studying him closely. "Just like mine." Michael's expression softened slightly, though his gaze remained analytical. There was something else. He noticed something subtle, yet strangely disarming. He felt close to Ace. It wasn't the type of connection born from trust. The longer he looked at Ace, the more he realized that faint warmth he felt toward him wasn't natural. It was inherent. Michael exhaled softly. "So that's how it is," he muttered. He could tell immediately what was causing it: the shared blood. The thread that tied them wasn't just spiritual or symbolic. It was biological on a higher level. Their essences resonated, and that resonance created a flicker of goodwill within him. Fortunately, it wasn't strong enough to affect his mind. His will was far beyond something like that now. Still, he made a mental note: if I can feel this, then the same must apply to him. He raised his hands slightly, his eyes glowing faintly green as he reactivated Eye of Truth. He wanted to see how deep this transformation had gone. Lines of radiant information poured into his mind as his gaze swept over Ace. Using the gift was a draining task, but as his proficiency with it increased considerably, each use refined his control, his understanding, and his endurance. Chapter 609: Another Merge. Michael raised his hands slightly, his eyes glowing faintly green as he reactivated Eye of Truth. He wanted to see how deep this transformation had gone. Just as he suspected, Ace's cultivation aptitude had undergone a drastic change. Michael's brows arched slightly. His spirit roots increased. Before the evolution, Ace had only possessed one wind spirit root. But now, 3 distinct roots glimmered in Michael's vision, each with its own color and pulse. Alongside the familiar azure strand of wind, there now existed a deep hue representing darkness, and a serene light blue thread that embodied water. Wind and darkness both high-grade, water mid-grade. Michael wasn't surprised. In fact, part of him had already expected this outcome. He studied the spiritual diagram further, tracing the flow of energy that spiraled through Ace's meridians. They weren't just wider, they were cleaner, reinforced, refined. The difference between his previous self and this new version was like comparing a wooden flute to a steel pipe. However, it was now, observing the complex network of roots and channels, that Michael truly understood Jester's earlier words. More spirit roots don't always mean better, Michael murmured to himself. He could see it clearly. It's a double-edged gift, Michael said softly. For cultivators, balance and purity of energy mattered more than quantity. Having multiple spirit roots was a blessing only if one could utilize them all in harmony. Otherwise, the surplus became a burden. To a cultivator, too many roots can cripple you, he thought. But to a mage, his lips curved faintly. It's the opposite. In a mage's world, variety was strength. The more elements one could command, the greater their versatility and potential. Between the two systems, cultivation and magic, each had its own logic, its own truth. Michael let the Eye of Truth dim and weighed the result with a nod. Ace had changed, but at his core he was still human, just refined. His physique didn't touch a high human's brutal baseline, but against ordinary people he now stood far above the curve. Physical strength, though, was only one pillar of the high human race. What Ace lacked in raw frame, he had gained back in talent. He had inherited a surprising portion of the soft advantages. Cleaner meridians, faster recovery, heightened sensitivity to elements, and so on. It was, by every metric, an upgrade. And the conclusion revealed something else to Michael, a door he hadn't noticed until now. Because Ace was still human, he remained eligible for a racial evolution. If Michael wished, he could push him further, raise him into a high human. His gaze lingered on the green irises that mirrored his own. A high human layered atop a blood servant, what would that produce? However, though the thought was tempting, Michael believed this much was enough for now. Michael studied Ace for a long moment, then finally broke the silence. "How do you feel?" Ace blinked, his chest rising and falling in uneven rhythm. He swallowed hard, still trying to steady the strange pulse in his veins. "It's hard to explain, my lord," he said hoarsely. "Everything feels." It was obvious he couldn't describe his current situation with words. Ace hesitated, then added, "And you, I can feel you." Michael's brow lifted slightly, though his tone remained calm. "You can feel me?" Ace nodded, his hand instinctively rising to his chest. "I can't describe it well, but it's not painful." Michael's expression didn't change, but the faint light in his eyes deepened. "It's an after effect. Don't worry about it." Ace didn't fully understand what that meant, but he nodded weakly, still trembling from exhaustion. Merging seemed to be different in many ways from evolving. Michael observed the boy in silence for a few seconds more. "Your body will need a few days to adjust," Michael said at last, his tone even. "Spend the next few days training to adapt." Ace straightened his posture, though his legs were still unsteady beneath him. Despite the exhaustion etched across his face, his expression was filled with something else, determination and awe. He bowed deeply, both hands clenched tightly. "Yes, my lord, I understand." His voice trembled slightly. I won't disappoint you. I'll train until I can fully control this power. And I'll keep everything that happened here a secret. Not a word will leave my mouth." Michael regarded him quietly, his expression unreadable. He didn't need the boy's verbal reassurance. The bond between them already made deceit impossible. But still, hearing those words had its own satisfaction. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Good." Michael didn't exchange much words with Ace before bringing him out of the coffin space. After Ace was gone, Michael returned. The current situation brought a new idea to him he couldn't wait to try. Without hesitating much, Michael summoned Spartan. It had been a long time since he'd called for Spartan. The undead warrior had served him loyally since the early days, but as his power grew, the frequency of their interactions diminished. It wasn't that Spartan had become irrelevant, far from it. The issue was simple. Michael's strength had long surpassed what the undead could offer. Strengthening Spartan demanded vast amounts of experience points, and unlike other undead, evolving didn't improve its level. Now, however, things were different. With the second mutation of his infinite evolution talent, Michael had discovered an entirely new dimension to control. Michael reached out into his storage space and brought out a law seed. This law seed belonged to the lion who had attacked Michael alongside the serpent and the crystal monster. All three are part of his legion. No. Michael handed the law seed to Spartan. Without another word, he pricked his thumb, letting a single droplet of his blood essence fall onto Spartan's head. Then Michael activated his talent. Due to wish to merge undead human with pseudo-divine blood, and ***** law seed. Yes. Thanks for reading today's chapter. Don't forget to state your thoughts or ideas concerning the story. I appreciate the continued support. Chapter 6, 10 Possibilities. Refresh to clear duplicate paragraphs. The moment Michael gave his approval, the coffin space trembled. A deep, resonant hum filled the void as the law seed in Spartan's armored hand began to dissolve, bleeding radiant threads of gold and red energy that snaked into his body. The undead warrior remained standing, motionless even as the force tore through him. His armor cracked, faint streams of crimson light leaking through the fractures like molten veins. The merging was far more violent than Ace's. The law energy within the seed wasn't actually docile and resisted. Fortunately, There seemed to be a strange force that prevented the current progress from failing. The air thickened. Pressure rolled outward like tidal waves, distorting the gray sand underfoot. Each pulse felt heavier than the last. Michael could sense the sheer density of energy gathering inside Spartan's form. Until finally, boom! A burst of golden-crimson energy exploded outward, slamming into the coffin ground with a sound like a roaring storm. Michael's cloak rippled violently, but his expression didn't waver. His body, tempered beyond human limits, didn't even flinch. To him, the force was nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing against his cheek. But had Ace still been here, he would have collapsed instantly under the sheer spiritual pressure now filling the SPACs. Michael's gaze deepened. The pressure continued to rise. Rank 3, Michael thought, a small gleam flickering in his eyes. The instant the threshold was crossed, the pressure compressed sharply, vanishing in an implosion of silence. The swirling light started to fade, leaving Spartan standing once again but transformed. Then the panels appeared before Michael. Evolution complete. Undead human has merged with pseudo-divine blood and law seed. Result: Undead blood servant. Rank advancement: Rank 2, Rank 3. New skills acquired. Regenerative veins. Servant. Bloodborne amplification. Servant. Michael's eyes flicked across the notifications in quiet satisfaction. The list of skills was nearly identical to Ace's. But unlike Ace, Spartan's foundation as a high human had drastically amplified the effects. His physical strength alone had increased several-fold. The light around Spartan thinned until only a calm aura remained. Up close, the change in his body was subtle. The white in his eyes turned to the same green that lived in Michael's eyes, and the harsh, corpse-like rigidity in his features softened until he could have passed for a living man in full plate. It had not even been a day, and the crystal beast that wore a flawless human guise no longer held the title of most convincing in Michael's legion. Michael was truly pleased. With the mutation of his talent, as long as he gathered the right materials, he no longer had to worry that his undead humans would fall behind as his own power climbed. The same applied to any subordinate for whom he could not shovel mountains of experience points. Some would call that a disadvantage. It meant carving a new path over someone else's original one. Perhaps a mismatched law might stunt a future ceiling, or force a servant into a mold that was not theirs. Michael weighed it in silence and chose the other side of the scale. In this case, the advantages were better. Michael turned his attention back to Spartan. He wanted to see what law had taken root inside the undead. Law, Abyssal Pyre, a tri-elemental fusion born from the union of fire, water, and darkness. Corrodes and purifies simultaneously. The Abyssal Pyre devours vitality and mana, reduces matter to ash, and then reforms that ash into spiritual residue usable by its wielder. The higher the purity of the target's element, the stronger its consumption becomes. Related to the greater law of fire, water, darkness, and description. Michael's eyes lingered on the panel, the glowing text reflecting, faintly against his irises. Abyssal Pyre. Related to the greater laws of fire, water, and darkness. This wasn't the first time he'd seen such a thing. The Fire Lion's last of Solar Fire Law had only tied itself to a single greater law: fire. Its effect was singular, overwhelming, and pure, a blaze that burned hotter than most beings could comprehend. Yet Spartan's Abyssal Pyre carried more weight than that. It was multi-aspect. The more he thought about it, the clearer the pattern became. Every time a law bore connection to more than one greater law, it grew more complex. It wasn't simply a matter of power, but of function. Single-source laws like the solar fire are sharper, Michael murmured under his breath. Direct, focused. But those tied to multiple greater laws, they're broader, flexible, capable of doing more than one thing. It wasn't to say one side was stronger than the other, though. Like always, most times it depended on the wielder. Michael gestured toward Spartan. Manifest your law. The armored undead obeyed instantly. In the next breath, a black flame flickered into existence above Spartan's palm. It wasn't an ordinary fire. The flame rippled like liquid. Yet, despite its water-like form, the heat it released distorted the air around it. Michael narrowed his eyes. So that's the abyssal pyre. The visual contradiction was almost poetic water-shaped flame that burned hotter than magma. At first, a few ideas flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed them. Laws like this, ones he couldn't fully grasp, weren't meant to be played with recklessly. For such experiments, a scapegoat was always better than self-testing. Still, as he looked at Spartans standing motionless beneath the shifting light, other thoughts began to take root. He knew now that leveling wasn't strictly tied to experience points at rank 3. His recent discoveries had proven as much. But if that was the case, if I merged another law into you, Michael murmured, his eyes glinting faintly, would it advance your level further? Or would it give you a second law, or worse, overwrite the first? It was a dangerous line of thought, but curiosity pressed him forward. Rather than continue guessing, he decided to test whether another merge was even possible. Required cost, 2,000 evolution points. Michael's brows rose slightly. So it is possible, he murmured. But the cost doubled. 2,000 evolution points. He let out a quiet sigh, dismissing the screen with a flick of thought. Not now. Michael wasn't a fool. He might be daring, even reckless when the situation demanded it, but he knew where to draw his limits. For one, he didn't have many law seeds left to gamble with. Rank 3. Monsters weren't exactly common prey. And those that emerged from the dimensional cracks. His gaze darkened slightly. They're not normal. Something is definitely going to be off about those creatures. Michael decided he would wait. When he had more seeds, or when he successfully comprehended one and didn't need it again, then he'd try again. Asterisk. As Michael in the land of origin went about his own work, the Michael in Aurora now, having finally brought the lingering feedback from Spartan's advancement under control, slowly turned his gaze to his surroundings. Currently, the Aldriven car Michael was in had already entered the capital state where his academy was located, and was now cruising through the very city said to house the prestigious institution. Leaning slightly toward the window, Michael's gaze drifted across the bustling skyline. His eyes reflected the dancing neon hues of holographic advertisements as he silently observed the contrast between this city and the previous two he had lived in. Quite the difference, he muttered under his breath. In his earlier cities, seeing even one floating device was rare enough to draw attention, something that would make people stop and stare in awe. But here, while still not common, they were no longer strange or worth a second glance. Sleek delivery pods glided overhead in stable flight paths, some carrying packages while others transported mana-infused cores between districts. Security drones patrolled intersections with disciplined precision, their scanners emitting faint blue beams as they swept crowds. Above, glassy towers shimmered with holographic projections that shifted every few seconds. Some of the skyscrapers themselves were holograms. What had once been a glass building could, within minutes, resemble a steel monolith or a luminous temple of light. Michael's attention was briefly caught by a small metallic creature darting between pedestrians below. A mechanical fox. It stopped to sniff another machine shaped like a cat, its tail flicking with surprising grace, before scampering off into an alley. Mechanical pets. That's new, Michael murmured, his gaze lingering with quiet fascination. He wondered how it worked and functioned. Putting the thought aside, he leaned back in his seat, eyes half closed. As his perception spread subtly through the city, it wasn't just the technology that felt different here, it was the supernatural presence itself. Mana saturation was far denser. He could sense multiple energy signatures in every direction, some faint like candlelight, others sharp and condensed like spears. Actual knights walked openly on the streets. In my last cities, I barely saw a handful of knights in months. Michael thought quietly. Here, there are dozens just in one district, and some of them are strong. The car's voice chimed softly. Estimated arrival in 6 minutes. Chapter 6:11 Arrival. It didn't take long for Michael to arrive at the closest stop to his destination, and as the car slowed to a seamless halt, the tinted doors slid open with a soft hiss. Michael stepped out, the fresh city air washing over him. Usually, the more technologically advanced a place was, the more polluted it tended to be. At least on Earth, that was partly the case. But here, it was the complete opposite. The air felt clean, crisp, even lighter than what he was used to. Michael's gaze drifted upward, following the faint hum of wind as it passed through a line of sleek, vertical pillars embedded along the sidewalks. It didn't take him long to realize their purpose: air purifiers. If I can, I should bring Aunt Mia and Lily here, Michael thought, a faint smile tugging at his lips. As for relocating, putting everything else aside, a single piece of land here should be worth more than me. Michael's appearance drew a few subtle glances, not because people recognized him, but because he looked effortlessly distinct. His long, dark hair was tied neatly into a low ponytail, a few stray strands framing his sharp features. He wore a fitted black coat lined with faint silver embroidery, its high collar brushing against his jaw. The coat was paired with dark trousers and polished boots, giving him the appearance of someone who blended refinement with quiet dominance. A pair of tinted sunglasses rested on his face, hiding the emerald glow of his eyes. It was a last-minute disguise, a habit he had picked up since his fame began spreading faster than he would have liked. It didn't take long for Michael to make his way toward his destination. He followed the route displayed on his phone until the navigation mark blinked green, indicating arrival. Michael slowed to a stop, lifting his gaze to the building before him, and blinked in quiet disbelief. "This is it?" he muttered under his breath. He had expected something grand, a sprawling academy complex that screamed prestige and history. But what stood before him was ordinary. A short skyscraper, barely 15 stories tall. The kind of corporate structure one might expect from a mid-tier company, not the renowned academy site of Aurora. A few people in business attire walked in and out through sleek glass doors. The name engraved in silver letters above the entrance read, Edge Cooperation. Michael frowned, his brows knitting. Surely, this can't be it? He stood there for a moment, letting the thought hang, his mind weighing the possibility of an error. The coordinates matched perfectly, but everything else about the place screamed corporate office, not academic institution. Still, standing around wouldn't answer anything. With a quiet exhale, Michael pushed his hands into his coat pockets and approached the entrance. As he stepped through the automatic doors, the cool air-conditioned breeze washed over him. There were no students nor signs of academy life anywhere, just uniformed receptionists, floating drones hovering behind the counter. Michael's lips curved slightly. "Interesting," he murmured. "If this really is the academy, then they're doing a very good job of hiding it." With a quiet, composed step, he moved towards the counter. Michael approached the counter, his footsteps soft against the polished floor. The moment he arrived, one of the receptionists, a young woman in a crisp silver and black uniform, looked up and offered him a professional smile. "Welcome to Edge Cooperation," she said warmly. "We provide a range of specialized services for both regular clients and registered supernaturals. Depending on your needs, we have in-house training facilities, private gyms suited for supernatural physiques, advanced combat simulation rooms, tutoring programs, resource exchanges, and a few other premium options." Michael blinked. He hadn't even spoken yet, and she was already listing off what sounded like a full corporate catalog. Her cheerful tone and seamless delivery suggested she had repeated this countless times. Still, he calmed almost instantly, his expression smoothing back into neutrality. Ever since the Federation decided to increase supernatural exposure, it was as if the entire world had gone mad. New supernatural companies kept springing up. Even virtual battle simulators had become the latest craze, with people competing in holographic arenas as if fighting were just another sport. What he wasn't sure about was whether this building had always operated like this or if it had been remodeled to fit the new trends. If it was the former, it meant that back when the Federation still heavily suppressed supernatural information, the intensity of that suppression varied by region. Some areas had been under strict control, while others were only moderately restricted. After all, the Federation's first rule had always been to suppress supernaturals from the normal world. What Michael didn't know was whether Aurora was entering a golden age or re-entering the dark age. The former meant the realm was advancing, knowledge spreading, research deepening, and society evolving as the lines between normal and supernatural life blurred. Knowledge equaled power, and power, when properly managed, could uplift an entire civilization. But the latter possibility was far less ideal. More power always bred more corruption. It hadn't even been long since the Federation lifted its suppression, yet cases of low-tier supernaturals causing trouble were already on the rise. It wasn't rampant now, but only the heavens knew what the future held. In any case, Michael reasoned that if he could see the signs, the higher-ups surely could too. It wasn't his turn to worry about the direction the world was heading. His task was simpler: to grow stronger, to continue evolving. Michael gave a small, polite smile and said quietly, "No, I'm not here for any of your services. But thank you." The receptionist tilted her head slightly, her bright expression not fading. "Oh? Then may I know what brings you to Edge Cooperation?" "Today, sir." Michael hesitated for a brief moment, his words carefully measured. "I'm here to complete my academy application," he said. "Thanks for reading and support, guys. Mass release tomorrow. Chapter 612 Senior." Michael spoke subtly. In times like these, it was best not to reveal too much. The fact that this company's name contained Edge, and that it stood at the exact coordinates the Academy email had provided, was already suspicious enough. Whether it was a coincidence or intentional, he couldn't yet say. For a moment, the woman blinked in surprise before her eyes softened with understanding. "Ah, so you're one of the new students," she said, her professional smile returning. "My apologies. Since the official start date is still a week away, we haven't fully arranged the reception schedules for early arrivals. Most new students usually come around that time." Michael nodded slightly, understanding her words. "However," she continued, glancing toward a floating display that flickered to life beside her, "you're not the first to arrive early. A few new students came in the past few days, and even one earlier today." Her gaze returned to him as she smiled again. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Michael. I'll call someone to take over from here." "Thank you," Michael replied softly. As he spoke, he reached up and removed his tinted glasses, revealing the faint emerald glow in his eyes. The receptionist froze mid-motion. For a moment, her professionalism faltered. Her lips parted slightly as if she'd forgotten what she was about to say. It wasn't her fault. Michael's appearance had that effect on people. There was something almost unreal about him, an aura that carried quiet authority rather than arrogance. When paired with his voice, smooth and low, it became disarming. Putting aside the various changes in his body, what Michael was also unaware of was that his act of pretending to be a noble back in the land of origin had left its mark on him. The lady recovered quickly, blinking herself back into composure. I'll call someone now," she said, her tone a bit stiffer than before. A faint confusion flickered across Michael's face, but he didn't comment. A few minutes later, a young woman entered the lobby through one of the side corridors. She looked to be in her early 20s, with light brown hair tied into a neat bun. Spotting Michael, she approached with an easy stride, her eyes carrying both curiosity and confidence. "Hello," she said with a bright smile, extending her hand. "I'm Lyra, a second-year student at Verant's Edge. My instructor asked me to help with early arrivals." Michael nodded, shaking her hand briefly. "Michael Norman," he said simply. Her expression shifted the moment she heard the name. "Norman?" she repeated, blinking before her eyes widened slightly. "Wait, you're that Michael?" Her tone carried surprise and disbelief, drawing faint attention from the nearby drones. She covered her mouth for a second, as if catching herself. "Sorry, it's just everyone's been talking about you." Why wouldn't they? Putting aside the students who had been accepted early and didn't need to participate in the college exams, most others did. And in the unified exams of the top 10 first-rank academies, Michael alone was responsible for more than 60% of the total casualties. It was a new record. Not that there hadn't been impressive figures in the history of the 10 academies, but just as they stood in a league of their own, so did Michael. Michael was also surprised that someone would actually recognize him. Then, remembering what he had done during the exam trial a week ago, he couldn't help but let out a small, bitter smile. Hopefully, this wouldn't affect his school life. Lyra soon calmed down, though a faint excitement still lingered in her expression. Michael wondered if this was how a senior was supposed to act toward a junior. She seemed far too cheerful. What Michael didn't think of was that not every junior was like him and not every senior was a powerhouse. After reaching rank 2, leveling up became exponentially harder for most, and there were many factors involved. As supernaturals, their focus wasn't only on combat or strength. Learning new techniques, studying different mana applications, and participating in specialized crafts all took immense time and effort. Building a solid foundation for future advancement mattered more than rushing to increase levels. Just because someone was awakened didn't mean they were a powerhouse. Freaks like Michael were rare, but even so, he wasn't perfect. Power alone didn't make someone complete, and Michael knew better than anyone that compared to others, his strength came with missing pieces. Aside from raw strength, he lacked substance in almost every other thing. In a strange way, it was proof that the world still had balance. Michael eventually decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. "So," he said, his tone calm, "is the academy really just this building?" Lyra blinked, then let out a short laugh. "Of course not," she replied, amusement flickering in her eyes. "This is only the main checkpoint." "Checkpoint," Michael repeated, raising a brow. Her smile turned slightly mysterious. "You'll understand soon." "Enough," she said, turning toward the corridor. "Follow me." Michael followed her, his steps echoing softly across the polished floor. The further they walked, the quieter the building became, the faint hum of drones and reception chatter fading into distant murmurs. Eventually, they stopped before a set of sleek, metal-paneled doors. He noticed then that they were standing before an elevator. Lyra placed her palm against the glowing panel beside the door. A soft chime echoed, and a holographic display appeared, scanning her identity before granting access. "After you," she said with a light smile as the doors slid open. Michael stepped in, his eyes instinctively scanning the interior. It was larger than a normal elevator, built to hold several people comfortably. When Lyra entered beside him, she pressed the last button on the display, B12, the furthest and final floor. Michael blinked. "An underground floor?" She hummed, her lips curving slightly. "That's right." The elevator began its descent, smooth and silent. The lights along the walls dimmed, replaced by faint blue illumination as the floors ticked by one after another. B1, B2, B3. Michael watched quietly, his reflection faintly visible on the metallic walls. "So the real academy isn't on the surface." Lyra gave a small, knowing smile. "You could say that." Chapter 613 Instructor. The elevator continued its smooth descent. "Do you know the main difference between our academy and most cultivation academies?" Lyra asked. Michael looked at her, brow slightly furrowed. "Difference?" Michael tilted his head, intrigued. "How?" "You'll see soon," she said, not elaborating further. The elevator finally slowed. The metallic doors slid open with a hiss. What awaited them made Michael blink. Directly before him stood a massive portal, a swirling oval-shaped gateway. "Welcome to the real Verant's Edge," Lyra said softly. "This is the academy's entrance, or more accurately, the gate to its realm." Michael's eyes widened slightly. "Realm?" Lyra nodded, finally glancing back at him with a grin. "Every top-tier supernatural academy has its own pocket world, an independent realm created and stabilized by space-folding technology and high-tier formation masters. Ours is no different." Without another word, Lyra stepped into the portal. Her form dissolved into ripples of light and vanished. Michael stood there for a moment silent. Then, curiosity got the better of him. He reached forward, his fingers brushing against the portal's surface. The next instant the world tilted. Colors bled and reformed, light stretching and folding until a low hum filled his ears as the distortion faded, and the first thing Michael felt was a faint breeze brushing against his face. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing on a wide, circular platform made of pale metal that glowed softly beneath his feet. In front of him stretched an expanse that made Michael's breath still for a moment. The space was massive. A sprawling city-like landscape spread across the horizon, filled with towering structures that blended modern aesthetics with a kind of ancient grace. The two styles shouldn't have matched well, but somehow they did perfectly. Above him, the sky stretched wide and endless, painted in shades of deep indigo. Stars glittered brightly. Above was a tranquil night that felt both real and unreal. But what drew his attention most wasn't the scenery, it was the colossus floating high above the city. A massive construct hovered silently in the air, shaped like an enormous circular citadel. The sheer amount of mana gathering there made Michael's instincts flare. His sensitivity to energy almost worked against him. A chill ran down his spine as his skin prickled. It felt volatile, as if the entire floating citadel was a restrained bomb of pure mana, capable of leveling everything below if disturbed. His breath hitched slightly, and a faint layer of sweat formed along his temples. Fortunately, Lyra beside him didn't notice. She was smiling, her tone bright and casual, as if the scene before them was nothing out of the ordinary. "Welcome to the real academy," she said, turning to him with a hint of pride. "Varant's Edge." Michael didn't respond immediately. His eyes lingered on the floating citadel, the steady pulse of power it emitted, before he finally exhaled a quiet breath. "I never thought the Academy's location would turn out to be an artificial dimensional crack," Michael said at last, eyes still on the floating citadel. Lyra shook her head. "Not a crack. Dimensional cracks are semi-feral systems. They spawn and replenish monsters almost without end as long as there is negative energy to feed on. You could call them natural in the loose sense, though most are the result of contamination." She gestured around them. "This place is artificial through and through." Michael glanced toward the distant towers. "To hide the supernatural from the public." "That is part of it," Lyra said. "The Federation still prefers distance between everyday life and people like us. But it is not only about secrecy. There are some things that simply cannot be performed in the normal world without causing harm. Here they can." She started down the lighted causeway and waved him along. "Come on. Registration first, then I will show you around. This realm is called Dusk-Woven Expanse." "The reason this realm is called the Dusk-Woven Expanse," Lyra began, gesturing at the dark sky, "is because it never truly sees daylight. The energy matrix that powers this space stabilizes it under a permanent twilight state. The designers thought it was poetic." Michael glanced upward again. "So it's always like this? Dark?" "Always," she confirmed. "The night sky here is constant." Michael looked around. His gaze returned to the colossal citadel floating high above the city. B.com. His curiosity finally won. "What exactly is that construct?" "That," Lyra said, following his gaze, "is the arc core, the heart of the dusk-woven expanse. It's what keeps the realm stable and supplies the entire academy with mana. The gravity regulators, temperature control, purification systems, everything runs because of it. Without the arc core, this place would tear itself apart in minutes." Michael's brows drew together. "If it's that important, why isn't it guarded?" Lyra chuckled softly. "Who said it isn't?" She tilted her head toward the citadel, her tone light but confident. "You're standing in an academy filled with hundreds of awakeners. If someone can reach the arc core without permission, bypass every defense layer, and survive the mana pressure up there, then they deserve it." Michael's lips curved faintly. "So it only looks unguarded." "Exactly," Lyra said. Her words lingered as they continued along the glowing path, the hum of mana and the endless starlit sky accompanying their steps. Deeper into the academy, the dusk-woven expanse wasn't bustling. The few people Michael saw along the way couldn't be above 4. dozen in this huge space. This place feels empty, Michael remarked, glancing around. Are there really that few students? Lyra smiled faintly. It's because the older ones are mostly unavailable. Now, in a week or so it should get better. They entered one of the academy's administrative buildings, its halls illuminated by floating panels of light. Rows of offices lined both sides of the hall. Lyra led the way confidently until she stopped before one labeled Instructor Yara Velen. Chapter 614 Dorm. The door slid open. Inside, the office was tidy and understated. Seated behind a curved desk was a woman in her 30s. Her posture was immaculate, her long dark hair tied into a single braid, and a faint aura of pressure hung around her. Before the woman could even look up properly, Lyra spoke first, smiling brightly. Teacher Yara, I brought the early arrival I mentioned. I received a notification from above earlier. It's actually one from the top 10 ranking. The instructor's eyes lifted. Lyra, we've discussed dash. But she froze mid-sentence when Lyra continued. Michael Norman. For a heartbeat, silence blanketed the room. Then Yara's previously stern expression softened almost instantly. It wasn't out of fear but recognition. As a rank 3 awakener, Yara Velen had long since shed the insecurities that plagued most people. Those at her level were not easily intimidated. They had survived too much, seen too many faces of power. But even so, the young man standing before her stirred something else entirely. Her gaze lingered briefly on him. She had heard the stories, but seeing him in person, so the rumors weren't exaggerated after all. For some reason, she hadn't been able to view the full footage of the unified exam. The access was restricted to instructors of her rank. And now that she was seeing him up close, her instincts screamed a truth she couldn't deny despite being a rank below her. This young man's mana density and presence were not weaker. The realization sent a quiet shiver down her spine. Her stern tone softened as she stood up, offering a small, respectful nod. Michael Norman, she said with a faint smile. I've been meaning to meet you. I'm Instructor Yara Velen. I'll be overseeing the administrative process for the arrivals this week. Michael returned the nod calmly. Nice to meet you, Instructor. Her eyes glinted faintly. Likewise, if you have any questions relating to the academy, you can come to me directly. Her tone was polite but carried an undertone of genuine interest. Instructors didn't often extend personal offers like that unless the student was someone worth watching. Instructor Yara then went on to bring a set of files from other messy ones. These are separated files, she explained, setting 3 aside and keeping 1. For students whose entrance metrics or field records trip certain flags combat efficacy, anomaly scores, unique constitutions, their dossiers are mirrored into a priority queue. Her eyes lifted, the hint of a smile there. Yours has been sitting on top since the exam. She tapped the slate. It unfolded into a thin, translucent sheet and projected a neat form to chest height. First, realm regulations. Sign at the end. Michael skimmed through it, and when he found no issue, he signed, and the sheet slid to the next document. Dorm assignment and, Yara said, handing him a second file, then a third, a fourth, and lastly a fifth. Yara closed the file and withdrew a compact case the size of a card wallet and offered it to him. Inside lay a watch. Your edge band, Yara said. Michael turned it over in his palm. Feather light. When his thumb brushed the edge, a panel appeared. It's your identity, clearance, and wallet in here, Yara continued. Comms, schedules, realm map, door access, and so on. If you're ever in real trouble, long press both edges. Emergency, recall ping to the nearest checkpoint. Yara then spoke again. Show him to his quarters. Lyra gestured for Michael to follow. This way. They exited the administration hall and stepped onto a broad walkway. As they walked, Lyra began to speak again. There are 3 types of dorms in each year. The standard, 4-sitter, the 2-sitter for upper rankers or recommended students, and the 1-sitter reserved for the top student of each year. She flashed him a grin. Which, right now, happens to be you. B.com. Michael raised an eyebrow slightly, but said nothing. His hands rested loosely in his pockets. There are 10 one-sitter dorms in total, Lyra continued. 1 for each year group. They're massive, almost like private apartments. But that's not all. Every top-ranked student receives a monthly stipend of academy credits and a bundle of additional cultivation resources. You'll get your first set automatically within the next 24 hours. She pointed to his wrist. You can check your balance or see what the Academy store offers with your edgeband later. It'll list everything: pills, crafting materials, enchantment scrolls, and so on. Michael nodded silently, his expression calm. Inwardly, however, he was intrigued. The Academy was clearly more structured. The pair continued down a narrow lane that opened into a small plaza surrounded by low, modern-looking buildings. Lyra's steps grew lighter the closer they got to the end of the plaza. Her voice carried a note of excitement that made Michael glance at her curiously. This area, she said, gesturing ahead, is where the private villas are. Michael slowed slightly. Villas? Her grin widened. The one-sitter dorms. Each one's basically its own villa, 10 in total, 1 for the top student of every year. You'll be the new owner of the newly vacated villa. As they walked, the scenery shifted. The buildings around them thinned out, replaced by a row of sleek residences lined in a semicircle. Unlike the dorm complexes before, these villas stood apart, each enclosed by transparent energy barriers that shimmered faintly like water under starlight. Michael stopped for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly. The mana density in the air here was noticeably higher. Lyra looked back, catching his reaction, and laughed lightly. You feel, too, right? The density here is said to be about 1.5 times higher than the normal dorm zones. Her excitement only grew as they approached the villas. Can you believe it? She said, practically bouncing on her heels. I've been in this academy for 2 years, and this might be my first time entering one of this villa. Michael gave her a questioning look. You've never been here before? Not once. Lyra's eyes gleamed as she turned back toward the line of villas. The top one area is restricted. Even staff and instructors don't wander in without reason. But since I'm escorting you, I finally get to see what it looks like inside. She grinned, clearly amused at her own luck. So, thank you for that. Michael's lips twitched faintly. I'm glad I could be of help. Chapter 6:15 Mysterious Language. Lyra stopped before the barrier that ringed the villa and gestured toward Michael's edgeband. She turned to him with a knowing smile. The edgebands also work like access cards, she explained. They're keyed to each student's identification and clearance level. If I'm not mistaken, yours should already be registered. Try holding it up to the post. As he raised his hand toward the pillar beside the gate, the air in front of him gave a barely visible ripple. A thin, luminous line traced itself across the barrier like a hairline seam, before slowly parting down the center. The edges peeled back in silence, widening until the opening was just large enough for a person to pass through. They passed through. The seam closed behind them without a sound. Inside, the villa grounds stretched farther than he expected. A straight path, paved in pale stone, led to a residence that could have been sketched from an old painting. It had clean walls the color of cream, high rectangular windows with dark trim, and a roof of muted slate that looked heavy but immaculate. A wide set of steps climbed to a shallow porch with square pillars, thick and simple, holding a modest balcony above. The core campus is older than people think, Lyra said, noticing where he was looking. Verant's Edge has been around for about a century. These villas weren't the first set, but they've stood a long time. It shows, he said. The grounds were quiet. The only movement came from the breeze through trees that lined the sides of the property. There were no one in sight, yet nothing looked neglected. Grass was trimmed. Paths were clear. The windows had the faint polish of recent cleaning. We have people who maintain the academy daily, Lyra explained as they walked toward the door. Michael raised an eyebrow. People? You mean there are normal staff working here? Lyra glanced at him over her shoulder, an amused smile tugging at her lips. Not exactly normal, she said. Awakeners wouldn't do menial work like this, but that doesn't mean these things don't get done. Michael frowned slightly, his curiosity piqued. Then who handles it? Lyra's grin widened, a faint spark of mischief flickering in her eyes. Haven't you met them already? Michael fell silent. His gaze drifted across the courtyard again. Though there was no one visible, the atmosphere wasn't lifeless. He could feel movement faint, flickering presences brushing against his senses like ripples in still water. They weren't human, yet they carried life. The odd part was the texture of their existence. It didn't align with any living pattern he knew. He resisted the urge to activate Eye of Truth. As tempting as it was to find out what these things were, he had just arrived at the academy. Discovering something he shouldn't on his first day didn't sound wise. Fortunately, Lyra spoke up again, breaking his train of thought. Don't worry, I'll show you the residents assigned to this villa. Since they exist outside the core areas of the academy, it only makes sense to have them here too. Residents, Michael repeated under his breath, his confusion deepening. Before he could ask more, Lyra stepped forward and spoke in a strange, fluid language. The syllables were soft and melodic, carrying an almost musical rhythm that made the air vibrate faintly. A few seconds later, light began to gather. Tiny orbs flickered into existence, first one, then several more, until dozens floated around them like glowing motes of dust. They pulsed gently, and as Michael's eyes adjusted, he noticed that they weren't all the same. Each emitted a distinct hue: green, brown, or gray. The air shimmered faintly as Lyra smiled and gestured toward them. They're called wisp elves, she explained, spirit-like entities that formed from fragments of natural mana. The Academy's barrier system sustains them. She pointed to the softly glowing orbs one by one. The green ones handle the vegetation and purification systems. The gray ones take care of the physical structures, repairs, maintenance, that sort of thing. And the brown ones handle cleaning. These ones are called dust elves too. Michael watched in silence as a few of the gray wisps drifted toward the villa's doorway before vanishing through the walls. They're harmless, Lyra added, and loyal. The Academy treats them as part of its foundation. Michael's eyes lingered on one of the green orbs hovering near his hand. Its light flickered softly, almost like it was curious. Wisp, elves, he murmured. What language was that? Michael asked after a moment, his gaze still fixed on the glowing orbs drifting lazily through the air. Lyra turned to him, her smile faint but proud. It's the old spirit tongue, she said. One of the many languages we're required to learn here. It's not just for communicating with wisp elves, though it's the root of most ancient command spells and summoning incantations. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her tone turning slightly instructive. In fact, languages are one of the Academy's core subjects. Everyone studies at least 3 of the major ones, the Universal Language, Dragonic, and Elven. To graduate from Verant's Edge, you need to be proficient in all 3. Michael's eyes glimmered faintly, a quiet interest surfacing beneath his calm expression. Inwardly, Michael couldn't help but feel pleased that, if anything, it seems that some things could at least be learnt here. That's quite a standard. More than a standard, Lyra said lightly. It's a necessity. The universal language, for example, lets us communicate across races. Before Michael could reply, Lyra suddenly blinked, her expression shifting from casual explanation to visible surprise. Wait, she murmured, her eyes widening slightly. Michael, are you seeing this? Michael raised a brow. Seeing what? Lyra took a half step back, her gaze sweeping around him. The wisp elves, she said slowly, her tone carrying a mix of awe and disbelief. They're gathering around you. Michael glanced down. She wasn't exaggerating. The once sparse motes of light were now multiplying, swarming softly around his body like stars orbiting a distant sun. Greens, browns, and grays intermingled, forming faint spirals of glowing color that painted the air in a gentle radiance. The glow was subtle but steady, as though the entire courtyard had turned into a pool of light centered on him. Even the trees nearby seemed to react, Lyra exhaled softly, still watching in astonishment. That's unbelievable. They never approach people like this. You must have an insane affinity with them. Michael didn't answer. His expression remained calm, but his eyes flickered slightly in thought. The wisp elves pulsed faintly, orbiting him in slow, deliberate motions, as though drawn by instinct. They say the wisp elves are fragments of pure nature mana. Lyra murmured quietly, almost reverently. Even high-ranking mages struggle to earn their trust. For them to respond like this, you're practically glowing, Michael. He lifted his hand, watching as a cluster of green and gray wisps circled his wrist before dissolving into faint trails of light. So it seems, he said simply. Though his tone was calm, inwardly he was just as surprised as Lyra. Thanks to his race, his affinity toward natural forces had always been strong, but this was the first time it had ever manifested so openly. It also seemed to be beyond just attraction. Michael could feel their faint emotions: curiosity, warmth, and something like acknowledgement. Lyra laughed softly, still shaking her head. Looks like the wisp elves have already chosen their favorite student. Michael let out a quiet breath and turned toward the villa's front door, the faint lights still circling him. Maybe, he said. Let's continue, Michael said as he subtly sent the elves away. Lyra nods and followed him. Along the way he also noticed something else. The mama density, he said. Lyra nodded, pleased. About half again higher than outside the barrier. And we haven't even gotten to the training room yet. The density in training rooms climbs when you activate it. Lyra looked at Michael in envy while he dodged her gaze. The villa door opened smoothly, and cool air brushed against them as they stepped inside. For both Michael and Lyra, it was their first time entering one of the Academy's one-sitter villas, and curiosity guided their steps more than anything else. The interior was surprisingly vast. They explored the ground floor first. A lounge occupied the center, furnished simply but tastefully with dark couches, pale stone tables, and shelves lined with glowing crystals. Lyra explained that the crystals contained materials lecture recordings, mana manipulation diagrams, and archives that updated monthly for students. To one side, a transparent wall revealed the training chamber, where a rune array pulsed steadily on the floor. It adjusts to your needs, Lyra said, her tone half excited, half envious. Gravity, mana flow, even elemental simulation, all based on your edgeband clearance. Top rankers like you get full access. Michael nodded, inspecting the structure briefly before they moved on. Near the stairs, Lyra showed him a small meditation chamber designed around the ley line running beneath the villa. The two ascended to the second floor next. It was quieter and more. Personal bedroom, study, and a private bath arranged seamlessly. Lyra mentioned that once his edgeband synchronized, the villa would adjust itself to his mana pattern, even rearranging furniture and temperature according to his preference. Chapter 6:16 An Encounter. You want to see the principal? Lyra asked in surprise, her brows lifting. Then, with a touch of regret, she added, I'm afraid that's above my clearance. You can go through Instructor Yara for that though, I think. Michael nodded in understanding. It would have been odd if just any student could request an audience with the Academy's head. Still, curiosity tugged at him, especially after everything he'd seen so far. Unfortunately, when they found Instructor Yara and he made his request, her response wasn't what he hoped for. The principal? Yara repeated before exhaling softly. I don't know why he wanted to meet you so soon, but I'm afraid you'll have to wait. Something came up today that required both his and the vice principal's direct attention. Her expression was composed but apologetic. Until they're done, there's nothing we can do. Michael gave a slight nod, masking the faint disappointment that flickered across his face. Understood. He didn't linger. There was no point pressing further. After thanking her, he turned to leave. Michael found himself walking aimlessly for a moment, considering whether to just retire to his villa and rest. That was when Lyra, who had been trailing behind, spoke up suddenly, her tone bright again. Hey, since we can't see the principal right now, How about we check out the Academy Eatery instead? Michael raised a brow at her suggestion. The eatery? She grinned. You've seen the dorms already. Might as well see what the Academy serves its students. Trust me, it's worth it. He paused for a moment, then chuckled quietly. Though he was a true human now, a trace of his old self lingered, and that self had always appreciated good food. Fine, he said, a faint smile forming on his lips. Lead the way. Lyra's grin widened. And so, the two turned away from the administrative wing and headed down the path toward the dining sector of the academy, where, according to Lyra, the real test of taste awaited. As they were on their way, a sharp voice suddenly cut through the quiet path. You too. Both Michael and Lyra stopped and turned toward the source. A group of people stood a short distance away. The one at the front, clearly the leader, looked to be in his mid-20s. His dark hair was tied loosely behind his head, his posture confident. He had a certain refined aura around him. Lyra's face immediately paled when she recognized him. Her earlier ease vanished, replaced by a tension that made her grip her sleeve subconsciously. Michael noticed her reaction first and frowned slightly, turning his attention to the youth who was now approaching them with measured steps. The young man's eyes fixed on him. You're Michael, right? He asked, voice calm. Michael blinked once, momentarily thrown off by the abrupt question. Still, he replied evenly, yes. At the same time, his gaze sharpened slightly as he observed the man before him. The youth's presence was powerful. At least he was undoubtedly stronger than the assistant teacher Arlen, the level 47 archer Michael had met during the third round of the college exams in the academy territory in the land of origin. Michael couldn't tell if this strength came from a higher level or simply from a better foundation. There was power in the man's energy, but not the crushing pressure of a rank 3 awakener. So he hasn't crossed into the next rank yet, Michael thought. Still, he's close. The man's confidence wasn't baseless, but it wasn't enough to make Michael take him seriously either. Why? Michael asked quietly. Do you need something? The youth's lips curved faintly, though it wasn't quite a smile. Before he could answer, Michael suddenly felt a faint but unmistakable gaze brushing against his body like invisible fingers. Probing force. Someone was using a detection skill on him. Michael's expression cooled immediately. The feeling was all too familiar, the distinct sense of a foreign gaze prying into his information. So he actually used detect on me directly. The more he grew, the more Michael started to feel irritated about this gesture. On the other hand, the other party's previously calm gaze became serious. Lyra's heart sank. Cold sweat formed on her forehead as she stepped slightly closer to Michael, her voice barely above a whisper. Michael, let's leave, she muttered under her breath. Michael turned to look at her. He was really confused at the moment. For one, he wondered who this person was that could instantly change Lyra's demeanor. What was his status? Lyra recognized him at once. That was Rin Halvain, a fifth-year student this semester and a level 50 magic swordsman holder of a special grade class. 2 years ago, he had already reached the ceiling of rank 2 at level 50 and begun comprehending a law. Since then, he had refined himself to an almost unnatural degree. While his advancement had halted at the precipice of rank 3, no one at the academy thought him stagnant. That step away from ascension was the kind of step that separated the merely strong from the truly terrifying. His mana density, spirit synchronization, and law comprehension were said to be at a level that even some rank 3s could not match. Among fifth years, he was ranked at least within the top 20, though if one considered only those below rank 3, he was easily among the top 5. He had represented the academy twice in the Intercontinental Awakener tournaments, earning recognition everywhere. Lyra's stomach tightened the longer she looked at him. Someone of his standing did not stop first years or even third years without reason. His kind rarely wasted breath on trivial matters. For a fifth year at the peak of rank 2 to appear here in person and call out to them so casually, it meant something. She ran through the possibilities quickly. Was it the principal's doing? Or perhaps something tied to Michael himself? Every option she considered made her pulse quicken. It was then Lyra remembered something else, something about Rin. Halvain. Chapter 6:17 Rin. Refresh to clear duplicate. Rin had a younger sister. She was also an awakener. It was the sort of occurrence that caused both admiration and envy. Awakeners were not born through lineage. Their emergence followed no predictable pattern. Having a powerful parent or sibling might provide a faint advantage, exposure to mana-rich environments, perhaps a bit of inherited affinity, but it was far from a guarantee. Some children of awakeners lived and died as ordinary humans, never once sensing mana. Others were less fortunate, awakening to abilities so unstable or contradictory that they burned out their life force in their youth. For someone from the Halvain family to produce 2 successful awakeners in one generation was a miracle. Lyra's thoughts darkened as she remembered the rumors. Rin's sister Rin Halvain had vanished from public view shortly after her awakening. A year ago, there was a rumor that said she was also accepted early into the academy due to a special talent. Lyra's eyes flicked to Rin again. His expression wasn't openly hostile, but there was something taut in his gaze. She swallowed. Could this meeting have something to do with his sister? Did Michael do something without realizing it? No, that didn't make sense. Michael had only just arrived at the academy today. He couldn't possibly have any connection to the Halvain family. And yet, Rin's presence here felt anything but random. Her hands clenched at her sides. Rin didn't look exactly friendly right now. Lyra's suspicion was spot on. Michael had indeed touched Rin's interest, though entirely by accident, and it just so happened to be related to his sister. A week ago, Rin had learned something that left him fuming beneath his calm exterior. The academy had released the ranking results for the new first-year students, an event most upper years ignored, except for those like Rin who had a personal reason to care. His younger sister, Rin Halvain, had been on that list. With her monstrous talent, it was expected, almost guaranteed, that she would take the top spot. Her ability was one that even some instructors envied, and her comprehension speed was absurd. But when Rin had seen the list, he'd stopped breathing for a moment. His sister's name was second, and above hers, taking the first position, was a name he had never heard before. Michael. The memory still burned in his mind. His sister had smiled when he confronted her, brushing off the matter as though it didn't bother her. But Rin knew her better than anyone. She wasn't the type to lose easily, nor to lie about her feelings. There had been hesitation in her tone, an uncharacteristic pause when she said that the person who took first wasn't ordinary. Rin wasn't a fool. He understood that rankings were determined by results, not favoritism. If Michael was ranked first, it meant he had outperformed Rin in measurable ways. That knowledge only made his frustration worse. He had worked tirelessly for 2 years, pushing himself to the limit of rank 2, stopping just before the wall of rank 3. And yet, despite all his power, he couldn't secure the resource he needed to break through. The academy distributed certain rare materials to the top-ranked students of each year, a privilege meant to accelerate advancement. For those deemed most promising. If Rin had taken first place, her status would have easily earned her one of those resources. As her brother, and one of the academy's top 5th years, Rin could have used that connection to acquire the very catalyst he needed, one that would guarantee his ascension and perfect his foundation. But now that path had vanished, and the reason stood right in front of him. The man who had taken what rightfully should have been his sister's position. Michael. Lyra sensed the tension rising with every step Rin took closer. Trying to diffuse the pressure, she took a small step forward and spoke up before things got worse. "Senior Rin," she said carefully, her voice steady though her heart wasn't. "You should be careful. The academy doesn't take kindly to upper years trying anything weird against new students. Whatever you're planning, it won't end well." Her words hung in the air like a warning. But Rin didn't even glance at her. He didn't know her, didn't care who she was, and certainly didn't take advice from a student several years his junior. To him, her words weren't even worth acknowledging. He walked past her like she was air, his eyes fixed solely on Michael. Lyra bit her lip in frustration, her nails digging lightly into her palm. She wanted to say more, but the sharp stillness in Rin's gaze made her stop. He halted just a few steps away from Michael, his expression unreadable. Then, out of nowhere, he spoke. "Are you interested in a duel?" "A duel?" "Yes," Rin said, voice calm but edged with something harder. "You're the top first year, aren't you? Let's see if that ranking of yours actually means something." Michael looked at him for a long moment. He didn't sense killing intent, but fighting a fifth year on his first day? That was unnecessary, stupid even. "No," he said finally. "Not interested." He turned to leave, motioning for Lyra to follow. But just as he took his first step, Rin's voice followed him, tone faint but heavy with mockery. "What a pity," he said. "To think the so-called Michael Norman from the second round of the exam would turn out to be this much of a coward." Michael froze mid-step. The mention of his full name made his eyes narrow slightly. Rin continued, his voice gaining strength as a few students behind him exchanged quiet snickers. "I was hoping for more from the one who made such a scene during the national exams. Guess the stories were exaggerated. I wonder what your family would think. Your aunt, your cousin, would they be proud to see you running away like this?" Lyra's eyes widened in alarm. "Wait, dash," she began, but it was already too late. Rin hadn't even finished his last sentence when a blur crossed the distance between them. A sharp, echoing crack split the air. Rin's head snapped sideways as Michael's fist slammed into his jaw with enough force to make the ground tremble faintly. The fifth year's body staggered back 2 full steps, boots scraping against the paved stone, a streak of blood flicking from his lip before he steadied himself. Gasps erupted from the students nearby. Lyra just stood there frozen, eyes wide in shock. Michael lowered his hand slowly. His gaze was cold. Chapter 6:18 Confrontation. If it hadn't been for Michael severely holding back his punch, Rin would have been sent flying, along with anyone standing nearby, to the other side of the road. Even so, the restrained blow carried enough force to shock everyone around. Michael Norman. The name alone carried weight. Anyone who knew even fragments of what he had done during the unified exams would understand that he wasn't an ordinary being. Yet, since most hadn't seen it firsthand, they attributed his feats to his undead. It wasn't entirely wrong, but it wasn't exactly right either. Rin, of course, wasn't a fool. His arrogant confidence wasn't entirely baseless bravado. He had approached Michael not just to intimidate him, but to gauge his reaction, to be close enough to counter if Michael decided to summon one of his undead. From Rin's perspective, this was even better. He didn't fear dying. The Academy's safety barriers and surveillance ensured no one could actually kill another student. But if Michael lost his temper, if he even slightly broke the Academy's behavioral rules, that would be leverage. Rin could use that to suppress him publicly, to tarnish the reputation of the famous Michael Norman, before the semester even began. At least, that had been the plan. Unfortunately for him, things hadn't gone according to plan. Michael didn't lose his composure, nor did he summon an undead to fight in his stead. He simply acted and used his own fist. The result was devastating. The air cracked with a dull thud that echoed, followed by stunned silence. Rin staggered backward several steps, boots grinding against the paved floor as he barely kept his footing. His face twisted, not from pain but from disbelief. Lyra and the nearby students stood frozen, their mouths slightly open. None of them had even seen Michael move. One moment he had been standing calmly, the next, Rin was reeling. Had that punch landed on them instead, it wouldn't have merely pushed them back, it would have sent them flying. And yet, the fact that Rin had only been forced back several steps was already shocking. This wasn't some regular student. Rin was a magic swordsman, and not a low-tier one either. The hierarchy of the Academy was clear. The top-ranked students of each year weren't ordinary, but even among them, there were limits. A first-year's top student, no matter how talented, couldn't usually compare to the elites of the upper years. In most cases, a fifth-year's top student could crush a first-year's without even needing to use their full strength. Even if rare exceptions existed, those were few and far between. That was why the onlookers couldn't process what they were seeing. Rin's face turned red with embarrassment and shame. His jaw ached, and a faint line of blood trickled down the side of his mouth. For a moment, The humiliation burned hotter than the pain. The murmurs of his goons behind him and people around half-stifled gasps and whispers only fueled the fire roaring in his chest. His fingers twitched. His pride, the discipline he'd cultivated over years, all teetered on the edge of snapping. A mere first year had struck him. Also, what was the strength? Wasn't he a necromancer? Necromancers were never known for physical strength. Even among mages, they ranked near the bottom in terms of direct combat power. He caught me off guard. Rin thought bitterly, jaw tightening. That's all. A sneak attack. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tremor in his shoulders. The crimson glow flickered across his knuckles as mana surged through his veins. You think that's funny? He muttered, his tone cold. Good. Then let's make it fair. Without another word, he stepped forward and threw a straight punch of his own, mana flaring across his arm like faint lightning. The ground beneath his boots cracked slightly from the force of his stance, the air rippling as he swung. But before the blow could land, Michael moved almost lazily. He raised a hand and caught Rin's punch in midair. The impact made a sharp, heavy thump, and the ground beneath Michael's feet quivered from the pressure. Yet he didn't budge. His expression remained calm, even indifferent, as if he were holding a training dummy instead of the fist of a fifth-year magic swordsman. The veins on Rin's arm bulged. He tried to pull back, but Michael's grip was steady and immovable, as though his hand were made of steel. The silence that followed was deafening. You're kidding me? Rin breathed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He pushed harder, pouring more mana into his arm, but Michael didn't flinch. Lyra's eyes were wide, her breath caught in her throat. He caught Rin's strike? She thought in disbelief. Just like that? She had seen many powerful students in her 2 years here, but this was something else. Michael exhaled slowly and released Rin's fist. Rin stumbled back half a step, his pride bruised even more. His mind screamed for him to attack again, to redeem himself somehow. Michael's eyes were calm. Michael turned slightly, glancing at the stunned Lyra beside him. Everything's fine as long as I don't cripple or kill anyone, right? His tone was calm, but there was a quiet edge to it that made the words linger like a warning. Lyra blinked, stunned for a moment, before nodding quickly. All right, I think so. A faint smile, one that didn't reach his eyes, tugged at Michael's lips. Good. He turned back to Rin, his hand still hanging loosely by his side. Then I'll take that as permission. The air between them shifted instantly. Rin's instincts screamed again. His mind shouted at him to retreat, but his pride wouldn't allow it. With a sharp breath, he flared his mana once more, his sword materializing in his grip in a burst of red light. The onlookers froze. Rin, Lyra said sharply, stepping forward. You'll get suspended if equals. But her words were drowned out by the sudden gust of mana that surged from the fifth year's body. The paved stones cracked beneath his boots as he lunged forward, blade cutting through the air in a blazing arc of crimson light. Chapter 619 Worries. The paved stones cracked beneath his boots as he lunged forward, blade cutting through the air in a blazing arc of crimson light. Both men moved at once. However, the blows never landed. A third figure slipped between them with impossible timing. Two broad hands shot out, one swallowing Michael's knuckles, the other catching Rin's sword. The shock traveled through the stranger's forearms and into the ground with a dull, heavy whump. Dust ringed their feet. He was a burly youth built like a fortress, thick shoulders, corded neck, forearms dense as stone. He wore the plain, sleeveless training top and loose, dark trousers bound at the shins. Lyra's breath hitched. Tari's felt, she whispered. This was another popular figure. Year 4 number 1. Tari's felt. A martial artist. Even Rin's entourage stiffened. Tari's class was the common grade martial artist class. A common grade class on paper ubiquitous and unglamorous. In Tari's hands, it had become something else entirely. Rumor also had it he was already brushing the ceiling of rank 3 and would breach rank 4 in a handful of years. Michael's gaze sharpened. He felt the instant feedback in his wrist and shoulder. There was give in the grip, but not much, just enough to protect joints, not so much as to be called soft. Whoever this was, he hadn't simply interposed. He had bled the force cleanly into the floor. Rin's eyes flared. Tari's dash, he started. Enough, Tari said. He released both fists and let his hands drop to his sides. Academy rules need to be held. You both broke the first, he said to Michael, then turned to Rin. And your next moves were going to break the rest. Rin's jaw worked, pride warring with caution. He started. Tari's cut in mildly. You baited. Same weight. The fifth year's mouth flattened. He didn't argue further. Tari's shifted his attention to Michael. Michael gave the barest nod and said nothing. He turned, set his hands back into his coat pockets, and began to walk. Lyra snapped out of her daze and hurried after him, casting one last wary look at Rin, then at Tari's. She dipped her head to the fourth year out of reflexive respect. Thank you, she said under her breath. Tari's didn't answer. He stood where he was until the space between the groups widened, then glanced once at Rin. If you want a match, he said, calm as ever, book a ring. Rin's fingers flexed, the knuckles whitening, but he said nothing. The students around him found new places to put their eyes. Michael walked in silence for a while, the sound of his boots echoing faintly against the paved path. The anger that had been simmering moments ago was gone, replaced by a quiet, curious calm. Finally, he turned slightly toward Lyra. Who were those two seniors? He asked. His tone wasn't sharp or emotional, just steady like someone sorting pieces of a puzzle. Lyra exhaled softly, still shaken from what had just happened. The one you fought was Rin Halvain, a fifth-year student, she began. He's a magic swordsman, level 50, peak of rank 2. He's been stuck there for a while, but most people think he'll break through soon. When he does, he'll probably reach rank 3 with a perfect foundation. Michael nodded slightly, absorbing the information. And the other? Lyra hesitated for a moment, as though speaking his name demanded respect. That was Tari's Felt, Year 4's top student. His class is Martial Artist. Martial Artist? Michael glanced at her. That's a common grade class, isn't it? Normally, yes, she said with a half-smile. But in his hands, it's anything but common. Tari's is different. He's the kind of person who makes even instructors cautious. He doesn't rely on magic or flashy techniques, just his body, his control, and an absurd sense of timing. He's already close to the peak of rank 3, and some people say he'll reach its peak before graduation. Michael's brows lifted slightly at that. Impressive. More than impressive, Lyra said with a wry laugh. He's terrifying when he fights seriously. People say he once took down a rank 3 instructor during a spar without using mana. Just pure technique. Michael glanced back briefly. I see. Lyra thought that was the end of it, but Michael's next question made her blink. Do you know why he was so hostile toward me? He asked quietly. Lyra hesitated. She'd been wondering the same thing. Michael's gaze lingered ahead, expression unreadable. He didn't just come to provoke me. He knew who I was, and more than that. That's not normal for a first meeting. Michael was wary. After all, Rin had not only known his full name, he had even mentioned his family. That level of familiarity didn't happen by chance. Lyra bit her lip, uncertain whether to say what she was thinking. You're not wrong, she said slowly. It's not normal at all. She looked down briefly, sorting through her thoughts before continuing. If I had to guess, I'd say you probably touched his interest without meaning to. Michael turned his head slightly, giving her a sidelong look. Touched his interest. She nodded, though her voice dropped lower. You're the top 1 student of this year, right? Before the results were announced, everyone assumed that position was guaranteed to go to his younger sister in Halvain. She's ridiculously talented, even compared to most prodigies. I heard she was already accepted into the academy early, but the rankings still mattered for recognition and privileges. Lyra sighed softly. But when the results came out, her name was second. Yours was first. That might be the reason for all this. Michael frowned slightly. So, I became his problem by existing. Lyra gave a nervous chuckle. Maybe. Michael didn't respond immediately. His pace slowed as he mulled it over. The logic made sense, but something about it still didn't sit right. In any case, Jester was at home with his family to protect them. No matter what the issue was, Rin should not be crazy enough to target them. Chapter 620 The Academy Purpose. Like that, the days passed in a flash, and it had been 6 days since Michael arrived at the academy. Unlike the first day when the school was nearly empty, it was now much livelier. Michael saw more people who looked as fresh as he did, clearly new students and others like Lyra, who carried themselves with the composed air of those already familiar with academy life. In the past 6 days, Michael had learned far more about the academy than he ever expected. He had assumed it was just a front, something that acted more like an organization than a real school. He was more or less wrong. The academy actually did teach, but in a way that was far less rigid than what he was used to. There was no fixed structure, no system that divided people the way science and art once did. Instead, the academy operated on a 10-year cycle. Students didn't advance through exams but by the passing of time. That meant even if Michael did absolutely nothing for 10 years, he would still become a 10th-year student. Whether anyone could actually graduate like that, however, was another question entirely. One thing he did understand was the true purpose of the academy and how its students were meant to graduate. Thanks to Lyra, who had been with him almost constantly over the past 6 days, Michael had gained not only insight into the academy but also into the wider world beyond it. The academy's main purpose for all its students was simple: to prepare them to fight. But their enemies weren't just monsters. They were alien racist creatures from beyond their world. And among them was one that stood as a common enemy to all races alike. One whose name Michael already recognized: demons. According to Lyra, these beings resided within the 99 layers of hell. The 99 layers of hell. Even the name sounded mythical, but Lyra's tone had been deadly serious when she spoke of it. She explained that hell wasn't a realm of fire and eternal torment like ancient tales described. It was a real place, another dimension like the netherworld and the void. The deeper one went, the stranger the laws of nature became. And at the heart of that world lived the demons, some who were ancient sentient beings who existed before recorded history. They were unlike any monster. Monsters could die, could be slain or destroyed down to their essence. Demons, however, couldn't. They could be killed, yes, but only temporarily. Their physical form could be destroyed, their spirit shattered, but as long as hell existed, they would eventually return, reborn from the layers themselves. Some theorized they weren't truly living beings but fragments of hell's will, given shape by negative energy. Whatever the truth, one fact remained: they could not be erased. If it were just that, humanity and the other races might have tolerated them, sealed them off, and ignore their existence. But the demons weren't passive. They acted like parasites, clawing through the barrier between realms to reach living worlds. Once they found one, they would feed. They drained mana from the planet, absorbing its essence to strengthen themselves, leaving only lifeless wastelands behind. Entire civilizations had fallen that way. It was this relentless hunger that had earned them another name. Across the galaxies, the destroyers of life. They didn't invade for conquest or dominance. They invaded to consume. A single demon incursion could end centuries of civilization. They did not need to kill their victims. Simply existing near them for too long was enough to siphon vitality and spiritual energy. People think demons are evil, Lyra had said. But they're not evil in the human sense. They're just natural disasters with intent. According to Lyra, the 99 layers of hell mirrored the complexity of the cosmos. The higher layers birthed lesser demons. The mid-layers birthed true demon lords. Vardok, the devourer of suns. Lyris, queen of shadows. Zevran, sloth king. And below them all, beyond the reach of comprehension, dwelled the oldest of them, the archdemons. Some claimed they gods. This was the main purpose of the academies. Whether it was the cultivation academies for knights and mages, or the ones that catered to awakeners like Michael, their existence all served a single, unified goal: preparation for conflict. Not all battles were fought against monsters or demons, but every student was raised in the shadow of one truth. The universe was not peace. Hell and its denizens were a threat that existed beyond measure, but they were not the only danger the world of Aurora faced. In fact, Lyra had said plainly that if the demons were to ever breach the veil completely, all of creation would unite against them. But until that day came, Aurora's most pressing threat came not from them but from others, the other races. Hell was distant, and though feared, its influence was limited as it wasn't easy for demons to leave hell. The same could not be said of the countless intelligent races that drifted among the star civilizations born on other worlds. Some were peaceful, others were opportunistic, and a few were predators in every sense of the word. Lyra had said that it was arrogance for any race to believe itself alone. Aurora was just one among many mana-bearing worlds, and each had evolved differently. The moment contact was made, so too was competition born. And so, even though the academies were created in part to prepare against a demonic resurgence, that was only half the reason they existed. The other half, the truer, more immediate reason, was to strengthen Aurora's people so they would not be enslaved, devoured, or erased by the other races. Demons destroy, Lyra had said once, but the other races, they conquer. If the demons desired to consume life itself, then the others desired to control it. Michael had been silent when she explained this. He could understand the reasoning. The world was vast, power was scarce, and resources were finite. Thanks for reading and requesting for support. Chapter 621 Student Michael. Refresh to remove error. To those who ruled worlds beyond, conquest was merely another form of survival. But to those on the weaker side of that conquest, it was no different from annihilation. The difference between demons and intelligent races was intent. Demons consumed without reason, feeding like beasts. The others calculated, plotted, and waged wars for gain. Some wanted Aurora's mana-rich atmosphere, and a few, far more sinister races, simply desired servants' vassal species to use as soldiers, researchers, or worse, breeding stock to expand their own bloodlines. Each academy was more than a school, it was a forge. A place to refine strength, discipline, and willpower into weapons capable of defending civilization itself. The cultivation academies trained the knights and mages. The awakener academies, like the one Michael was in, trained those blessed by the universal. The two paths differed in method but converged in purpose. Survival. Lyra had told him that every student in the world, knowingly or not, was part of a system that fed into the same goal to produce elites capable of standing on the cosmic battlefield. Graduating from the academy wasn't just a formality. It meant earning recognition from the council as a capable defender of the realm. "Do you mean everyone's expected to fight?" Michael had asked her, his tone unreadable. Lyra had nodded. "Eventually, whether as soldiers, explorers, or researchers, everyone contributes. The strong protect the weak, and the weak support the strong. That's how we've survived this long. Seems like a world that doesn't stop fighting," Michael had murmured. She had smiled faintly at that. "That's because it can't afford to." Even now, Aurora was under watch. Some races traded peacefully with them, like the Alvarin, the so-called starborn scholars. Others maintained fragile treaties, such as the Drakians, who once tried to subjugate humanity and failed. The peace that existed now was nothing more than a stalemate sustained by deterrence. The academies and Federation ensured that deterrence remained credible. "Strength is the only currency the universe respects," Lyra had said, her tone firm. "As long as Aurora can produce strong people, it remains free. The day we stop, someone will come to remind us of our place." Michael had thought about that long after she stopped speaking. It reminded him of his old world, in a strange, distorted way. There too, nations built armies for deterrence. But here, the stakes were immeasurably higher. If a war came and Aurora lost, it wouldn't just mean occupation, it would mean assimilation. Humanity's identity would vanish, its culture absorbed, its people bred into hybrids and servants for stronger races. It was a kind of death far worse than extinction. The faculty didn't hide this either. Every instructor taught with one truth in mind. The strong live freely, the weak are ruled. Michael could now see why Lyra had said the academy wasn't really a school. Of course, this future was still far from the current Michael. Power, wars between worlds, archdemons, all of it felt like a distant storm on the horizon. In any case, according to Lyra, even if he stepped into hell right now, as long as he did not go too deep, there was basically no danger. Lyra's eyes slipped away for half a second, and that was answer. Enough. He did not press. Aside from absorbing grim history and bigger pictures, Michael spent the previous days on something more immediate. He had to pick what to study. The academy was not strict in the ordinary school sense, but it did not allow idleness. Freedom only meant you chose your own grind. There was still a framework, there were still credits, thresholds, and minimums per term. Language and interracial studies were mandatory. Then there were courses like combat practice, arraycraft, potion making, bloodline studies, puppet engineering, artifact forging, beast taming, spirit communication, and so on. Michael was conflicted. There were far too many choices, and each one sounded like a door to something entirely new. In the end, he chose spell crafting, puppet engineering, and bloodline studies. The first would help him understand the nature of mana and structure behind magic itself. The second, he felt could achieve something miraculous under his hands. And the third felt almost necessary. Ever since his last evolution, his race and abilities had grown stranger with each change. If bloodline studies could offer even a fragment of clarity, it was worth the effort. He could have picked more, many did, but Michael didn't want to overextend himself. There was no sense in doing above himself for now. The academy's pace was deceptive. Freedom didn't mean ease. He knew spreading his focus too thin would only waste time he could spend mastering what mattered. Though some other things happen in these 6 days, these were the significant ones. Today was special, so Michael left his villa early. Today was the orientation day for new students. Outside the villa barrier, Michael saw Lyra waiting. She was dressed in the same academy robes as him. It was said that when the academy was officially active, wearing the robes was mandatory for all students within its grounds. Even though the rules weren't always enforced with an iron hand, few ever broke them. The uniform carried both pride and belonging. Lyra waved lightly when she spotted him. "Morning," she called out, her tone bright despite the faint chill in the air. Michael stepped through the barrier. Lyra smiled. "Orientation day is always noisy. The halls will be packed with new students and some old students, and you'll probably meet the entire faculty lineup today." He gave a small nod. "You're coming along?" "Of course," she said as if it were obvious. "I'm technically still responsible for you until the first week ends." Michael gave her a sideways glance. "Responsible, huh? I thought you said that ended 2 days ago." Lyra grinned. "That's what I said. Doesn't mean I have to listen to myself. Then again, even without you I still need to go, haha." He couldn't help the faint chuckle that escaped him. It was strange how easily they had fallen into a rhythm these past few days. When he first arrived, Lyra had simply been another upper-year student assigned to help him settle in. But 6 days of shared meals, casual talks, and long walks across the academy had shifted that formality into something more natural. Somewhere along the line, they had become friends. Chapter 622 Director. As Michael started to fit into the academy, he also wasn't idle in the land of origin. After catching the spies around his territory, he had Rohan begin a round of interrogation on them. Though he and Lyra already had a prime suspect in mind, having that suspicion confirmed was naturally better. However, even after 6 days of interrogation, none of the spies revealed a thing. A/N. It's 6 days and not 3 days. Today's the 7th day, making it 2 weeks since the last round of the college exams. If before they were suspected and were actually innocent, this sort of resolve could not belong to ordinary people. At this moment, Rohan was in front of Michael in his study with a troubled expression on his face. Rohan, aside from being a bit unsatisfied with his new lord, was even more dissatisfied with himself. The feeling gnawed at him quietly from a bruised sense of pride. Though this young lord had the habit of vanishing at the most suspicious moments, always right before or after strange occurrences. He had, surprisingly, never once failed in his official duties. For someone who seemed new to ruling, that was baffling. In fact, it was almost irritating how smoothly he handled everything. He didn't command with arrogance, nor did he rely heavily on subordinates. If anything, Michael seemed to prefer doing things on his own. If menial tasks didn't exist, Rohan was certain the young lord would never have use for them at all. The guards' protection of him, in truth, was almost redundant. Michael didn't need them. It had taken Rohan only a few days to accept that reality. Instead of dwelling on the uselessness of their protection, he turned his focus to other matters, places where his lord's reach did not extend, or perhaps, where he simply chose not to bother. Administration, order, training, discipline. For a while, he believed he was doing well. Things were moving in a good direction, or so he thought. Then came the issue with the spies. Rohan still felt the sting of that revelation. Spies, hidden among them for who knows how long, moving freely under their very noses. And who had discovered them? Not the guards. No, it was the Lord himself. Michael had gone out alone and dragged those traitors out, while the ones who should have been responsible for that task hadn't even noticed there was a problem. It was humiliating. A lord who didn't need protecting. A noble who didn't delegate power to maintain authority. A man who worked like he'd spent a lifetime in command yet wore no sign of privilege. Rohan couldn't decide whether to respect him or to feel useless. In the end, he chose both. That matter, Michael spoke again. Leave it be. Rohan looked up, startled. My lord. The spies, Michael clarified. You've done enough. If they won't speak, forcing them further won't change that. There are other ways to make them useful. For now, let them rest. You should focus on the current issue instead. Rohan straightened instinctively, masking his frustration. The current issue? Transportation, Michael said. Is it ready? Rohan nodded quickly. Yes, my lord. Good, Michael said quietly. We'll depart by noon. Rohan hesitated, his brows furrowing. You're still intent on visiting them yourself? Michael gave him a faint, humorless smile. Ruling for nearly a month, and not one of the lords below me has come to pay their respects. If they won't come to me, then I'll go to them. The words hung in the air. Rohan bowed his head, the answer leaving no room for debate. Understood, my lord. I'll prepare the escort. Michael and Lyra slipped into the stream of robed figures heading toward the grand hall. I'm confused about something, Michael said, watching a pair of third-years usher a nervous group of first-years along. I can understand why the new students are being called. Why the old ones? It doubles as a greeting for everyone and a formal introduction of notable first-years, Lyra answered and added. When the academy takes no new students, the whole event changes into a welcome for returning years and a reminder of goals. However, thanks to a certain someone, the people entering the academy this year are a lot. Michael glanced at her and said nothing. It wasn't his fault the exam ended up the way it did. Things just happened and he just happened to have been mixed into the mess. Soon, Michael and Lyra reached the grand hall and separated. Michael moved right. The new student section roiled with nervous energy and curiosity. The seniors, on the other hand, though composed, were little in number. Lyra had mentioned not all could attend. Seeing it made the statement real. A breath of hush followed Michael. One was because his presence drew the eye. Another came from recognition. Michael Norman. That's him. The third round. The reason it's 200. Gratitude did not ride those words. If anything, the opposite. Michael had tried to quietly hide himself in the crowd, but he found himself quickly isolated as none of the new students wanted to be close to him. They avoided him like a plague. Michael let it be. Just as Michael found a quiet spot to wait, a subtle disturbance rippled through the hall. Two new figures walked through the wide doors at the back. To Michael, one was immediately familiar. Rin. The other figure beside him, however, wasn't someone Michael had ever seen before. She was tall, easily taller than most of the males around her, and carried herself with a cold poise. Her hair, pure white, shimmered faintly like polished frost beneath the ambient light, and her pale eyes scanned the hall with calm indifference. There was a faint pressure to her presence. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. His sister? That was his first thought, and though they looked nothing alike, the assumption made sense. Though Lyra knew nothing concrete about Rin's sister, rumors about her had already spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Supposedly, if Michael hadn't existed, she would have been recognized as the strongest newcomer of their year, perhaps even one of the most talented students in the academy's entire history, according to some instructors. She was also an unnamed disciple of the vice principal. Seeing her in person told Michael that the rumors hadn't exaggerated. When he quietly activated Eye of Truth, his expression shifted ever so slightly. A faint gleam passed through his pupils as his gaze fell on her, and for the first time since his evolution, he found someone whose life energy burned brighter than his own. Well, before pre-evolution, that is. It also wasn't the same as overwhelming amount, it was the density and purity of it. Her entire existence shimmered with vitality so intense that, had he still been an high human instead of a true human, he might have felt suffocated just standing in the same room. If she released it all, Michael's brows drew together. What in the world is she? Michael tagged her a mini life bomb. Unfortunately, despite possessing the Eye of Truth, his understanding of it was still shallow. The vision before him shimmered with information he couldn't yet interpret. After a few moments, the strain on his mind built to a dull ache. Behind his eyes, he exhaled quietly and released the skill, letting the subtle glow fade from his pupils. I'll need more practice before I can see through someone like her, he thought, setting the matter aside. Across the hall, Rin's sister drew as much attention as he did, but in a completely different way. Unlike Michael, who was isolated by tension and quiet resentment, she was isolated by aura. Her presence was heavy. Those near her instinctively gave her space, but several still gathered close, trying to start conversations. Time passed. A presence suddenly appeared in the midst of the hall. Michael felt it before he saw it. At once, the old students rose from their seats and bowed slightly, their voices blending together. Director Arvin. The title snapped Michael's attention. His eyes narrowed, memory immediately flicking back to what Lyra had told him about the academy's structure. A director. That rank wasn't thrown around lightly. At Verant's Edge Academy, to hold the title of director meant that one was a rank for awakener or higher. Michael straightened unconsciously. The director's gaze swept the gathered students once, and when his eyes briefly passed over Michael, the corner of his mouth curved into a smirk. Michael's eyebrow twitched a little. Though the director looked imposing at first glance, thanks to the subtle aura radiating off him, his demeanor was a bit odd. To sugarcoat it, one might say the director had a sense of fashion. To put it plainly, considering the long eyelashes, the faint shimmer of lip gloss, and the tight clothes only half hidden beneath a formal coat. Plus the dyed blue hair, which Michael wanted to believe wasn't dyed, it was hard not to stare. The man, or so Michael assumed, stepped toward with a confident grace. Chapter 623, First Subject Visit. 1. Refresh to correct error. Welcome, my precious students, the man announced, voice ringing through the grand hall with a flamboyant warmth that immediately cut through the tension in the air. Some students flinched. A few seniors groaned softly under their breath. Director Arvin spread his arms dramatically, coat flaring like a stage performer. Ah, look at you all. So young and so energetic. Arvin placed a hand on his chest in mock sincerity. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh no, the director looks too good to be an educator. And yes, you're right. But I assure you, I do work here. Okay, that's enough introduction, the director said before he continued speaking. For those new to our dear institution, allow me to clarify something important. This is not a school for the privileged, so learn to behave and follow the rules or pay the consequences of your actions. Suddenly, to the new student's surprise, including Michael, the director's voice became particularly intimidating. The contrast was startling. For someone who looked flamboyant enough to host a fashion show rather than run a top-tier academy, His words suddenly filled the hall with the kind of gravitas that made one straighten instinctively. Somehow, the vibrant personality he'd displayed moments ago didn't clash with it. The charisma, the eccentricity, and the quiet power all meshed into one unnervingly compelling presence. Director Arvin's lips curved again. Now, let's get to the important part before I lose your attention to my overwhelming charm. A new year has begun. A new semester is upon us. And as always, there's gossip, achievement, and chaos to celebrate. Some of you might know these already. He clasped his hands behind his back. One achievement is that our beloved Academy has acquired one more rank 4-dimensional crack, and it's a realm-type dimension. Not a corrupted type dimension filled with hollow monsters. A few gasps and low murmurs spread through the crowd. Even among seasoned students, a rank 4 realm-type dimensional was no small feat. In fact, wasn't this the first time an academy had access to this sort of thing? Director Arvin raised a finger. Another announcement is that among our 5 graduating 10th years, one has managed to break through to rank 4. Applause rippled across the seniors. Arvin nodded approvingly. A few other things happened too, some, let's just say, interesting developments in our little world. But as I'm a very busy man who values his sleigh work, I'll let you dig those out yourselves. Director Arvin clapped his hands together. Now that we've brushed through the old matters, let's move on to what truly matters today. Today we officially welcome the new students of Verant's Edge Academy. And I must say, Arvin paused, tilting his head as his eyes swept across the rows of first years. You lot are quite the collection. A little unpolished, but his smile sharpened. Outside the crowd, the strong ones among you are stronger than last year's batch. And definitely stronger than the year before that. That earned a few surprised murmurs. Some of the older students frowned, while others crossed their arms, clearly taking the comment as a jab. But none dared to interrupt. Arvin, of course, noticed the subtle reactions but didn't care. After all, did the students dare to talk? Among our talented newcomers this year, 2 stand out the brightest. The first is an exceptional talent, strong and already recognized by one of the highest authorities in our academy. In fact, she's even an in-name disciple of the vice principal herself. A ripple of whispers filled the air instantly. Michael didn't need to be told who he was referring to. He turned his head slightly toward Rin's sister. Her expression didn't shift much, still as cool and poised as before. But this time, a small flicker of pride appeared at the corner of her lips. It was faint but noticeable. She must have felt his gaze because her eyes drifted toward him almost immediately, locking onto his without hesitation. The two regarded each other for a brief moment, the noise of the hall fading into background static. Her pale eyes were calm but probing, as if silently saying, "You're the other one, aren't you?" Unfortunately for her, Michael wasn't the type to play the staring game. He broke the gaze first, exhaling quietly through his nose and turning his attention back to the stage. If she wanted a staring contest, she'd have to find another opponent. Arvin, completely oblivious or perhaps deliberately ignoring the silent exchange, continued smoothly. And as for the other student, the director's lips curved in amusement. "Well, I think we all already know who that is." Michael felt several eyes flick toward him, and like a fuse, when the others that didn't know him found out who the director was referring to turn to him. This made him feel uncomfortable. Arvin, however, was grinning wider than ever. "Let's give both of them a warm round of applause, shall we?" The sound that followed wasn't unified half-hearted claps. Scattered applause, awkward pauses. Michael didn't react, his face unreadable. Just what he hadn't expected yet was what happened next. Director Arvin lifted a finger, eyes gleaming with mischief. "Since you're all being so unmotivated, I'll let you in on a little secret. Our other bright star is Michael Norman. Yes, that Michael. Top one of the first year. The one who made this year's entrance exam special." A wave rolled through the hall, recognition snapping into place for those who'd only heard rumors. Arvin didn't give them time to digest it. "Also, he's a level 50. Awakener." Silence hit first, then fractured into gasps and sharp intakes of breath. "Level 50? someone whispered. Already? That's 3rd to 5th year territory. The shift was almost visible. Curiosity hardened into wary respect. Jealousy calcified around the edges. Some felt they were starting to understand why someone was above even the vice principal disciple. If the rumors were true, it was a deserved rank. Arvin, happy by the change, added lightly. But that's not even the most interesting part. The noise dimmed as quickly as it had risen. The most exciting thing about Michael, the director said, savoring the pause, is the year he awakened. A murmur rippled, speculation flared. 17 last year. If it was last year and he sprinted to 50 dash, Arvin cut the guesses in half. For months. The words landed like a dropped weight. For months. You're joking, dash. No way. Even the seniors went still. The hall seemed to hold its breath. In the stunned quiet, Michael felt several gazes on him. For no particular reason, his attention slid sideways to Rin's sister. The frost-still composure she wore like armor had cracked. Shock flashed bright and unhidden across her features. Asterisk. In the land of origin, Michael's expression remained unreadable as he shook his head faintly. Whatever was happening in Aurora right now, none of that mattered. He had other matters to attend to. The crisp scent of cold wind brushed across his face as he stepped down from the carriage. The guards who had traveled with him stood behind, tense and silent, their gazes locked on a single kneeling figure. Before them, Captain Rohan. The man's armor clinked faintly as his fists tightened against the dirt. Rode, his body trembling from fury. Michael's calm voice broke the silence. So, let me get this straight, he said calmly. You're telling me a guard was sent ahead to inform Knight Darius of our arrival minutes before we reached his lands, and yet no one came to receive us? Rohan's head bowed lower, his jaw visibly clenched. Yes, my lord. And still, Michael said softly, not a single soul appeared. Yes, my lord. Rohan's voice shook now, heavy with restrained rage. If you would, just give the order. I'll have his head mounted before dusk. Allow me to set an example, dash. An example? Michael cut in gently, almost amused. Of what? That we kill everyone who forgets their manners. Rohan flinched but didn't rise. Michael's lips curved faintly. No, there's no need for blood. His gaze shifted toward the horizon, where the distant silhouette of Darius's small stronghold sat. Let's take a look around first. Rohan looked up, confusion flickering briefly. My lord. Michael said nothing. Rohan's teeth ground audibly, but he bowed low again. As you command, my lord. Michael turned slightly, his cloak brushing the ground. Good. Let's move. As you wish, Rohan said hoarsely, motioning the guards to move. Inside the small stone castle, a man in his late 50s stood behind a narrow window slit. His pale eyes caught the distant gleam of carriages, banners, and armored riders moving in a disciplined line. The moment his gaze brushed across the black-cloaked figure at the front, something instinctual inside him recoiled. He stepped back sharply, his breathing uneven for an instant. A strange chill ran up his spine, as though the young man below had sensed his watchful eyes. Chapter 6:24 Attention. The old knight's fingers tightened. Ridiculous, he muttered, exhaling heavily and forcing his heartbeat to slow. He's just a boy. He smoothed down his graying hair, straightened his tunic, and laughed quietly to himself, a dry, bitter chuckle that didn't reach his eyes. A boy who's been a lord for less than a month. He's too wet behind the ears to expect my loyalty. Knight Darius Velen had served the Evermoon dukedom for decades. To be honest, the idea of a viscount wasn't that bad to him. The issue was the type of viscount it was, and unfortunately, it had to be someone who didn't seem to understand the times. The whole territory under Thornvale was rich and full of potential. The Count, the 5 barons, he, and his fellow knight had profited massively from it for years. However, what was illegal was still illegal. Aside from hoarding a few special resources, the way they handled those resources was enough for the kingdom to strip them of their titles if anyone ever found out. "Let the boy come," he whispered, turning away from the window. "He'll learn soon enough that loyalty isn't bought with fancy titles." He walked to his desk and poured himself a cup of dark liquor from a crystal bottle, his hand steady now. If he thinks he can win me over with his reputation, he's mistaken. He took a slow sip, letting the burn slide down his throat before setting the cup aside. To be honest, the knight was actually a bit scared. While he absolutely couldn't let go of the riches in his hand, he didn't want to be on the bad side of the new lord either, even if he didn't approve of him. Unfortunately, his fellow knight and the 5 barons had already reached an agreement about what they wanted to do: suppress the new lord. They saw him as a youth who didn't understand how things worked, a boy whose title was earned through luck or favor, and even his strength to them was a small boy with too much power. It didn't command respect but jealousy and envy. His age alone made them disregard him. They also figured out that even if he became difficult to deal with the count behind them, they shouldn't be harmed much. Darius sighed, rubbing his temples slowly. If he acted differently from his peers, it could end badly for him on both sides. The barons would see him as a traitor, and if the young lord failed, he'd be dragged down with him. He took another sip of his drink, the warmth doing little to ease the tightness in his chest. "Following the new lord isn't worth it," he muttered under his breath. Still, a small, uneasy thought lingered at the back of his mind, one that he couldn't quite silence. That boy's presence. It had felt wrong somehow. He glanced back toward the window but didn't step closer this time. Outside, hoofs struck against the dirt path as Michael's small group entered the town center that was in actuality just a gathering of several villages. The territory of the knight seemed, at first glance, rather prosperous. The roads were clean, the houses were built sturdier than what Michael had expected, and the people did not appear oppressed or starving. There was laughter here and there, farmers working without visible fear, and children running barefoot near the fences. It wasn't a bad sight. Compared to the mess he had inherited in Thornvale, this place almost looked disciplined, at least on the surface. Michael walked slowly through the street, his eyes calmly observing. So he doesn't bully his people, he thought. Thinking back to the steward he had met when he first arrived in Thornvale, he couldn't help but smile lightly. That old fool had nearly gotten himself killed out of greed and stupidity. For some reason, Michael murmured quietly, half to himself, the higher-ups under my command always seem to have a few screws loose when it comes to dealing with me. Captain Rohan, who had been walking a few steps behind, stiffened slightly, unsure whether his lord was joking or genuinely irritated. Michael stopped, turning his head slightly. "Rohan," he called. "Yes, my lord," Rohan replied immediately, lowering his head. "What does Knight Darius's territory gain its wealth from?" Michael asked, his tone even, eyes still scanning the surroundings. Rohan responded immediately, "On paper, it's farming, my lord." Michael arched a brow. "On paper?" Rohan cleared his throat. "Yes, but thanks to Miss Lyra's investigation, we've confirmed otherwise. This small territory actually has a large iron mine hidden deep in the forest valley near the territory. It's not registered with the kingdom or with Thornvale's records." Michael's gaze flickered, a faint glint of amusement and understanding passing through his eyes. "An unregistered mine," he said quietly. "So that's where the money's coming from." Rohan nodded grimly. "Exactly, my lord. It's operated privately. None of the revenue or ore is reported. From the information Miss Lyra gathered, the knight divides the profits between himself and the barons above him." Michael's lips curved slightly. "So that's what he's so confident about." Rohan's fists clenched. "It's treason, my lord. If we expose it, Michael lifted a hand, cutting him off without looking back. "Not yet." He took a few steps forward, his cloak swaying lightly behind him. "First, let's see how long it takes before the good knight decides to greet his lord properly." Rohan bowed his head deeply. "Understood, my lord." Michael smiled faintly. "And Rohan." "Yes, my lord. If the people here seem happy, then that means Darius has at least Done one thing right. The captain said nothing. He tried his best to understand where his master might be coming from, but to him, one good didn't necessarily justify one bad. Fortunately for him, Michael thought the same. A few minutes later, just as they finished their slow circuit through the territory lane and back toward the main road, a single rider trotted up from the direction of the castle. Chapter 625 First Popularity 1. The rider dismounted well out of sword's reach, tugged off his helm, and bowed from the waist. "Honored sirs," he said, breath misting in the chill. "Forgive the delay. My lord sent me to receive you and guide you to the castle." He looked young 20s, maybe with dust on his boots, and a straight posture. His gaze flicked over Michael and Rohan, measured the disciplined formation behind them, and settled into a respectful stillness. He didn't know who they were, but he knew enough not to treat them lightly. As the two Michaels handled their double life, a girl and a certain youth stood in front of two game pods. The girl was Lily, the cousin of a certain necromancer, and the handsome youth was Jester, that same necromancer's undead. Right now, both of them were looking at the game pods with excitement. They were different from the one Michael had used to contain his body during his previous rank advancement and was clearly new. But since a new one had appeared in the house, an item worth millions at the moment, it could only have been gotten by one person in the family Michael. However, though he was far from broke, he wasn't as rich as he used to be before his advancement. After all the resources he had spent preparing for it, his savings had taken a heavy hit. With less time on his hands as well, one could only wonder how he had managed to earn so much money again. The reason was simple. Michael had participated in something he never thought he would do in both his lives: smuggling. And not just any smuggling, but one that involved transporting materials from his territory in the land of origin and exchanging them at the academy for academy points. During the week he spent in the academy, Michael had finally understood how precious those points were. From buying knowledge and spell models to formulas, potions, and rare items, the possibilities were endless. With enough points, he could even purchase a rank 4 corpse. For a necromancer, that was an irresistible temptation. Fortunately, one could also exchange valuable materials with the academy. The market for such exchanges was limited, but it existed. Curious to test it, Michael took several rare materials from his territory's treasury, paying for them properly in gold coins, and traded them in the capital. The return was far greater than expected. That single decision changed everything. It was the moment Michael began to see his territory not just as a place for stability or seclusion, but as a resource he could develop and manage efficiently. The visit to the knight had been partly influenced by that realization. Michael didn't plan to sell his territory to the academy, but he wanted complete control over it. On his path toward becoming a rank 3 awakener, the academy was vital, and to function well there, he needed points. The two went hand in hand. With a growing sense of purpose, Michael decided to be a little indulgent and converted some of his academy credits into cash. Just a few days later, he received a message from someone unexpected: Jester. He had told his family to manage the undead carefully, but he hadn't expected them to actually give Jester a phone. Unfortunately, that was the limit of what they could do, since Jester didn't have an identity in the Federation. During their brief conversation, Jester reported on the situation at home. When the topic turned to Lily, Michael remembered his earlier intention to buy her a game pod so she could practice her skills in virtual reality. When Jester added that it would also benefit him, Michael hesitated for a moment before deciding to go through with it. He transferred the money to his aunt and asked her to buy 2 pods, one for Lily and one for Jester to share. Lily's eyes sparkled as she crouched beside the glossy new pod. "Since we've already created our accounts online, we can just log in directly from here," she said excitedly, glancing at Jester. "We'll finally be able to add ourselves inside the game." Jester smiled charmingly, his expression gentle and warm, the kind of smile that could melt through anyone's guard. "Of course," he replied softly. "I've already prepared everything. It would be a shame to keep our friends waiting, don't you think?" The girl nodded rapidly, her ponytail bouncing with enthusiasm. In the past week, Jester had indeed added an unexpected kind of life to the small household of two. Aunt Mia often said she hadn't felt this light in months. His presence had a way of brightening the house. Speaking politely, helping with chores, and even pretending to forget things just to make Mia laugh. For the first time since Michael left, the quiet little home didn't feel so empty anymore. Aunt Mia sometimes caught herself looking at him with a bittersweet smile, as though she was seeing the young Michael again. It reminded her of the days when she had watched over both her nephew and Lily when they were still children, running around the community without a care in the world. As for Lily, she found herself growing unexpectedly comfortable with Jester. He was nothing like the eerie presence she had first imagined the undead would be. If anything, he was considerate, funny, and strangely reliable. He even cooked, though his methodical precision sometimes made her uneasy. And while Michael didn't quite count as her brother, since he was older and technically her cousin, Jester felt different. With his high skill in mimicking human behavior, Jester played his role flawlessly. The family had grown closer in just a matter of days. At least to Lily, seeing him didn't feel irritating even if he wore her cousin's face. If anything, she had started to think that maybe her cousin's odd decision to leave Jester behind wasn't such a bad thing after all. "All right," Jester said as he straightened up. "Ready to see a new world? Asterisk. Thanks for reading." Chapter 626, First Popularity 2. Aside from the League game that was more of a dual-type experience, the Federation's influence seemed to have pushed the virtual gaming industry centuries forward in technological advancement. This obviously did not make much sense considering their sudden and simultaneous appearance, so most people agreed that rather than calling it something entirely new, though it still was for many for those in higher positions, it probably wasn't. Perhaps they already had something better or wanted to promote a specific narrative, like the Supers League for instance, and decided to release these things now. For some odd reason, however, nearly 90% of all the new generation games were combat-related. Only a few companies released something different. This didn't cause the excitement to die down though. Thanks to the funds Michael provided and the Federation's initiative to encourage household-level virtual training, the game pods came preloaded with several games. The League was, of course, the most popular among them. Lily grinned as she scrolled through the holographic menu hovering above the pod. "It's all here, League, Wars Frontier, Abyss Runners, and even the Front War simulation our classmates used to talk about." Her voice carried genuine excitement. To be honest, one good reason the GamePod had been bought was because of their classmates' influence. The Academy students constantly talked about the League, ranked duels, and VR combat training, making it sound like a daily necessity rather than entertainment. Lily had been easily convinced. However, even if Lily could be influenced by her peers, why was Jester someone far more composed and mentally mature had been influenced just as easily? The reason lay in Jester's greatest flaw, one that had grown stronger ever since he became Michael's undead and absorbed the memories of Li Fong, the cultivator. That flaw was curiosity. It wasn't a bad trait by itself. Curiosity had always been part of human progress. Yet, as history had proven, some of the world's most terrible events had also begun with curiosity scientists crossing ethical lines in medicine, mages performing forbidden experiments, rulers seeking knowledge that should have been left untouched. Curiosity opened doors, but not all doors should be opened. Michael, who understood Jester's nature better than most, had warned him to handle himself well while he was away. Still, he would never have guessed that the undead he considered wise enough to be called an elder would have a childlike curiosity bubbling under the surface. Of course, Jester wouldn't deceive his master over something like this. His reasoning was simple: Lily needed the pod for faster growth and training, so there was no harm in him participating too. Yet, just as he followed his master's orders, he also tended to interpret them in his own way. In the same manner that he obeyed Michael yet still roamed the neighborhood, subtly using his abilities to absorb the memories of a few elderly people to understand this new world better, Jester once again found a way to benefit from the rules without breaking them. It was clear now that this undead wasn't ordinary. He was learning, adapting, and evolving not only as a weapon or servant but as something far more complex. Lily, of course, didn't notice any of this. To her, Jester was just an oddly charming, overly polite boy with her cousin's face. which was honestly weird but might have helped in building their relationship. After all, unlike her look-crazed friends, she saw him as a housemate. Jester turned toward Lily's pod, his voice calm but teasing. We shouldn't play League yet. With our current skills, we'll probably be beaten left and right. Inside the other pod, Lily froze. Since they had already added each other as friends in the system, his words echoed directly into her earpiece. Her face flushed immediately, and she sank slightly into her seat. He said our skills, but she knew he was just being kind. Jester might have phrased it as a collective issue, but Lily was painfully aware that she was the real problem. In their practice matches, it had become very clear that Jester was a natural fighter. His precision, reflexes, and situational awareness were on another level entirely. He might not be as overwhelming as her cousin Michael, but he wasn't far behind either. Still, she said nothing. Besides, she already had a plan. Later, when he's busy recording, I'll sneak in and play League on my... She sighed quietly. Jester had a habit and obsession, really, of recording everything they did for data review. He said it helped them learn faster, but Lily suspected he just liked collecting information. If she really did get beaten badly, she couldn't let him have a video of it as proof. All right, Lily replied softly, forcing a smile into her tone. We'll start with something else then. Jester chuckled, his tone light. In the end, it is still combat. But before League, we can warm up with other games. How about a war sim? First. Lily peeked at her menu. Front War. Yes, he confirmed. Okay. They both tapped in. Account creation flickered by in a handful of prompts. Name, region, optional avatar. Jester set his to default after the old scanned his facial and body features. Lily did the same. According to what we saw online and in the game description, Jester said, scrolling through the text that appeared before his eyes. This game's about starting as a foot soldier for an organization called the Federation. We fight against alien races and try to push back their invasion or something like that. Lily hummed as she skimmed the same information on her end. It sounds exciting. Yeah, Jester replied with a small grin. Pretty much. But the cool part is that if we form a party, we'll get assigned together in the same squad. That was all the convincing Lily needed. Then let's do that. They both confirmed the setting. Next came the loadout screen. All right, Jester said as the holographic models of weapons rotated in front of him. We get to pick a primary and a secondary. Lily's eyes scanned through the list. Chapter 627, First Popularity 3. Refresh to clear errors and requesting for votes. I'm going with a sword for close range and a gun for backup. I think it looks fun, Jester said. Then I'll do the same, Lily decided, selecting a sleek energy blade and a small pistol. The moment their selections locked in, the interface shifted again. The bright menu dissolved into a loading sequence of flashing lights and pulsing sounds. Initializing simulation. Faction assigned. The Federation. Deployment zone. Sector A9. Outskirts of Novan Ridge. Mission. Defend the forward base from alien incursion. The words faded, and the world around them solidified. The roar of explosions thundered overhead, and Lily gasped as her boots sank into dirt. Smoke drifted over the ruined base ahead, and cries echoed in the distance. Her weapon felt heavy in her hands, the haptic feedback making it almost real. Jester appeared beside her, his uniform identical to hers. This was their first time stepping into a full virtual world. For Lily, the experience was overwhelming in both good and bad ways. Her eyes darted around, taking in every detail: the haze of smoke, the metallic tang in the air, the subtle vibration beneath her boots. It all felt too real. The wind tugged at her uniform, the faint static of comms crackled in her ear, and the ground trembled from distant explosions. She knew it was all virtual, yet her heart thudded against her chest as if she stood in a real battlefield. It wasn't fear of the technology, it was fear of how alive everything felt. And this was them still far from the main war zone. The thought of what the center of battle might look like sent a small chill down her spine. As for Jester, he was simply in awe. His gaze wandered over the holographic dust motes floating in the sunlight, the soldiers shouting orders, the fire flickering in the distance. To him, this was something straight out of imagination. In his mind, he couldn't help but compare it to the illusion techniques of the cultivation world he remembered from Li Fang's memories. Those illusions could trick the senses, yes, but this was something else entirely. It didn't just trick sight or sound. It recreated existence itself. The textures, the gravity, even the temperature, it was precise in a way that made illusion arts seem ancient and crude. Technology has really gone beyond imagination, he murmured to himself. A notification flickered in their vision. Squad formation. Complete. They turned around and realized they weren't alone. 3 other figures stood a short distance away, clad in the same gray and blue Federation gear. Their names floated faintly above their heads when Lily focused her gaze. Iron Dog 42, Mira_shots, Rex Prime. Other players, Jester said curiously. Guess it's not just the 2 of us. Looks like it, Lily replied softly, her voice still filled with a mix of wonder and unease. Their own names glowed faintly in the corner of their HUDs. Lily missed, Jester void. Before they could say more, a 4th presence walked up to them, an NPC judging from the subtle blue outline and the lack of a name tag. The figure was tall, muscular, and wore a worn-out command coat draped over his armor. His face was scarred, eyes sharp and cold, but his tone was steady and commanding. Welcome to Outpost A9. Recruits, the man said, voice amplified through the squad's comms. You're Federation foot soldiers now. That means you follow orders. Keep your head down, and don't die in the first 5 minutes. Lily swallowed hard, tightening her grip on her rifle. Jester, on the other hand, tilted his head slightly, a curious smile tugging at his lips. So even artificial people can sound this real, he whispered under his breath. The NPC continued, pacing before them. Your mission is simple. Hold the ridge until reinforcements arrive. The aliens will test your defenses, and I expect you to fight back. Fail and the outpost falls. Survive, and maybe you'll live long enough to see the stars again. Then, without warning, the sound of sirens blared again. The ground shook, and red lights flashed across the base. Alert! Enemy forces inbound. The squad leader's gaze hardened. Positions. Move it, rookies. Lily flinched at the command but obeyed immediately, sprinting toward the sandbag line. Jester followed right behind, his grin widening as the simulated adrenaline began to kick in. Around them, the once quiet base came alive. Dozens of soldiers ran across the camp, some clearly NPCs following precise routines, others players, their movements clumsy or erratic in comparison. Was a chaotic blend of human unpredictability and programmed precision. Jester and Lily weren't the only newcomers. Squads were forming all across the outer field, and Lily could see groups assembling near other barricades shouting, laughing, or testing out their weapons before the battle began. Holographic drones hovered overhead. There are a lot of people here, Lily murmured, watching a formation of armored vehicles roll past them. Most are NPCs, Jester replied after a moment. But some dash, he pointed at a group where 2 soldiers were jumping repeatedly into a sandbag wall, are definitely real players. Lily laughed softly despite herself. The mixture of real and fake made the place feel more alive than it should have. Unknown to either of them, however, someone else had already noticed their presence. Or rather, noticed him. Far above the simulated battlefield, a hovering camera drone zoomed in on the squad below. Its operator, a popular game streamer known as Hexanova, was broadcasting live to hundreds of thousands of viewers. Okay. Chat, Hexanova said, adjusting her headset as she scanned through the crowded outpost. Looks like we're dropping into a public session this time. Let's see what kind of chaos we can find before the aliens spawn. The chat flooded with emotes and scrolling text. Show us the new players. Noobs incoming. Bet half of them can't even aim. Her drone camera drifted past one squad, then another until it caught sight of Jester standing beside Lily, his posture calm and his expression serious as he checked his weapon. Hexanova paused mid-sentence. Wait, chat. Hold on, does that guy look familiar to anyone else? The scrolling comments erupted again. Chapter 628, First Popularity. 4. Wait, is that Michael Norman? Bro, it's him. Phantom Spear. No way. He looks younger though. Maybe an alt account. Could be a player who messed around with their character design. Nah, even if that's possible, with the minimal freedom given to customize your character, you'd still look quite as you look IRL. Hexanova laughed when she saw the flood of messages, but couldn't deny what her chat saw. On screen, Jester turned slightly, his expression detached yet quietly observant, the sunlight catching his raven-black hair in a way that made the scene feel cinematic. All right, she said with a grin. Whoever this guy is, he's got the internet going wild right now. There were certain kinds of people who, once they became famous, rarely lost their fame. It could fade a little over time, but it was hard to disappear completely unless time itself erased it. These people could be called pioneers. Thanks to the Federation, the recent trend in Aurora was the gradual transformation of modern society into a fully supernatural one. To achieve this, a few individuals were deliberately placed in the public eye to drive the narrative forward. The first major step had been the broadcast of the college exams' second round, an event that became one of the most influential moments in society's recent history. Among the participants, a few stood out more than the rest. As one of the few who demonstrated a rare spatial ability, something uncommon even among supernaturals, Michael's fame didn't diminish. It only grew as more footage and edited clips of him spread across the net. Among the youth of Aurora, there weren't few who knew of him. Many admired him and some outright idolized him. Phantom Spear, a name Michael didn't quite like, as it didn't fit his profession, had nonetheless become popular across the net. With such a reputation, it wasn't hard for Michael to be recognized anywhere he appeared. Unfortunately for the streamer, Jester wasn't Michael. But at first glance, few could tell the difference. Only after the initial commotion settled did viewers begin to notice the subtle age difference. Jester looked everything like Michael on the surface, except he appeared at least 3 years younger. At this time, Jester was checking the gun in his hands. The design was sleek yet heavy, its metallic texture cold against his palm. He studied the weapon carefully, his fingers tracing the smooth grip and faint digital markings along its side. Though he had barely spent more than a week in Aurora, Jester had already adapted with remarkable ease. Thanks to his high intelligence and his little information sessions with the neighborhood's elderly friendly grandmas and grandpas who were more than happy to share stories about everyday life, he had absorbed more than enough cultural knowledge to pass as a native. Aside from a few gaps in common sense, Jester could easily blend into society. The gun's mechanism looked simple enough to him. He loaded, aimed, and fired a few rounds toward a distant target. The simulated recoil and vibration through his arm made him smile faintly. Impressive, he thought. The sensation was precise, artificial, yet close enough to reality to stir something in his mind. He rolled his shoulder and, out of habit, tried to feel the flow of power inside this body. Nothing answered. Jester eyebrow raised in realization. So this body barely left the physique of an average human and possessed almost no mana at all. A small spark of amusement lit his eyes. So abilities exist here, but they are leashed. The game seemed to want things that couldn't be brute-forced with power. A limiter like that only made it more interesting. His curiosity deepened, and his desire to explore this so-called game world finally took over. Without thinking twice, Jester began to move forward, scanning the surroundings and experimenting with the game's interface. Little did he know that, at that very moment, he was already in the eyes of thousands of people watching the live broadcast. On Hexanova's stream, the camera drone zoomed closer as her chat exploded again. He's moving. Look at that form. Bro's checking the gun like he's in the army. No hesitation. No tutorial fumbling. He knows what he's doing. Confirmed. That has to be Phantom Spear. The stance, the focus. It's him. Why's he so calm though? Everyone else is panicking. Chat, this is giving main character energy. He even reloads like a pro. I swear, if this isn't Michael Norman, I'll Eat my credits. Hexanova chuckled. She panned her view, tracking Jester as he advanced through the simulated battlefield, completely unaware of the storm of attention surrounding him. And so it began the moment an undead pretending to be human unknowingly became the internet's newest obsession. Out past the wire, the current opponent finally showed itself. The HUD tagged them as Varkal. They were tall, slab-muscled, and wrapped in bone plates like crude armor with weapons like hooked javelins and cleaver-length blades. Where the Federation leaned on technology, the Varkal leaned on raw strength. Their shamans beat drum that spiked the courage of their warriors and dampened nearby electronics at times. Right now it was a stalemate. Plasma bursts stitched the ridge. Lily popped up from behind a sandbag and fired in quick bursts. Her rounds went wide or chewed dust a meter short. She bit her lip, adjusted, and kept trying. Slowly, she found herself adjusting to the game reality. Fortunately, though the sight was gory, there was no strange smell. That enhanced it. Jester leaned over the sandbag, sight steady. He squeezed the trigger, 3 times in a calm rhythm. Crack, crack, crack. All 3 rounds hit, but each struck bone plate where it was thickest, damaging the armor. The Varkal he tagged staggered but did not fall. If Michael had been there to see it, he alone would have known what to feel, recognizing in that moment a strangely familiar echo of a certain embarrassing memory from his past. Unlike a certain Necromancer, it didn't take Jester long to get the hang of aiming. His aim was already decent thanks to his natural advantages, and after a few more shots, he quickly advanced from good shots to deadly precision. Jester adjusted his stance slightly, eyes narrowing as he tracked another Varkal charging between the wreckage of metal barricades. He exhaled slowly and squeezed the trigger. Crack. The first shot tore through the alien's neck joint right where 2 thick bone plates met. A fine spray of black ichor burst into the air as the creature's roar died in its throat. It staggered 2 steps before collapsing face first into the mud, its crude weapon slipping from its grasp and clattering beside it. Another Varkal came charging through the haze, its bone blade raised high. Its armored feet slammed into the ground with earth-shaking weight. Crack. The rifle bucked in Jester's grip, but his stance didn't waver. The bullet whistled through the air and struck the creature straight through the eye slit of its helmet. For a split second, it kept running, the body's momentum carrying it several meters before it crumpled, lifeless, at his feet. The soldiers beside him froze. Even the nearby NPCs, programmed with combat subroutines, seemed to falter mid-movement as if confused by the sudden efficiency of death. Lily, crouched beside a sandbag, fumbled mid-reload, staring wide-eyed. He didn't even miss, she whispered, voice trembling with awe. Iron Dog 42 whistled. Holy crap, man, you a pro or something? Jester didn't answer. His focus remained absolute. His hands moved fluidly, reloading with mechanical grace. The muzzle flashed 3 more times, each shot finding a weak point in exposed knee joint, a throat gap, a shoulder seam. Every hit either crippled or killed. The NPC squad leader, standing a few meters away, turned briefly, from shouting orders to glance at him. "You're doing great, lads," he said to no one in particular before barking new commands. Even the nearby NPC soldiers, coded to simulate emotional reactions, paused for a split second as if recognizing excellence. A few of them exchanged glances, murmuring simulated awe. Meanwhile, on the live broadcast, Hexanova's voice rang with excitement. "Chat, are you seeing this? He's literally soloing the left flank." Her chat exploded with messages. "He's not missing. What kind of aim is that? That recoil control, though, he's a machine. If that's not Phantom Spear, then this guy's his clone." Lily ducked behind cover again, heart pounding. Jester fired another precise volley. 3 shots, 3 kills. Each impact left a burst of simulated gore and glowing data fragments. She swallowed, muttering, "He makes it look so easy." Jester's lips curved faintly, almost imperceptibly a hint of satisfaction, maybe even amusement. He lowered his rifle for a second, assessing the chaos. The Federation troops were regaining ground. The Varkal advance slowed. Then, as another wave appeared over the ridge, Jester murmured softly, "Let's test something new." If Michael was to hear his tone, he would have felt a chill in his spine. It sounded harmless, but the time subtly contained something else. Asterisk. Thanks for reading today's chapters, and please vote to support the novel. Chapter 629, Troublesome Undead. Jester steadied his breathing as the next wave of Varkal surged over the ridge, their guttural roars echoing across the battlefield like thunder. He fired again, and with each kill, a faint pulse stirred inside his chest. At first, he thought it was just an illusion of immersion, but then, as the corpses piled up and he noticed his physical capabilities and mana were increasing. Yet the improvement was strangely limited. It became clearer with every battle movement. This game didn't want its players to rely on supernatural power. Everything here demanded skill. It wanted mastery, not brute force. But Jester wasn't truly thinking about game balance. Because as his mana stirred and strength grew, something else awoke within him. The faint coppery gleam of the simulated blood splashing across his vision seemed to stir something primal in him. His pupils dilated, his breathing slowed, and for the first time since entering the pod, his calm smile deepened into something feral. A pulse of hunger, a desire he didn't understand, or maybe he did, but refused to acknowledge. He lowered his rifle as he drew the sleek, Federation-issued energy sword at his side. Then, with a voice low and trembling with excitement, he muttered, "Let's see how this body holds up." The mana inside him swirled. Jester's stance shifted, his muscles tightening in anticipation. A familiar flow coursed through him, the same pattern used in his real body's night technique. Energy burst through his limbs, faint light streaking across his veins. The next second, he vanished from his squad's line of sight. The air cracked. While where'd he dash? Iron Dog 42 started. But his words were cut off by the echo of metal clashing bone. Jester was already in the enemy ranks. He landed among the Varkal like a dark storm, his sword carving a half-circle through the air. The blade cleaved cleanly through the neck of one warrior, bisected another across the torso, and spun in a reverse arc that sent 3 more staggering back. Simulated blood sprayed across his visor. His body reacted instinctively, his strikes elegant and monstrous all at once. Even though the sight of blood here was fake, something inside him stirred violently. The deeper shade of red spreading in his vision made him feel alive, too alive. Lily, still crouched behind cover, could only stare in horror and awe as Jester's avatar blurred through the battlefield. On Hexanova's stream, the audience erupted. He switched to melee? That speed, holy crap. He's glowing. Do the phantom move. Chat. He's literally destroying them. Is that bloodlust? Why does he look like he's smiling? While others watched in awe as Jester tore through the battlefield. His strikes grew sharper, more vicious, more hungry. Every swing painted the air in red light. The Varkal warriors fell one after another, their heavy bodies thudding into the mud with hollow weight. Lily's hands trembled as she watched from behind her barricade. The players beside her, Iron Dog 42 and Mir_shots, stopped shooting entirely. They simply stared as Jester's glowing silhouette moved through the chaos like a specter. Is he enjoying this? Mir_shots muttered under her breath. Then it happened. Jester caught one of the Varkal by the throat, a hulking brute twice his size. The alien roared and swung its jagged blade, but Jester's hand tightened like an iron vice. The creature struggled violently, clawing at his arm, but Jester's smile only deepened. Lily's breath caught. Jester, what are you? Before she could finish, the Varkal's body began to shrivel. Its skin sank against its bones, its vibrant blue veins dimming to gray. Within seconds, the massive warrior crumpled like paper, its body reduced to a brittle husk. Jester exhaled softly. The fatigue that had been showing on his face moments ago vanished completely. His back straightened, his stance steadied. He looked rejuvenated. What the hell? Iron Dog 42 whispered, stepping back in alarm. The live stream chat exploded. What did he just do? Bro just absorbed that thing. It was at that exact moment that the system alert rang through every player's comms. Mission complete. Sector A9 secured. Simulation terminated. End of session. The world around them dissolved into cascading light. The blood-soaked dirt, the fire, the corpses all gone in an instant. Unknown to most players, inside a quiet operations room in the company that partnered with the Federation to launch Front War, a supervisor watched a red banner crawl across his console. Demonic pattern detected. He clicked the alert, scrubbed the replay twice, and frowned. Who is foolish enough to try that in a monitored sim? He muttered. The detection module had been added at the Federation's request. It was a net thrown into the water to see what it might catch. In the first few days, it had snagged a handful of reckless strays who tried to replicate some special dark arts inside the game. Even so, the supervisor still felt a jolt of surprise each time the red banner appeared. Protocol 12, he said to the room. Forward the packet. Keep our hands off. His team moved without fuss. They bundled everything, including the location trace from the home network with an auto-generated note attached to the file. To Federation liaison. Unusual drain behavior consistent with prescribed techniques. Player coordinates attached. Send it, the supervisor said. He leaned back, already doing something else. To him, it was just another alert cleared from his screen. Meanwhile, in the land of origin, Michael, who was unaware of the actions of his undead in the real world, was currently seated in front of Knight Darius. Before he laid eyes on Knight Darius, Michael had been shown politely into the knight's study. The guard bowed, nudged the door open, and left them there with a silver tray of steaming tea. There was no one to attend to him. The room itself was tidy and old. Michael crossed to a case, plucked a volume at random, the Iron Valleys, and took the central chair as if it were his own. He read in silence, turning pages at an even pace. Chapter 630, Troublesome Night. Behind Michael, Captain Rohan stood rigid, anger held on a short leash. His gauntlet fingers flexed and stilled on the pommel of his sword. Twice he drew breath to speak, and twice Michael's slight tilt of the head kept him quiet. Minutes went by. The tea cooled. Somewhere in the castle, a bell marked the hour. At last, Darius Velen entered. He took in the scene, the young lord seated, the captain at his back, the open book in the young man's hands, and allowed a ghost of a smile to touch his mouth. Before offering greeting or courtesy, Darius walked to the opposite chair and sat. Michael finished his paragraph, closed the book with gentle care, and set it atop the tray as though it too were part of the service. Only then did he look up, gaze steady, almost amused. Sir Darius, he said, voice mild. Thank you for the tea. Darius leaned back slightly, studying him. It seems the rumors were right, he said at last. You have a peculiar way of making another man feel like the guest in his own room. Michael smiled faintly. And you have a peculiar way of arriving late, Sir Darius. I was beginning to think the tea was meant to entertain me in your place. The knight's lips twitched. If I thought you were the sort who'd enjoy my company, I'd have hurried. But I doubt I could match your conversation, Lord Thornvale. Rohan shifted, but Michael lifted a hand, a gesture small enough to silence him. Flattery from a knight known for bluntness? I must be doing something right. Darius chuckled softly. Bluntness suits me better than pretense. I respect strength and service, not titles given by paper and favor. That's convenient, Michael said, tone still gentle. Because refusing respect to one's liege is a crime. For a heartbeat, the air cooled. The knight's smile remained, but his eyes sharpened. Then I suppose you'll have to decide whether you wish to rule by fear or by law. Michael met his gaze evenly. I prefer results. Fear and law are just tools. Which one I use depends on the man in front of me. Darius tilted his head, then nodded as though acknowledging a hidden truth. You speak well for someone so young. And sitting before your lord without greeting him? Michael replied smoothly. Another dangerous habit. One that might be mistaken for contempt. Darius's brows rose, and for the first time, there was something almost nervous in his expression. But only for a moment. The knight's lips curved again. "Then perhaps you'll have to punish me, my lord," he said evenly. "A crime is a crime, after all." It was a bold art of provocation, like he was daring Michael to do his worse. Michael leaned back in his chair, a quiet laugh slipping out before he could stop it. His thoughts drifted elsewhere. Duke Evermoon's daughter, the last person he'd spoken to in such a back-and-forth dance of words. Arian Evermoon. He found himself wondering if he'd see her again. Compared to her, this knight, while clever, was predictable. Every sentence had an edge, but no mystery. Still, Michael couldn't deny he enjoyed this little exchange. Darius noticed the slight curve of his lips and frowned faintly. "You're smiling. Should I be worried?" Michael shook his head lightly, the faintest glimmer of humor in his eyes. "No, Sir Darius. I was simply thinking that you'd make an excellent conversational partner. If only you weren't so boring." Darius blinked, then laughed deep and genuine this time. "Boring? My lord, that's the first insult I've heard wrapped so politely." "Then I'll consider it a success," Michael replied and spoke again. "Captain," he said without looking back, "wait outside." Rohan hesitated, but Michael didn't repeat himself. After a moment's pause, Rohan bowed stiffly. "Understood, my lord." He turned toward Darius, offering a glare sharp enough to cut steel. "Sir Knight." "Captain," Darius replied with a faint smirk. The door shut softly behind Rohan. Silence filled the study again. Darius reached to pour himself a drink to steady his nerves. When he froze, the air had changed. A faint chill slipped through the room, and temperature dropped. Steadily, the tea on the tray frosted over. Tiny white veins spread across the surface of the cup. Michael hadn't moved an inch. He sat calmly, fingers resting lightly on the armrest of his chair, expression unreadable. But the air around him shimmered faintly. Darius's breath fogged as the chill deepened. A patch of frost bloomed across the wooden floor near Michael's boots, spreading outward like a living thing. The knight swallowed, every instinct in his body warning him that what stood before him was no ordinary lord. Rumors had said the young Viscount of Thornvale possessed mana comparable to a great mage. Darius had dismissed most of that talk as noble exaggeration. Now, as the room groaned under invisible pressure, he realized the rumors hadn't just been wrong, they had understated the truth. His hand trembled slightly as he reached for his cup, only to find it frozen to the table. "Lord Thornvale," he began carefully, voice tight. "I was unaware my words had offended Offended," Michael repeated softly, cutting him off. His tone carried no anger, only calm, measured interest, and somehow that was worse. "You mistake this, Sir Darius. I'm not offended." Each word carried weight. The mana in the air grew thicker, like cold smoke. Darius's forehead beaded with sweat despite the freezing temperature. His vision dimmed at the edges, his heartbeat thudding painfully against his ribs. What is this pressure?" He tried to speak, but his voice faltered halfway. And then Darius saw it. Death. He might actually die today. Regret gripped his chest like iron. He had tested the young lord to gauge the measure of the man he'd be serving. But now, sitting in this suffocating cold, he realized how foolish that had been. The frost crept higher, coating the edge of his chair, the tips of his boots, the rim of his armor. His lungs burned with every breath. Michael finally spoke again, eyes still calm. "Do you understand now, Sir Darius?" Darius swallowed hard. "I do." "Good." Chapter 631 Defeat. Unlike Aurora, which was modern and heavily monitored even with its supernatural presence, power there did not make anyone invisible. At least that was the truth on the surface. Michael believed the opposite could also be true. The stronger a person became, the fewer laws could touch them. But that was Aurora. This was the land of origin. Here, the world followed older rules. If there was no one stronger above you, your word became the law. Nobles could kill commoners and call it justice. Men without noble blood could rise by sheer strength and still be respected, even if they disrespected those of noble birth. Power ruled everything. Count Hallam could casually send an assassin after Michael, and, if Michael had been just a lucky young man with a bit of talent, his death would not have mattered. The Count could even pay a fine or negotiate with Michael's family and move on as if nothing happened. This world was a food chain disguised as a civilization. In truth, it was much like the Awakeners' belief that this place was a crucible for strength. The strong devoured the weak, and the weak who survived grew stronger in turn. Michael had tried using words first, his tone calm and polite, but Darius mistook civility for weakness. Since reason failed, Michael turned to the other method he had already mentioned, fear. Michael leaned forward slightly, his expression softening. "Now then, Sir Darius," he said quietly. "Smile for me." Darius blinked in confusion. "My lord." Michael tilted his head, a small smile on his own lips. "Do I look that frightening? Come now. Smile." The knight hesitated, but under that steady gaze, he forced a grin. It was awkward at first, then turned into something strained and uncertain. Michael studied it, amusement flickering in his eyes. Not bad, but it looks more like you're trying to be polite." Darius exhaled, still holding the uneasy grin. "If it pleases you, my lord, I will practice more." Michael smiled in return, his tone growing oddly thoughtful. "You know, Sir Darius, I find myself sad." The knight froze again, unsure where this was going. "Sad, my lord?" "Yes," Michael said with quiet sincerity. "Because you treated me poorly. Tell me, what should you do if you made your lord sad?" Darius's throat tightened. His instincts screamed that this was no simple question. I would compensate, my lord." The moment he said it, Michael's eyes brightened, and his entire demeanor shifted. He clapped his hands together, the sharp sound echoing in the cold air. "Excellent," he said, his voice suddenly cheerful. He turned his head toward the door, a wide smile now on his face. "Captain Rohan," he called loudly, his tone full of warmth and mischief. "Do come in." The heavy door creaked open almost instantly, with Rohan's eyes darting between Michael's bright expression and the pale, shaken knight. Rohan stepped fully into the room, but the moment he crossed the threshold, his breath caught. The air felt unnaturally cold. His eyes swept the chamber. The window panes were fogged over, and a thin layer of frost clung to the floor near Michael's chair. The silver tray on the table shimmered with frozen condensation. Even the untouched teapot had turned dull white from the chill. A faint shiver ran through Rohan. No wonder the hallway outside had felt strangely cool. Michael, sitting comfortably as if nothing were amiss, looked perfectly at ease. His calm smile only made the scene more surreal. "My lord," Rohan stated, his voice tight. He glanced again at Darius, who sat stiffly in his chair, pale and drenched in sweat despite the freezing air. Michael leaned back in his chair, folding one leg over the other as if the cold, tension-filled room had never existed. "Ah, Captain," he said pleasantly. "We were just discussing proper compensation." Rohan's brow furrowed slightly, uncertain if he should smile or reach for his sword. Darius, still frozen in place, could only swallow hard. The young lord's cheerful tone somehow felt far more dangerous than his killing intent had moments before. "Compensation," Michael said, gentle as rain. "Sir Darius, your first offer." Darius wet his lips. 5,000 gold, he said. "Paid within the week." Michael turned his head slightly as if he had not heard. He reached for the teapot, found it rimmed in frost, and set it down again with care. "I asked for something fitting," he said. "Try again." Darius drew a slow breath. "My lord, the levy is due, winter stores are thin, and the roads are still 30% of your treasury," Michael said. Darius blinked. My low 40. "My lord, please. If we strip the chest that low, the market will panic." And 50. Darius's throat worked. "We can manage 40 with a bond for the Rest in spring and dash. 60. He stared. We will not recover by spring. Did you just say I should increase it? Silence pressed the room again. Darius swallowed hard. 70%, Michael stated. Color left Darius's face. He glanced once at Rohan, as if the captain might intercede. Rohan did not move. Michael folded his hands. Livestock. Darius flinched. The herds, my lord. The fields need dash. Half. Darius tried once more. If we cut that deep, the spring draft will fail. And dash. Michael lifted a finger. Half, he repeated, voice as soft as before. Breed stock included. You may choose the calves to keep. Darius closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. Understood. Armor and weapons, Michael said. Darius found a scrap of steel in his spine. If you take the armories, my men cannot answer bandits or raiders. The border is not quiet. Half, Michael said. Darius tried to frame a counter and failed. The effort died on his tongue. Michael rose, the frost whispering under his boot. He looked down at Darius without malice. Let it be recorded, he said, clear enough for the corridor beyond the door. Sir Darius has promised me 70% of his treasury, half of his livestock, and half of his armor and weapons. He offered 5,000 gold at first, but I could not hear such a small sound. Chapter 632 Conclusion. Refresh to clear errors. Darius's jaw tightened. He managed a bow from the chair. It will be done, he said, voice low. By when? In a month's. When? In a week, my lord. Good, Michael said. His smile returned, warm and bright, as if the last minutes had been a polite chat about the weather. Then we are finished for today. Drink your tea before it thaws. Asterisk. As Michael stepped out of the manor, the late morning air met him. His boots clicked softly against the stone path. Captain Rohan followed a few steps behind, still silent. Michael didn't speak either. There was no need. The message had already been carved into Darius's mind, and he figured that by tomorrow morning, it would reach every noble within this region. Michael soon reached his carriage. As he settled into the carriage, Michael let his thoughts wander. He had originally planned to investigate Darius's territory, to look into the flow of supplies and the trade records. But after seeing the knight's reaction, he changed his mind. Breaking men was easy. Using them was harder and far more valuable. Darius would be useful, at least for now. Michael didn't need loyalty from such people, just obedience. Fear worked just as well as respect, and he had never been worried about the process of a result but the result. Michael wasn't loyal to the kingdom. He doubted he ever would be. The nobles, the crown, the councils, they were just names to him. He was only part of it because he needed to be. This world wasn't his final destination. He didn't even believe he'd spend his life here. His goals stretched far beyond its borders, but until then, stability was useful. It gave him time to grow. And if others desired stability too, then all the better. They would be easy to reason with or to control. The carriage jolted forward, wheels crunching softly over gravel. Michael leaned back against the seat, watching the landscape drift by through the window. Asterisk. Back in the original world, inside the Academy's secret realm, the orientation had just concluded after the director finished outlining everything that needed to be said for him. Michael could be seen walking alongside Lyra as they made their way back to his villa. Students lingered here and there, still discussing the director's words, but most stepped aside as Michael passed. Whether out of respect or unease, it was hard to tell. Lyra walked beside him in silence, her expression thoughtful. She occasionally glanced at him, wanting to speak, but the calm, unreadable look on Michael's face made her think twice each time. It was Michael who finally broke the silence. Now that the orientation's over, he said, his tone calm. What happens next? Lyra blinked, as if pulled from her own thoughts. Ah, right. The semester has officially begun, she replied. From now on, the courses you registered for will be open to you. You'll also gain access to several academy facilities that were previously restricted, training grounds, libraries, the mana chambers, and so on. Michael nodded, taking that in without comment. He said nothing more, and for a moment, the silence returned. This time, however, it was Lyra who spoke first. She hesitated briefly before asking, "Is it true that you awaken this year?" Her voice was curious but cautious, almost like she feared overstepping. Michael's steps didn't slow. "Why do you ask?" he replied, his tone even. Lyra looked down, fiddling with a strand of her hair. "It's just hard to believe." Michael glanced at her, an amused glint flickering in his eyes. "Do you think the director would lie about that sort of thing? For fun?" he asked. Before she could even answer, he thought back to the director's odd way of speaking and the faint smirk the man had worn during orientation. The more he remembered, the more he felt that the answer might actually be yes. Lyra didn't respond either, but the faint crease between her brows told him she had likely reached the same conclusion. A small, helpless smile tugged at the corner of Michael's lips. "Yes," he finally said. "It's true. I awakened this year." Lyra stopped for a moment, her eyes widening slightly as she turned toward him. "That's unbelievable." Her tone wasn't accusatory, but the disbelief was obvious. Yet when she looked closely, Michael's expression remained calm. Too calm to be lying. He sighed inwardly. He couldn't even blame her. Leveling up to 50 in less than 5 months wasn't something anyone would find easy to accept. If he had heard such a claim from someone else, he wouldn't have believed it either. But this world was full of possibilities. Wasn't he proof of that himself? Michael thought these things quietly but didn't say them aloud. He simply continued walking. Lyra drew a breath and nodded to herself. "You are amazing," she said quietly. "I am older than you. I awakened 3 years ago, but I am still a level 30 archer." Michael glanced at her. "Archer, She looked a little embarrassed. "Level 30 in 3 years doesn't look bad," Michael said in a shaky tone. "That is what the instructors say," she replied, eyes on the road. "But standing next to you, it feels small." Michael was about to reply, but before he could, his steps faltered. A deep, heavy pulse echoed in his chest. Once, twice, then again, louder. It wasn't his heartbeat. It was something else. He froze. A few seconds later, Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as realization struck. Jester. The pulse was like a call. Somehow, through the link between them through his Genesis body, Jester was reaching out to him. Michael placed a hand over his chest. Lyra noticed the change immediately. "Michael?" she asked, worry flashing in her eyes. "Are you all right?" Michael didn't answer right away. His gaze turned distant. "I'm fine," he finally said, though his voice sounded lower, distracted. His focus wasn't on her anymore. Thanks for reading today's chapters, and please don't forget to support. Chapter 633, Misunderstanding. After the game ended, Jester opened his eyes in confusion. For some reason, he felt the session hadn't truly ended. It didn't feel like the task had been completed, yet he had no proof. Since there was nothing concrete to go on, he decided to stop thinking about it and stepped out of the game pod. A smile formed on his face as he stretched his limbs. Even though everything inside the game was fake, the sensations had felt so real that he couldn't help but enjoy it. For a moment, he felt proud of himself for convincing his master to get the game pods. Even if they weren't meant for games, the pods could serve as the perfect training tool. With them, he could create a personal simulation room to test his skills safely, without the need for caution that reality demanded. As Jester thought about this, he noticed Lily emerging from her pod. She stepped out slowly, an odd expression on her face as her eyes darted toward him. It was her first experience with something like this, and the strange, vivid events she had witnessed inside the simulation still lingered in her mind. She couldn't shake the unease. It was said that the actions taken in the game, especially those involving supernatural abilities, could sometimes translate into real life. If that were true, then what Jester had done, draining the life from another character until it became an empty husk, might not have been just a game mechanic. A chill ran through her. She looked at Jester again. His calm smile only made her heart beat faster. But then she exhaled softly. After all, he was her brother's undead. Someone connected to a necromancer couldn't exactly be called normal, could they? Then again, seeing how innocent Jester looked and how he always acted, not even willing to see a struggling elder walk with difficulty. He couldn't be evil, right? Jester noticed the strange look on Lily's face almost immediately. "What's wrong?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. Lily blinked, startled, and quickly shook her head. "Nothing. I'm fine." Jester studied her for a moment, his eyes calm but observant. He didn't believe her, not entirely. Still, he didn't press further. From his perspective, he had done nothing wrong. Everything that happened inside the simulation was just part of the game, wasn't it? In the end, no matter how intelligent or composed he appeared, Jester was still a monster at his core. At a deeper level, his thought would never be the same as others. Even so, a small doubt lingered in his mind. What had unsettled Lily? Jester's thoughts drifted briefly before landing on the most likely cause: the game itself. It was said that the first time using a game pod could cause mild side effects. Disorientation, sensory echoes, or confusion that faded with time. The symptoms grew weaker the more a person played, only reappearing when someone pushed the limits by playing far too long. That had to be it, Jester decided. He gave a small, reassuring smile. "You should rest for a bit. The first session can be strange." Lily hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Right. Maybe that's it." As she turned away, Jester watched her for a moment longer, then his smile faded. It wasn't that the body he occupied was weak. It wasn't, but because it had been in a blank state when he took it over, even though he had strengthened it over time, it was still far weaker compared to his true body hidden inside. However, that didn't mean his strength was affected. His abilities were never dependent on physical power. His true strength came from his mind and mana. With his real body's power still connected to him, Jester was as dangerous as ever. If that weren't the case, his master would never have entrusted him with protecting the family. Still, something was off. When Michael had first assigned him this task, Jester assumed there would be danger lurking nearby, perhaps assassins or spies watching from the shadows. But for weeks, nothing had happened. It made him think his master had only placed him here as a precaution, not because of any immediate threat. And looking at Aunt Mia and Lily's calm nature, Jester couldn't imagine them causing any trouble either. He had thought his work here would be uneventful for a long time. Until now. He was confused because, for some reason, 5 distinct energy signatures had appeared within his sensing range, and none of them were weak. Their mental defenses were average, which wasn't surprising. Even mages didn't always possess strong mental walls. But their vitality and aura told a different story. Based on what he could sense, the 5 figures surrounding the house were knights. And not ordinary ones either. Late morning traffic drifted through the open estate. Dog walkers, a courier on a scooter, a pair of joggers cutting across the cul-de-sac. The 5 operatives blended in with the flow, street clothes and sunglasses, each with a small in-ear comm that looked like a music. "But, check," murmured one, pausing at a planter across from the target house. "Are we sure this is where the signal came from?" "Confirmed," 2 replied. "Owner." "Female," 3 said. "Mia. Runs that new restaurant uptown. Reviews say it is popular." For crossed at the corner, pretending to text. "Anything noteworthy about the residents?" "Yes," 5 said. "The woman is the aunt of Michael Norman, the awakener from the public college exams." 1 watched a delivery van roll past the driveway. "And our target?" "The description says he looks like Michael Norman," 2 answered. "But records show Michael is logged in at college right now. Attendance and campus gate entries match. So a lookalike," 3 said. "Or a faker," 4 added. "Could be using dark arts to mimic the real." 1 to avoid suspicion from the original close aides. 1 adjusted his cap and leaned on the planter. "Rules of engagement. We confirm identity first. If it is the real Michael, we stand down and pass it up. If it is an imposter, we contain and hold." "Understood," 4 said. "I can take the doorbell and talk our way in." Chapter 634 Misunderstanding 2. refresh to clear errors. For started toward the walkway, phone in hand, already crafting a polite smile and a deliveryman tone in his head. "All right, I'll take the doorbell," he said into the calm, voice low. He didn't get the chance. Before his finger reached the bell, the door opened. A boy stood there, a handsome teenager with striking green eyes, dark hair, and a bright, disarming smile that felt completely out of place. The target, for Froze. The description matched perfectly with the original. But the face, it looked younger. For hesitated. Something was wrong. If the imposter was so easy to notice, why hadn't the original relatives reported? Were they compromised? Threatened? The thought barely formed when the teenager tilted his head, blinking in mild surprise. "Oh," he said, voice light and curious. "I wasn't expecting anyone outside. Who are you?" The tone was friendly. For, with a smile on his face, was about to speak when suddenly, in an instant, his mind went blank. It was as though someone had pressed a switch inside his skull. The world dimmed at the edges, thoughts dissolving into a soft, gray fog. The tension in his body vanished, and his eyes lost focus. Jester's pleasant smile didn't waver as he stepped aside. "You should come in," he said gently. Without hesitation, For nodded and walked past him, his movements smooth but mechanical. The front door closed behind them with a soft click. Jester turned the lock. Outside, the remaining 4 operatives froze. 4. 1 called quietly through the comm, no response. 2's breathing grew audible over the line. Did he mute his channel? No, 5 said after a second. His tone was grim. Static hummed faintly in their ears. None of them spoke for a long moment. 1 clenched his jaw. Hold position, he. The atmosphere around the house shifted. Finally, the strongest among them, a tall man standing by the far lamp post, exhaled. I'm going next, he said. 1 weight dash, but he was already moving. The strongest among them moved swiftly, cutting across the street with his coat fluttering behind him. His eyes locked onto the front door, and a faint metallic sheen flickered beneath his skin, a sign of mana-forged reinforcement. He wasn't going to make the same mistake as 4. The moment his boot touched the first step, the door opened again. Jester stood there, the same calm, bright smile on his face. There was no warning. The knight lunged forward, fist coiled with raw aura, intent on knocking the boy unconscious before he could speak another word. The blow whistled through the air, but before it landed, a blur moved between them. Crack! The sound of bone meeting reinforced flesh rang out. For, expression empty, eyes dull, had intercepted the strike with his forearm. The impact sent a shockwave through the porch tiles, scattering dust and small stones. What the for? The man snarled, his eyes widening. He staggered half a step back. For didn't answer. Then, like a puppet on invisible strings, he straightened and drove his knee toward the man's ribs. The strongest operative barely blocked in time, his forearm numbing from the force. He's controlled, he shouted over the comm. Pull back. 1's voice barked through the channel, but it came too late. Jester's smile widened just slightly as his eyes glowed faintly green. The knight blinked once and suddenly everything went silent. His breathing slowed, his stance loosened, and the color drained from his face. The aura around him flickered, then vanished completely. He turned, calm and expressionless, stepping aside like a loyal guard returning to post. 1. 2 whispered. Nothing. All 3 froze. They already knew. Without another word, the remaining 3 shot into the air above, the estate scattering to gain a wider view of the area. From below, Jester squinted up at the sky. His green eyes shimmered. Faintly. Oh, he murmured. They can fly. Jester glanced at the 2 motionless figures by the door, both knights now standing quietly like guards awaiting orders. The ground around them bore faint cracks from the earlier impact, small tendrils of dust still drifting in the air. The tiles had fractured beneath the force of the blocked punch. He sighed softly. This place isn't fit for a fight, he muttered. His master would not be pleased if the neighborhood was damaged or the attention of the authorities was drawn. He turned his gaze upward again. The three figures circling above glinted faintly in the sunlight, their auras barely restrained. They were scanning for him, cautious now, their movements sharp and defensive. He could sense the tension in their mana flow. They wouldn't approach easily, not after seeing two of their comrades fall without a sound. Still, if they forced a battle here, he might not be able to hold back without revealing too much. The risk wasn't worth it. Just as he made up his mind, the front door behind him creaked open. "Jester!" He turned. Lily stood there in her casual house clothes, hair a bit tousled, blinking in confusion. "Who are those people by the door?" she asked, pointing toward the two motionless men beside the steps. Jester's expression softened instantly. He smiled, his tone calm and reassuring. "Friends," he said. "They came by unexpectedly." Lily frowned slightly, her gaze lingering on the cracked tiles and faint dust. "Friends?" she repeated, not fully convinced. Jester stepped forward and gently rested a hand on her shoulder. "Yes, don't worry about it. You should stay inside for now, all right? Be back soon." There was a quiet confidence in his voice that made her stop questioning. She hesitated, then slowly nodded. "Okay," she said softly. "Be careful." Jester's smile lingered as he turned away. Once she closed the door, the warmth vanished from his expression. He looked up at the sky again, green eyes faintly glowing. "Let's move this somewhere else," he whispered, his voice low and cold. With that, the air around him rippled, his form blurred, fading like smoke on the wind as he vanished from the doorstep. Chapter 635, New Arrival, edited. When Jester reappeared, he was already in the woods outside Brightgate City. Pine and tree leaves swayed in the wind. Jester exhaled slowly, his form stabilizing as faint green light faded from his eyes. "Good," he muttered. "No civilians here." Not that he cared for others, to be honest. His master's commands just limited him to some actions. The silence in the woods lasted only a heartbeat. From above, three streaks of light tore through the canopy: blue, crimson, and green. The sky lit up with mana flares, followed by a series of concussive bursts. Blades of compressed air and radiant spears rained down, smashing through trees and rock alike. Jester's eyes widened slightly. They started already? He had the two controlled knights by his side hurriedly protect him. For a moment he was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected them to strike without hesitation, especially while their two comrades were still alive, though under his control. Branches burned. Craters formed. The forest smelled of ozone and splintered bark. He frowned, feeling mild irritation tug at the edge of his calm. So they've already written them off as dead? Recalling his master's earlier orders, Jester had not killed the first two. He had only fractured their consciousness, suppressed the thinking mind, and taken command of the subconscious. They could still breathe, their hearts still beat, and with rest they could even recover. The control wasn't permanent. It was a delicate balance that avoided permanent damage. But their allies clearly didn't know that. "This is troublesome," he murmured. Jester had assumed they would hesitate, try to rescue their companions, or at least attempt contact before attacking. Through their hesitation he had planned to take control of them, but unfortunately, the world doesn't sometimes accept to follow one's plan. The moment the first attack landed, another wave came and another followed immediately. From the treeline, three figures hovered in a loose triangle and flooded the clearing with long-range fire. Crescent blades of wind stacked over lances of light. Scattershot mana bolts pepper, ground in stuttering lines. They were master stage knights, and while spellwork was not their strong suit, they did not need finesse to drown a target. Volume would do. "Attack," Jester said. The two knights at his side moved at once. Their eyes were dull, their auras steady. One lifted a palm and cast a slanted barrier that caught the first rain of wind blades. The other drew a breath and punched forward. A compressed shockwave ripped up through the canopy and met the descending lances midair. The collision burst in a white ring that shook the pines. Above, the trio did not pause. They widened their circle and began to spam in rhythm. The pattern built like drumbeats. Trees toppled. Soil kicked up in curtains. Jester would have been overwhelmed alone, but thanks to the two beside him, he had time to even observe the situation. After thinking about it a bit, Jester took the risk and had the two knights by his side fly up to meet their friends. Immediately, a more intense wave of mana erupted. The 5 knights clashed midair in a violent storm of color and sound. Shock waves rippled through the forest as their mana collided, distorting the air itself. Jester's 2 puppets met their former comrades' head-on instinct, driving their bodies, while their minds remained suppressed under his control. Spells flared across the sky like fireworks gone rogue. A storm of blades, flame lances, and bursts of kinetic pressure crossed paths in chaotic brilliance. Their subconscious instincts honed through years of battle drove them to fight as they would in life, not as puppets bound by restraint. One of Jester's knights threw up a hardened aura shield and countered with a burning arc slash, while the other darted between blasts, closing the distance with explosive bursts of mana. Above, the 3 free knights matched their ferocity with equal force. Mana chains and compressed air orbs tangled midair, detonating in flares that burned across the treetops. And then it happened. Without Jester's command, the 2 controlled knights flared brighter, rings on their fingers pulsing with light. The runes etched into the metal shimmered, and in the next instant, flashes of steel appeared in their hands. Weapons. Ah! Jester's eyes narrowed faintly. Space rings? This technology exists here too. One drew a broad longsword, the other summoned a glaive. They crossed the final distance in a blur, meeting their former comrades. Head-on. The 3 free knights didn't hesitate either. Their own rings lit up in response, summoning their personal weapons. The first impact was like thunder. A shockwave rippled outward, flattening the treetops below. Each strike was accompanied by a bloom of light, mana colliding and splintering mid-air. From the ground, Jester watched calmly as they engaged. Spells exploded like artillery. From what Jester could see, his luck was good as the 2 controlled knights just happened to have been the strongest in their groups. However, no matter how strong they were, with their level of power, they couldn't end the battle quickly. Fortunately, their abilities were still of help. Unknown to the 3 other knights, they were not so far away from Jester anymore. With their mind not focused on him and him being close to them, the 4 felt a force in their consciousness and lost control. "Enough," Jester said, voice carrying cleanly through the battered treetops. His eyes gleamed green. Down. All 5 knights seized mid-swing, their auras stuttering. Like puppets, whose strings had been yanked, they drifted from the sky, boots crunching into the churned earth. Jester was just about to think of his next move when he suddenly paused and stopped. A presence pressed lightly against the edge of his senses. He turned, his head high above, half veiled by cloud glare. A single figure hung in the air. If Michael had been here, he'd have recognized the man instantly. It was that Awakener from the Supers Association branch he met when he was updating his profile for his college exams. The man studied Jester with a level look. "You look familiar," he said, voice unhurried. "But who are you?" Stir opened his mouth to answer. The man moved first. He didn't strike at the 5 grounded knights. Unlike the other 3, he could tell what could be saved and not. Instead, a lance of compressed mana knifed straight at Jester. The simplest solution was to capture the problem. Asterisk. Michael stared blankly at the ceiling for a long time, unable to focus on anything. An uneasy weight pressed on his chest, one that refused to fade no matter how much he tried to reason it away. Something was wrong. He could feel it. He clenched his fists. What's going on over there? His mind spun through possibilities, none of them good. Michael's jaw tightened. His family was in Jester's care. If something was happening to Jester, what guarantee did he have? That Mia and Lily were safe? He tried to calm himself, but the anxiety only grew sharper the longer. He sat there. Finally, he stood. I can't just wait here. He knew the rules. Leaving the academy required formal permission. but he couldn't shake the dread clawing at him. Every instinct screamed that something wasn't right. After pacing once more, he came to a decision. If he couldn't leave on his own, he'd ask for permission. And there was one person who might grant it. Without wasting another moment, Michael rushed out of his villa. His destination, Instructor Yola's office. The corridors of the administration wing were nearly empty. Michael's footsteps echoed sharply against the polished floor. A passing student tried to greet him, but one look at his expression made them stop midway. By the time he reached the office hall, his breathing had steadied, but his mind hadn't. He raised a fist and knocked once, firmly. "Enter," came a crisp voice from inside. Michael pushed the door open, his steps firm but his expression strained. Instructor Yola looked up from a stack of glowing reports, her brows lifting slightly at the sight of him. The faint light from the mana lamps reflected off her golden-rimmed spectacles as she set her pen down. "Michael Norman," she said evenly, her tone calm yet sharp. "You look unsettled. What brings you here?" Michael didn't waste a moment. "Instructor, I need to leave the academy." Yola blinked once. "Leave?" Her expression hardened. "You know that's not permitted without authorization. What's the reason?" Michael hesitated only for a heartbeat before replying, his voice low, but steady. "I think something might have happened to my family." For a brief moment, silence filled the room. Instructor Yola's eyes narrowed, her instincts telling her there was more behind that vague statement. She was about to question him, to ask how he could possibly know something had happened from this far away. But then she stopped herself. She let out a quiet sigh and rose from her chair. "Asking for leave should be submitted in advance," she said after a moment, her tone softer now. "But based on the situation, we'll make do." Michael blinked, surprised by her quick decision. "Follow me." Without waiting for him to respond, Yola moved around the desk and headed for the exit, her heels tapping briskly against the floor. Michael trailed behind her, trying to suppress the growing anxiety in his chest. Soon they stepped out of the realm. She turned to Michael. "You will be under my observation, so this will have to be logged manually. I'll handle the permissions later. Right now." She grabbed his hand firmly, her grip surprisingly strong, and the mana around them twisted in response. "Where's the location?" she asked. Michael's throat felt dry. "Bright Gate City," he said quickly. "Hold on tight," Yola said simply. Before he could even answer, the world around them blurred. Chapter 636. What happened? This wasn't the first time Michael had been teleported by someone. His first experience had been with Teacher Brian, the second with Princess Priscilla in the Land of Origin, and now this was the third. However, compared to the first two, Instructor Yola was clearly far more powerful. At least, Michael had never imagined that a 5-hour journey by car could be covered in less than 5 flashes of light, and that was even when Instructor Yola didn't seem to know his exact destination. Michael exhaled shakily. It was surreal, but he didn't have the time to be amazed. Every second that passed tightened the unease in his chest. Something had happened, and he could only hope that he wasn't already too late. High above the clouds, the world stretched endlessly. Wind rushed past, cool and thin, carrying the faint scent of rain. Instructor Yola and Michael cut through the air in silence, their figures little more than blurs of dot to anyone far below. From this height, Bright Gate City unfolded beneath them like a living map. "Which area?" the instructor asked without looking at him. Michael's eyes scanned the distant landscape when he caught sight of a familiar residential block. "There. That's my house." Yola followed his gaze, then nodded. "Hold on." The clouds twisted, the world bending around them as space folded once more. A flash of light swallowed their figures, and the next instant, they stood before the gate of Michael's family residence. Michael didn't hesitate. He released Yola's hand and sent a wave of his perception forward, the air around him rippling faintly as his mana spread into the building. Every trace of aura within the house came alive in his mind's eye. When he sensed the familiar signature of his cousin, calm and unarmed, a small breath of relief escaped his lips. But the unease in his chest didn't fade. His eyes shifted toward the porch. The ground before the door was uneven, cracks running through the tiles. Something had happened here recently. The fact that Jester wasn't in the house proved this. Now another issue appeared. Where was Jester? For this, Michael didn't think too much and simply focused on the feeling deep within him. Within a certain range, he could sense the presence of his Genesis body. However, the farther the distance, the weaker it became until it faded completely. Whether this limitation came from the nature of his Genesis body or his current level of strength, he couldn't tell. But for now, the range was enough. Michael found the location and turned toward his instructor, hesitation flickering in his eyes. He could head there himself, but it wasn't like he could just leave without attending to her. Unlike his earlier panic, the situation didn't seem as dire anymore. His family appeared to be safe, or at least mostly so. The familiar life signature of Lily within the house told him that much. He hadn't checked on Aunt Mia yet, but knowing she was likely still at her restaurant in the busy city center, she should be fine, though the urge to confirm it personally gnawed at him. But now the whole situation feels awkward. Instructor Yola had gone out of her way to bring him here in person, and now that it seemed his family was unharmed, Michael couldn't help but feel as though he had tricked her into coming. Yola, however, remained calm. To say she was worried about Michael's family would have been a stretch, but she was concerned about Michael himself. The new student had been the talk of the academy for weeks. At first, his name had floated around the public exam incident rumors. But when the verified data of the time it took for him to reach his current level, the whispers turned into admiration. A student who reached such a stage in less than a year. That wasn't normal. No wonder there was such an abnormal lock on his information. Someone like this wasn't ordinary. For Yola, helping him now wasn't a waste of effort. Even if nothing came of it, establishing goodwill with a rising powerhouse at no cost was far from a bad investment. When she noticed the hesitation in Michael's face, a small, knowing smile curved her lips. She had already scanned the house and its surroundings with her own perception earlier. There was no immediate threat, but the cracked porch tiles said enough. Something had definitely happened here. Michael stood quietly before the door, his gaze lingering on the faint cracks spreading across the porch tiles. He took a breath and reached out, pressing the doorbell. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then the sound of light. Footsteps echoed from within, followed by the creak of the latch. The door opened just slightly, revealing Lily's cautious face peeking out. Her brows were furrowed, her grip tight on the frame. She began, but the rest of her words died as soon as she saw who it was. Brother Michael? Her eyes widened, surprise flashing into relief. Just because she lacked life experience didn't mean she was naive. The cracks on the porch and Jester's sudden disappearance earlier, all of it had made her uneasy. But seeing Michael standing there now, calm and real before her eyes, made that heavy worry fade, if only a little. She exhaled softly, tension slipping from her shoulders. "You're back," she said. Michael smiled faintly. "Yeah. Are you all right?" Lily nodded quickly, stepping aside to let him in. "I'm fine. Just confused. Jester left a while ago and he's not back yet." Michael's expression tightened, though he kept his voice even. "Did anyone else come here?" She shook her head. "No one. At least not inside." But her eyes flicked toward the porch again. There was a loud noise earlier, like a thud. When I came out, those cracks were already there. Jester said it was nothing and told me to stay inside. And there were 2 men with him at that time too. Chapter 637, Taking Action 1. Lily then turned her gaze toward the woman standing beside Michael. The lady's presence was impossible to ignore. Lily began softly, tilting her head slightly. "Who is this?" Yola answered before Michael could speak, a gentle smile touching her lips. "I'm his teacher," she said, her tone warm and polite. Lily blinked, her eyes widening slightly in realization. Now that she looked closer, the matching robes they wore made sense. It was an unusual sight in modern society. Yet on the two of them it didn't look out of place. If anything, it gave off a noble, almost regal air. For a brief moment, Lily felt a quiet awe. The woman before her didn't seem like a regular instructor. There was a grace and quiet authority in her movements. "I see," Lily murmured, bowing her head slightly out of respect. "Thank you for coming with my brother." Yola smiled faintly, her gaze softening. "It's no trouble," she said. He seemed worried, so it was only natural to help. Michael glanced at Yola with a hint of gratitude before turning back to Lily. "Stay inside, all right? We'll check things out and be back soon." Lily nodded quickly, her worry fading a little more now that both of them were here. "Be careful. And is it fine I did not text Mom?" she said quietly. "It's fine." Michael gave her a reassuring nod as she closed the door. "So what now?" Michael, biting back the instinct to rush off on his own, turned to look back at her, uncertainty flashing in his eyes. "Instructor, can we head to another location?" Her brows rose slightly, but there was no hesitation in her voice. "Of course." Michael turned his gaze back toward the skyline, closing his eyes briefly to strengthen his connection. He raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the forest that framed the city's edge. "There," he said. Yola gave a short nod. "Understood." The air around them, and before Michael could blink, the familiar streets of Brightgate vanished, replaced by the dark canopy of a forest stretching endlessly below. The scent of burning would hit him first, then the deep, rumbling tremors underfoot. Yola's expression turned serious as her gaze swept over the forest canopy below. Michael narrowed his eyes and followed her gaze. From their height, he could see faint ripples of energy tearing through the air. Trees shook violently under the shockwaves. Then he saw it. A single figure floated in the sky above the clearing, calm yet surrounded by chaos. Below him, 5 other figures darted through the air, their auras fierce and violent. Asterisk. The Awakener's name was Mike. For him, the day had begun like any other day. That was until a particular notice caught his attention. A wave of violent mana activity had been recorded just outside Brightgate City. Normally, such incidents were handled by the city's protection division. But this one was different. The energy reading exceeded the division's safety threshold, bordering on a level they weren't qualified to contain. As protocol dictated, the case was quickly escalated to the Supers Association for higher-level response. Being one of the senior figures in the association, permission to deploy had to go through him first. But instead of sending a team, Mike, out of a mix of curiosity and intuition, decided to go himself. According to the report, the danger level was estimated below rank 3. For someone of Mike's caliber, that was the equivalent of a light workout, hardly a threat worth worrying about. At least that's what he thought. When he arrived at the coordinates, the situation was far from what he expected. The forest was torn apart, mana residue still hanging thick in the air, but the battle was already over. The shock came not from the destruction, but from a lone figure. Mike's eyes had widened slightly. He recognized that face, or rather, he thought he did. It was similar to a young man he'd met at the Supers Association branch just a few weeks ago. Yet, the person before him looked younger, stranger. Whatever the case, what he was seeing couldn't be ignored. The figure this jester was using some kind of technique to control 5 Master Stage Knights at once. The moment Mike saw that, the mission shifted from mere suppression to containment and capture. Still, things didn't go as smoothly as he expected. Even with his overwhelming advantage in strength and experience, the opponent refused to crumble. The controlled knights served as perfect shields, forcing Mike to hold back to avoid harming them, while the strange youth exploited every opening. To make matters worse, each time he focused his mana, a sharp mental disturbance struck his consciousness, as psychic interference that blurred thought and disrupted flow. Mike's irritation mounted. It wasn't enough to harm him, but it was constant. This was no ordinary opponent. Currently, it was a stalemate. Just as Mike gathered his energy to press the advantage, the air changed. A crushing pressure rippled through the air like a tidal wave. The mana in the air froze, every thread of energy trembling under the sheer weight of the aura that suddenly spread across the sky. Mike's breath hitched. What? Even Jester's expression shifted, as both he and Mike turned toward the source almost at the same time. High above, the clouds parted like curtains before a storm. Two figures hovered in the sky, their presence commanding instant silence. One radiated a calm but oppressive authority. The other carried a familiar aura. "It's you," Mike muttered under his breath. Jester, on the other hand, froze in place. His gaze flicked to the young man, and though his face remained composed, there was a flicker of recognition in his eyes. His master. He was the last person either of them expected to see here. Instructor Yola's gaze swept over the scene below. Her eyes narrowed slightly. When she spoke, her voice was calm, almost gentle, yet carried a weight that made even the air heavier. "Can this meeting be paused for a moment?" she said. Chapter 638 Aftermath. "So you're saying this is your undead?" Currently, there were 4 people in the room. Mike sat across from Instructor Yola and Michael, while Jester stood quietly behind them. After hearing Mike's question, both Yola and Michael turned slightly, their gazes meeting the calm, expressionless face behind them. Unlike Michael, who appeared composed now, Yola and Mike both wore uncertain expressions. They knew what undead were, but this one, was this truly an undead? Jester stood there with perfect posture, eyes alert, his breathing steady. His aura, though faint, carried the rhythm of life. If one didn't know better, they would have thought he was simply another student. Also, why did he look so much like Michael? They wanted to say a lot, but knowing they might touch on matters that bordered on secrets, a taboo among awakened circles, they chose silence. Still, while many thoughts went unspoken, what needed to be said had already been said. The silence lingered for a moment longer before Mike finally sighed and leaned back in his seat. "All right," he said, tone even but edged with curiosity. "Let's move to something practical then, registration and compliance." Michael blinked. "Compliance?" "Yes," Mike replied, adjusting his badge slightly. "You may not know this, but any supernatural creature, whether it's a tamed beast, a spirit, a construct, or in your case, an undead, must be registered with the association if they are going to be active in public area. There's a creature tax for each one, scaled according to its strength and rank. Think of it as a license fee for operation." Michael frowned. "Tax?" Yola chuckled softly beside him. "It's more like an operational fee like he sacked," she said. "Think of it as part of maintaining public order. Creatures capable of destruction beyond a certain level are classified as potential threats, so the government monitors and regulates them. It's not too different from registering weapons or advanced technology." Mike nodded. "Exactly. Creatures like this, especially those at rank 1 and above, has to be logged into the database. Their owner or summoner has to pay an annual tax. The higher the power level, the higher the fee." He paused briefly, his tone growing firmer. "And if your undead has been active in public without registration for an extended period, that's technically a crime under federal law." Michael's heart sank slightly. "A crime? Not a major one if they kept a low profile," Mike added quickly, though his gaze remained serious. "But depending on the situation, it could lead to fines or temporary confiscation until proper verification. Fortunately, since we intercepted the incident before it caused irreversible damage, you'll only get an expensive punishment." Michael swallowed hard, a hint of unease crossing his face. He hadn't even known such laws existed, but thinking about it now, it made sense. If everyone could summon or control powerful beings without oversight, the world would be in chaos. "I didn't know," he admitted quietly. "No one told me about this." "That's normal," Yola said with a small, understanding smile. "After all, you're still a new supernatural. Also, there are benefits too to this tax." Michael looked up, surprised. "Benefits?" She nodded. "The greatest one is that they can gain an official identity and be classified as citizens of the Federation. With this, there's no difference between them and the natives of Aurora. At least on the surface, they can even apply for regular job positions." Her lips curved into a faint smile as she added, with the Federation now promoting supernatural awareness, don't be surprised if, in the future, you walk into a hotel and see a cat receptionist greeting you at the counter. Michael exhaled, tension easing just a little. So, as long as I register him, there won't be trouble? Yola nodded with a smile. Mike leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table. Well, there's still one thing you should be aware of, he said, tone steady but informative. The fees themselves aren't cheap. They're divided into tiers, rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, and so on. The higher the rank of the creature, the more the registration and maintenance costs increase. Michael frowned. How expensive are we talking about? Mike gave a wry smile. For a creature like yours, one capable of matching the power output of a peak master stage cultivator, you're looking at something around $5 million annually. It can go up or down depending on combat records or association rating. Michael's heart squeezed. 5 million? He echoed, struggling to process it. Yola chuckled lightly beside him, clearly amused at his reaction. It's not as bad as it sounds, she said. The Federation has subsidies for Academy affiliates, so you might even qualify for a discount. In any case, this tax is only necessary if your undead is going to be active in the public. Michael nodded slowly, though his mind still lingered on the figure. After a few seconds of hesitation, he spoke again, voice uncertain. What about rank 3 creatures? That question made both adults pause. Mike raised an eyebrow while Yola's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise and realization passing through them. Rank 3, Mike repeated. You have one of those? Before Michael could answer, Yola's lips curved into a faintly astonished smile. He does, she said softly. If I'm not mistaken, he actually has 2. The room went silent for a heartbeat. Mike blinked, then let out a low whistle. 2 rank 3 undead? His expression shifted between disbelief and admiration. Then, with a bit of difficulty, he continued speaking. For reference, each rank 3 creature costs nearly $30 million a year to register. Michael felt his pulse spike again. 30 million each? Yola smiled faintly at his expression. Well, she said, amusement lacing her voice. Welcome to the higher world, Michael. Power always comes with its price. Yola leaned back slightly, her smile softening. Also, keep in mind that, while that sounds like a lot, it won't be hard for someone like you to gather if you work hard. Michael nodded faintly, though a hint of pain crossed his face. I understand, he said, his tone low. Still, that's a lot. Please support the novel. Chapter 639 Consequences. Still, that's a lot. Yola's eyes glimmered with amusement as she continued. Think of it as an investment, she said gently. If your undead have abilities or qualities that hold value, they can even pay their own tax. Michael blinked, processing her words. So, they can earn their own tax? Exactly, Yola replied, smiling knowingly. Many tamers, necromancers, and summoners already do this. Some even run entire businesses with their creatures' help. With the supernatural world now becoming more known, this method is becoming increasingly common. Mike nodded in agreement. Michael went quiet for a moment and thought it through. Between Jester and the others in his harem of contracts, he had more than one undead that could pass for human if needed. None were like Jester, though, which meant they did not need public paperwork as long as they stayed in the dark. If he ever needed them in the open, at least he now knew the path to make that legal. I will register him, Michael said at last. That is good, Mike replied. Then he raised a hand before anyone could relax. Before that, let us talk about damages. Michael felt his stomach dip. Damages? Mike tapped a tablet, and a slow scroll of images and numbers appeared. Michael rubbed his brow. Am I in trouble? Michael was really starting to regret releasing Jester in Aurora, but unfortunately there was no pill for regret. If it's just public damage, especially since it happened in the forest and there were no civilian casualties, there won't be many issues. You'd only need to pay compensation, Mike said kindly. The main issue is the 5 nights your undead controlled. Mike scrolled through the report on his tablet, his expression turning serious. According to the medical assessment from the branch healer, the 5 nights are stable. They were in shock when we found them, suffering from severe mental backlash, disorientation, and short-term memory fragmentation. Nothing fatal, but the healer classified it as psychic trauma caused by forced mental control. He looked up. They'll recover with extensive treatment, but that doesn't change the fact that the damage happened under your undead's actions. Michael's heart sank. So, what does that mean? It means, Mike said, his tone tightening slightly, that while the physical injuries are minimal and the mental effects are temporary, it still falls under the category of assault on government personnel. Those nights were Federation staff on active duty. Intentional or not, this technically classifies as a federal offense. He paused, letting the words settle. Even if your undead acted independently, you are still its master. By law, that makes you responsible. For a moment, the room was quiet. Then Yola's voice cut through the tension. I disagree, she said flatly. Mike blinked, turning to her. Excuse me? You're mistaken, Yola continued, resting an elbow on the table. It wasn't an assault, it was an act of self-defense. Even Michael, who was being defended, turned to look at her in disbelief. Self-defense? Really? Mike's face reddened slightly, though he forced his tone to remain civil. Instructor Yola, with all due respect, the report clearly states. I've read the same report, she interrupted, her tone calm but unyielding. And what it also states is that the government dispatched 5 knights to apprehend an unregistered entity, one that had no prior record of aggression and was, at the time, performing a harmless act inside a simulation. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing. Your people attacked first. My students undead merely reacted to being ambushed. Mike's jaw tightened. That's protocol, he said sharply. Apprehend first, confirm later. If we stopped to investigate every case before acting, half the demonic supernaturals captured this month would still be roaming free. Yola smiled faintly, her tone polite but her words not. And yet, not all who appear suspicious are enemies. If a knight draws a blade on a harmless entity, that entity has every right to defend itself. Instinct, not malice. Yola, unfazed, turned her gaze toward Jester, who had been standing silently behind Michael the entire time. Tell me, she said, her tone softening as though speaking to a child. Was I wrong? Jester blinked, startled by the sudden question. His eyes moved from Yola to Michael, then back again. Wrong? He repeated slowly. Yes, Yola said with a smile that almost looked innocent. When they came for you, what exactly were you doing? Jester tilted his head, clearly confused by the direction of the question. I was testing the simulation, he said simply. It was my first time inside that kind of environment. I was only experimenting with my abilities. Yola nodded encouragingly. And what's your strongest element? Affinity? Darkness, Jester replied without hesitation. It's my dominant element. Everything I use is derived from it. Exactly. Yola turned back toward Mike, her tone laced with quiet triumph. So tell me, what could an undead with a high darkness affinity possibly do if he wanted to cast a spell in a virtual test environment for the first time? Refuse to use his own mana? Pretend to be a light mage? Mike's lips pressed into a thin line. Even Michael was speechless. Mike opened his mouth, then closed it again, his face twitching slightly as he fought to control his irritation. He knew arguing with her was pointless. Still, he couldn't completely hide the frustration in his tone. You're really calling what happened harmless? 5 government knights hospitalized and a forest torn apart. Yola folded her hands neatly on the table. Harmless compared to what could have happened, she said softly. Be grateful the undead restrained itself instead of retaliating with full force. If it had, those knights wouldn't be in the infirmary, they'd be corpses. The silence that followed was deafening. Even Michael had to look away to keep a straight face. He wasn't sure if he should feel grateful or embarrassed by the audacity of her defense. Mike exhaled heavily, rubbing his temple. "Fine," he muttered, clearly forcing composure. "We'll note your interpretation in the report, but the final judgment will still depend on the association's review board." "Of course," Yola replied sweetly, her faint smile never wavering. "I trust they'll see reason." Michael sat in silence, torn between relief and second-hand embarrassment. Somehow, he wasn't sure whether Yola had just saved him or made the future matter infinitely more complicated. Chapter 640 Surprise. Michael hadn't expected Instructor Yola to have actually been of such great help. Had he returned home alone? He didn't know what would have happened, but he doubted it would have ended any better. Most likely, it would have been worse. In any case, thanks to Yola's status, the case that should have taken at least a week was resolved within days. For one, Michael finally got to understand the true influence that came with being part of an organization. Perhaps the Federation was vast, but because it was fragmented and lacked a single ruling body, other major institutions like the Academy held considerable sway compared to the smaller branches that made up the Federation. Of course, if those fragments ever united, there would be no power in Aurora capable of matching the Federation's strength. It amazed him how the Michael of 4 months ago could now have such a perspective. But as they said, the higher one climbed, the more they saw. Whether this incident was minor or major, it made Michael realize the many responsibilities and consequences tied to power. After the matter was settled, Instructor Yola left immediately for the Academy. She couldn't remain away for too long, no matter how important she considered Michael. Still, he owed her one now, and that favor brought them a bit closer. Before leaving, she had told Michael to return to the Academy as soon as he was done. Her voice had carried a sense of urgency, which made Michael less inclined to linger. Having now seen firsthand the advantages that came with being part of the Academy, he began to value it far more. Unlike before, when he had been slightly reluctant to leave his family's side, he now accepted it more readily. Right now, in front of Michael was Jester, and the two were in his room back at his family's house. Lily was at school and Aunt Mia was at work, so only Michael and Jester were home. Unlike the past 2 days, when he had repeatedly reprimanded the undead over the incident, Michael was much calmer today, the 3rd day since it happened. Regardless of how the situation had unfolded, it was undeniable that Jester's actions had ultimately been carried out under Michael's orders. Fortunately, the matter had been resolved, and Michael had already given Jester a strict warning. Only after confirming that the undead fully understood did he stop. That was also why he chose not to bother Jester today. Michael leaned back in his chair and looked at Jester quietly. "Now that you have an official identity, it'll be easier for you to blend into society." Jester, who stood near the window, nodded silently with a hard-to-see glint of light in his eyes. Michael studied him for a few seconds, a small trace of pride crossing his face. "Not only are you an official mage now," he said thoughtfully, "you're also an official knight too, and somehow you've reached Chi Gathering level 3. Jester tilted his head slightly, unsure how to respond. "It just happened while I was practicing," he said honestly. Michael smiled faintly at that. Back in the land of origin, Ace was still struggling at Chi Gathering Stage 1. This was evidently due to a difference in talent, along with several other contributing factors. In truth, Jester shouldn't even be a level 3 Chi Gathering cultivator. Not because he was slow, but because he wasn't focused on a single path. He was walking multiple at once: mage, knight, and cultivator. Had he devoted himself fully to just one, he might already have surpassed the early stages of whichever system he chose. Even so, his growth speed was absurd. And when Michael remembered that this was only the strength of his clone, he couldn't help but feel a surge of amazement toward himself. "Okay, try it now," Michael said, giving the order. This was the reason he had stayed home even though his family wasn't around, and the reason he'd kept Jester with him instead of sending him to school with his cousin. He was preparing to test a particular skill that had recently resurfaced. For him, memory infusion. Watching Jester's rapid growth not just in cultivation but in knowledge had given Michael the idea. The undead's foundation was solid, built upon the memories of a certain evil cultivator, and that made him more fundamentally knowledgeable than Michael in many areas. The thought had sparked something in Michael's mind. But before he could confirm that, he needed to test it for himself, though deep down he already had a strong feeling it would work. A few seconds later, a series of panels appeared before Michael. You have learned basics of muscle control. You have learned basics of mana control. You have gained basics of night cultivation technique. It felt like a stream of memories was being downloaded directly into his mind. His heart raced for a moment before he forced himself to calm down. Letting out a quiet sigh, Michael picked up a phone from the table and handed it to Jester. Inside were his essential apps, his bank accounts, the Supers Forum, and the Academy portal. Looking at the undead standing beside him, Michael couldn't help but smile faintly. With Jester by his side, did he really need to worry about slow progress in Foundation again? No. After dropping a few more instructions, Michael left. 5 hours later, Michael was back inside the Academy's secret realm. However, he was immediately met with a problem. For some reason, he couldn't enter his villa. Confused, he reached for his edgeband and opened the communication function to contact Lyra. This was just one of the many convenient features of the Academy's communication system, allowing instant contact between students within the Academy. It didn't take long before her reply came through. "Why can't I enter my villa?" Michael asked, frowning slightly. He initially thought it might be a malfunction, a glitch in the magic layout perhaps. But then again, could magic even have bugs? Unfortunately, Lyra's response wasn't what he expected at all. "Your villa has been occupied by someone else." A short pause followed before she added another text. "You're no longer top one. The Academy was a place that promoted constant growth. It didn't matter whether that growth was significant or small. What mattered was progress. No one remained the same for long within its walls. This rule applied to everyone, even the top students. Just because one began as the strongest didn't mean they would graduate as such. Every year, the Academy maintained a competitive ranking system. Any student could challenge another ranked above them. The higher-ranked student could refuse the challenge twice, but on the third refusal, the system automatically counted it as a loss, and their position would be replaced. That was exactly what had happened to Michael. While he was away, someone had taken advantage of his absence and issued a challenge. With no response from his end, the system registered it as a defeat, dropping his rank. It didn't take much to figure out who had claimed his spot. Rin Halvain, the previous rank 2. When Lyra explained the situation in simple terms, Michael was momentarily stunned. It was a blatant use of a loophole, but he couldn't deny the cleverness behind it. Still, irritation simmered within him. He hadn't even warmed the bed, and someone had already taken it. After a moment of silence, he navigated through the edgeband's functions, his expression cooling. He selected Rin's name and sent a direct challenge. Almost instantly, a 4-hour timer appeared on his interface. If the challenge wasn't accepted within that window, it would count as a refusal on the challenger's side. In a certain part of the Academy, within one of the shared two-person villas, a young man and a girl sat across from each other. The room was bright and elegant. The girl's edgeband suddenly lit up, a faint chime echoing through the room. She looked down, her brows lifting slightly before she spoke. "Brother, I've been challenged." The young man across from her looked up sharply. His jaw tightened, as his expression darkened. There was only one person who could challenge her, the one ranked directly below. "Michael Norman," he muttered through gritted teeth. Rin Halvain leaned back slightly, frustration flickering in his eyes. He needed his sister, Rin, to stay in top 1 at least until the Academy opened that vault to the top student of year 1. That vault was their chance, his chance to rise. Losing the top position now could ruin everything. Unfortunately, there was little he could do about it. He wasn't allowed to interfere in a lower-ranked student's life. More than that, from their last bout, he wasn't even sure he could do anything to Michael if he tried. Rin exhaled sharply, his hands tightening into fists. "Accept the challenge," he said finally, his tone calm but cold. "We'll settle this before it becomes a bigger problem." Rin hesitated for a brief second before nodding. "All right." As she tapped the confirmation button on her edgeband, the faint glow reflected in her eyes. Chapter 641. A certain mad fellow. The Halvain family was a supernatural family, and one of the strongest in Aurora. Their power could be traced back to their ancestor, a formidable woman who had lived long before the apocalypse that reshaped Aurora. If one considered only her years within Aurora, she was just over 300 years old. But if they included the time she had spent outside Aurora, wandering the endless void, her true age easily surpassed 900. Just as Awakeners had the land of origin to rely on for advancement, filled with powerful beings and abundant resources, other supernaturals had their own paths. For those who were not Awakeners, and whose home realms could no longer support their growth, the only path forward was the Void. The Void was a mysterious realm of its own. Before the apocalypse, humans of Aurora had thought of it merely as space, a vast emptiness beyond their reach. But after they became supernaturals and broke the limits of mortal understanding, they discovered the truth. What they once called space was, in fact, the Void. What they discovered within the Void changed everything they knew about existence. There were other civilizations out there. Aurora was fortunate. The galaxy they occupied was empty. No other intelligent life had taken root within it before the apocalypse. Had it been otherwise, had even a single higher civilization existed nearby, Aurora might have been enslaved long before it gained the chance to rise. Before they could awaken their own supernatural system, they would have been conquered and introduced to the greater cosmos under another's control. Because their galaxy was barren, Aurora's inhabitants were able to grow without interference. They reached the threshold of power on their own terms and eventually gained recognition as an independent realm within the Void. The Void itself was filled with strange wonders and perilous opportunities. Natural resources unlike anything in Aurora floated there: crystallized mana storms, void iron, essence stones that pulsed with law energy, and so on. To the strong, all these were treasures. But venturing too deep came with a heavy price. Time did not flow equally in the Void. A single day in Aurora could equal a month in one sector of the Void, and a year could stretch into 5. The deeper one traveled, the more unstable and distorted the flow became. Many explorers vanished into the deeper layers, only to return centuries later or never at all. Despite the danger, the Void was invaluable. It connected countless realms, serving as the pathway for powerful beings to cross between worlds. For those strong enough, it was both a battlefield and a bridge to greater opportunity. It was in this unfathomable realm that the Halvain ancestor had once walked. Her power there was the foundation of the Halvain family's power, and the reason their bloodline still stood among the strongest in Aurora today. She was an Emperor stage cultivator. In Awakener terms, this was equivalent to a rank 4 Awakener. Unfortunately, since she was the only person at this stage within her family, the reputation of the Halvain clan rested entirely on her shoulders. At the moment, the said emperor sat before a middle-aged man, her gaze calm and unreadable. A few months ago, this man had come to her seeking help to avenge a debt that had lasted nearly a century. Out of respect for the favor he had done her in the past, back when their strengths had been closer, she had lent him one of her treasured artifacts. "You're stronger now," she said quietly. The man gave a humble smile. "It's nothing. You've only just advanced to the king stage, and yet your comprehension is already deep enough to reach the mid-stage. You call that nothing? It's not like that, Empress," he replied, shaking his head. "My progress is fast only because my foundation was solid. Once that runs out, my speed will slow down." The Empress remained silent, her expression unchanging, though inwardly she couldn't help but sigh. Mad Phoenix Brian. Prodigy. If not for the setback he suffered years ago, he might already stand at the same level as her. Even so, what he had achieved at his current age was beyond anything she herself had done. With a half-formed law seed, he could already contend with mid-grade king-level cultivators and still emerge victorious. That alone spoke volumes about his strength. Now he was a genuine mid-stage king-level cultivator. Although she agreed that his rapid pace would eventually slow, she doubted it would happen anytime soon. His foundation was simply too firm. "What do you plan to do now?" she asked at last, her tone even but carrying quiet curiosity. After hearing her question, Brian didn't respond right away. He paused, his gaze dropping to the ornate floor beneath them as he gathered his thoughts. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady, but thoughtful. "With my current realm, I don't have any equipment suited for me," he said. "The treasures I used before can't withstand my output anymore. I'm waiting for the new set to be forged." The Empress nodded slightly. "And after that?" Brian lifted his head, his expression firm. "After that, I'll explore the world. If I'm lucky, I might find an opportunity that can push me closer to the next level." The Empress's gaze softened faintly, though her tone remained calm. "You seek greater power. That's the only way forward," Brian replied, his eyes burning with quiet determination. The Empress sighed lightly but didn't speak further. Her eyes drifted toward the distant horizon, where the sky shimmered faintly with a golden hue. Though she was back in Aurora for now, her heart wasn't rooted here. She, too, was waiting, preparing for the right time to return to the void. Even if she couldn't find opportunities for herself anymore, the void was still filled with resources and legacies that could help her family rise. Her presence there could secure their future for centuries to come. It was then she noticed a slightly blank look on Brian's face.